let's begin. So, today's novel is called The Five Kingdoms, Internal Darkness by Ross Anderson. Chapter 1, Adrex. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, with lighter clouds speeding closer. They brought a promise of rain soon to wash over the city. 2 guards patrolled the outer walls of Castle Blackhill, facing the oncoming storm. The section between the 2 towers overlooking the side entrance of the castle was a drawbridge covering a not too deep river, though it would flood during the heavy rain season. The river wound east, around the back of the castle, creating a natural barrier between the castle and the city. The river then flowed west through the Somme before getting larger and flowing out towards the sea. One of the guards stopped in the middle of the walkway and looked out over the castle wall, surveying the surrounding area. The guard then turned as he heard footsteps from inside the courtyard of the castle. 2 young boys, both early teens in mock servant clothes, went hurtling towards a pair of rocks that leant out over the river. The guard nudged his mate with the butt of his spear and pointed out the boys. The 2 guards stood and watched as the 2 youths reached the rocks, the older teen leaping from the edge, flying into the air as he hurtled across the river, the other stopping just before he reached the bank, slipping on the wet grass and landing halfway down the bank. The youth who had jumped soared over the river, looking to make the other bank. He never made it. Instead, he crunched into the embankment and slipped down the damp grass towards the river, managing to stop himself just before his feet went in. The guards laughed as both kids struggled up the respective sides of the river. One could be heard complaining that he was going to make it one day. He just needed more speed to carry him. The other claimed it was impossible. The river was too wide. The guards moved on into one of the towers as the 2 teens went back inside the castle. They'd had their fun. Now they had to prepare. Tomorrow was acceptance day. The 2 boys entered a lower-level dormitory in one of the east wings of the castle. Part of their conditions of living there was that it must be well kept. They must also aid the servants on the floor, attend classes, and obey all orders of their seniors. There were no classes today. All servants on the floor had finished the rounds, and all seniors had their orders to leave them alone. That left the 2 teens to do nothing but keep their dormitory well kept. Well, them and the other 4 wards that lived there. Those children who had lost their parents or were discovered to have latent magical abilities were taken in as wards of the king. Each year, on acceptance day, the wards that had turned 13 would be brought before the trade masters, and those who showed promise would be selected for one of the many trade schools that existed. The 4 other teens were talking amongst themselves when the 2 entered. "They failed again, I know it," said Derek, one of the largest and oldest teens, turning to face the doorway. "I was closer this time," said the teen that jumped. "It is an impossible leap," said Derek, standing up from his bed. "I'll make it some day, just watch me." "You won't have a chance. You'll be picked for one of the schools, Adrex," Derek said. "You won't be coming back here." It was true. The main trade school was for those focusing on magecraft. The Magi and the Magi that graduated tended to stay with their schools and learn new skills. Adrix decided to change the topic, back to the group's favorite, their hopes for the future. "Have you decided what you would like to do?" he asked Derek. Derek had once said he wanted to be a battle mage, like every kid who grew up listening to the old tales, with dreams of casting powerful spells against demons and rogues. He had been teased by some of the older wards, especially as he got older. He was selected into the ward because he had shown a small bit of magical potential when he was young, but as he grew, it had not built with him. Recently, he had changed his mind, thinking instead of becoming a battle master or knight, and he had certainly started to look like he could, tall and broad-chested, but Adrix had seen him alone trying to practice the basic mage crafts when he thought he was alone. The 5 other teens looked at Derek. His shoulders drooped slightly before he squared them and dramatically said, "I will be a knight and protect the kingdom," gesturing wildly in a heroic pose. All 5 of them clapped and cheered. Then Torin, the other teen that tried the jump, stood, shortest of the group. He hated to be reminded about it, but it made him useful for sneaking extra food from the kitchens. "I'm going to be a battle mage," he said, posing as if holding power in his hands. Livia stood next. She was quieter than the rest of the group. However, when she started, she could talk for ages. Tall, slender, framed with long dark raven hair and a kind smile, with a simple graceful motion of her hands, she said, "Probably a defensive magi." The others continued dramatically announcing their dream. Their dream schools before it was Adrix's turn. He stood and faced the group, crossed his arms, raised his chin, looking like a triumphant victor, and said, "Battle mage, of course." He was immediately thrown backward onto his bed by a pillow seemingly flying out of nowhere and into his face. Everyone started laughing as Adrix got himself back up and glanced around, trying to determine who had hurled the pillow at him. He noticed one of the other wards with a mischievous grin and launched the pillow back. His aim was off, and he hit one of the girls standing near his target. Soon, pillows were being tossed all about the room, laughter echoing off the walls. The merriment continued as they prepared their clothing for tomorrow, finished the last few chores, and one by one made their way back to bed. Adrix fell asleep dreaming about heroic battles and powerful spells. Chapter 2. The Acceptance Ceremony. Sun shined in through the window, covering most of Adrix's face in a warm orange glow. Adrix started to slowly open his eyes as he woke up. Then his eyes widened, and he sat bolt upright, looking about wildly. He saw that his window shutter had been left open slightly, and the sun was just starting to creep through the mountain range beyond the city. He chuckled at his own foolishness in thinking he had overslept, and then started to get up and get ready. Once dressed, he made his way down the stairs to the communal area. Each dormitory had several bedrooms above or below a common area that the wards could use to catch up on work from classes or rest after cleaning. He went to the kitchen to prepare a basic meal, only to find that food was already prepared. A note was with the food. It read, "For Acceptance Day. Good luck." There were breads, cheeses, fruits, and cold meats laid out on the table. Adrix sat down and started to enjoy the meal. Slowly, the others started to join him, all of them in some stage of waking up, some looking as if they were still asleep, but walking anyway. No one talked as they ate, and a nervous energy hung over the table. Several of the other wards picked at their food, too nerve-wracked to eat anything. One of the larger boys was shoveling food into his face, barely slowing to chew before swallowing, his eyes staring blankly before him, the only indication that he too was nervous about the day's activities to come. The silence was broken when 3 loud bangs echoed around the room. Everyone at the table stopped. Genel, with a slice of bread halfway towards his mouth, all eyes turned towards the door leading to the corridor that would take them to the throne room. A man in robes of velvet black, carrying a long staff, stepped into the dormitory and turned towards the kitchen. Genel slowly lowered the slice of bread as the man approached. "It is good to see everyone is almost ready," the man said. "I am Chamberlain Doran, and I will be taking you to the throne room once the trades masters and meisters have arrived." He looked over the 16s, his warm smile trying to calm their nerves. "I will go and check that all is ready for your arrival. I should be back in about 30 minutes. Please, do try to eat something before I return. It will help calm you. Trust me, the ceremony feels much worse on an empty stomach." He chuckled before he turned and, with a swoosh of his robes, walked out of the dormitory. Livia swallowed the small amount of cheese she had been holding half chewed in her mouth. Others let out pent-up breath. Adrix just looked down at his barely touched breakfast. How was he going to survive today? Sudden thoughts surfaced in a rush, thoughts he had been burying for the last few weeks. What if he wasn't good enough? And what if he wasn't chosen? He was a ward at the castle because his parents had died in the war. He had been checked by a seer, and it was discovered that he had latent magical ability. Now he was wondering, what if they had been wrong? What if he had nothing? It was Derek that spoke first, breaking the uncomfortable silence that had settled over the room. "How do you think they choose their students?" he asked, nervously scanning the rest of the wards. Everyone looked at him, and he looked to visibly shrink before them. "There must be a test of some kind," Genel said. "Perhaps they get you to perform a spell." "What about those who don't want to join the mage schools?" Derek asked nervously. "Maybe they perform a test of physical strength or endurance," Adrix responded. The ward started chatting and throwing out theories, trying to ease the nerves. The theories were getting more and more wild depending on the trades. Scouts having to navigate a forest full of wolves, knights having to face down captive demons, mages having to cast impossible spells. The chatter was continuing and slowly getting back to more normal topics before it was cut off suddenly by 3 loud knocks as the Chamberlain entered the dormitory again. "Ah, good to see things have eased up," he observed as the ward suddenly went stiff and silent again. "Or maybe not," he mused. He tapped his staff gently a few times to ensure he had their attention, then cast a long look over the 6 wards before him. Adrix felt a shiver run through him as Doran's eyes passed over him. The nagging thoughts returned. What would there be for him after this if he was discarded by the masters? He pushed the thoughts aside. No, stop that. He would be chosen. He knew it. He looked back up at Doran. "All right, line up over here. Let's see. How about tallest to shortest? Please be quick about it, as we don't want to keep everyone waiting." The children stood and organized themselves with Genel in front, then Derek, followed by Livia. Next was Adrix, then Pera. Finally, Torin glumly stood at the back. He hated being reminded of that. Even though he was one of the oldest among them, he was shorter than everyone else. Chamberlain Doran nodded approval, muttering under his breath, "Excellent. Now follow me." He led them out of the dormitory past the castle servants, who smiled as they waved farewell as they passed, then up the stairs to the 3rd level where the king's throne room was. He led them down the black stone corridors with paintings and tapestries that adorned the walls, suits of armor that stood in the gaps, until they came to two great dark grey wooden doors. Now I will walk in and introduce you to the masters and maesters. Please wait until I finish the announcement to enter. When you walk in, you will walk towards the throne, then line up in front of it at the base of the stairs, in the same order that you are in now. Understand? Doran asked, raising one eyebrow. Heads bobbed stiffly in response. Good, and don't worry, each one of you will be chosen. You wouldn't be here if you didn't already meet the requirements to enter at least one of the schools. Doran turned, held the staff out in front of him. His hand seemed to glow with a bluish light. Then the doors slowly opened before him. He seemed to glide into the room until he was standing on a long red carpet that ran from the throne to the far wall. Doran turned to face the throne and banged his staff to the side as he set it to rest. He bowed to persons unseen by the wards, then spoke, loudly, clearly, his voice echoing off the walls. My liege, honourable masters and maesters, we are gathered for the 10th acceptance day. May I present the 6 new wards to be chosen. Gennel stepped forward into the throne room, trying not to look around at the impressive sight. The throne room was a large area that seemed like it was originally carved out of the mountain. 8 large black monolithic pillars rose from the polished smooth floor into the darkness of the roof. Banners of the royal family hung either side of the carpeted hall, a black crown resting atop a similarly black pickaxe on a white background. Gennel led the wards towards the throne before they stopped and stood side by side, turning to face it. The throne was carved from the same rock. Rough-hewn steps cut into the large rock that seemed to be part of the floor. On top of the rock was the throne itself, cut and chiseled to perfection. King Kilvar Coleman, descendant of the first king, sat there in his rich clothing. His daughter, the Princess Royal Nora, stood next to him, and at the bottom of the stairs stood the 5 masters and maesters in their hooded coloured robes. First in line was the red-robed maester of the Battle Magic School, followed by the blue of the Defensive Arts School. Then was the brilliant white of the Night School, and the deep emerald green of the Healer's Master. Finally, there was the ruddy brown of the Ranger's School, this master looking very much like he wanted to be elsewhere and was obviously bored of all the ceremony. Thank you, Doran, King Kilvar said. His voice was both strong and gentle, carrying throughout the room. Doran bowed, then approached the throne, taking his position behind the masters and maesters next to the throne. The wards kept their eyes forward, nervous of the big moment and wondering what was going to happen next. The person directly in front of them, wearing red robes with gold details weaved into them, was the first to step forward. Greetings, ward of Castle Blackhill, they said in a soft, carrying voice as they removed the hood with both hands, revealing herself. I am Grand Maester Vista, current head of the Battle Mage School. The other 4 masters removed their hoods, revealing the faces of the heads of the trade schools. Vista continued, Our job here is to find out which school you belong to and which craft you will ply your trade to. This is not a decision to be taken lightly, as this is the first step toward your future path. We will call you one at a time to test you, she said. The look of fear must have been obvious, for her next words were designed to comfort them. It is a simple test based on your type of magic. She pulled a piece of parchment from a pocket in her robe and closed her eyes. Small swirling glyphs formed around her hands as the parchment turned bright orange, then burst into red flames. though it remained untouched as if the fire didn't burn at all. She opened her eyes and looked at the 6 wards, the flames dying out and that colour draining from the parchment in her hands. You should have been taught how to let the magic inside you flow. The parchment is infused with its own magic and will turn to a colour designated to one of the trades, Vista explained. First up, we have Genel, Doran said from beside the throne. Genel stepped forward, and Vista offered him the parchment while smiling. Now, Genel, what did you dream of being when you became a ward? Vista asked softly. I wanted to be a battle mage, Genel stammered out quietly. A fine choice to join my school. Let's us see what your magic is suited towards. Close your eyes and just let the magic flow, she said smoothly. Genel closed his eyes, and for a few moments nothing happened. Then the parchment turned a dark blue before bursting into flames. Genel watched it burst, then looked up at the masters and maesters. The man in the blue robe stepped forward and looked at the boy. I can see why. A mage you will be, but it is the defensive arts that you seem destined for, Genel, he said. Genel took his place back in the line, looking slightly crestfallen. Derek stepped forward next, his shoulders back, standing straight. Doran raised his eye quizzically before stating, This is Derek, Grand Maester. Derek turned bright red as he realized he was too eager. Vista smiled, the same warm smile she had given Genel. Derek, what was your dream? She asked. Originally, I wanted to be a battle mage like yourself, Derek said. However, I think I am better suited to being a knight, he added. What made you change your dream? Vista asked. I don't think I'm magically gifted. I struggled in classes, Derek said. Vista gave Derek the piece of parchment and said, Don't let failures turn you from your dreams. Failures simply help build success later. Derek nodded and closed his eyes. The piece of parchment turned white before burning into a white flame. The man in the white robe stepped forward, blonde hair, tall and armor barely hidden underneath the white robe. He was the perfect hero. Well, a knight you may well become, he said, for your magic is suited towards the battle school. Both Derek and the battle school master took their respective places in their lines before Doran called Livia forward. The tall brunette stepped out of the line and approached Vista. And what has your dream been? Vista asked. I have always seen myself as a defensive magi, Livia replied. Indeed, Vista said with a smile. Livia took the offered parchment, closed her eyes, and the parchment immediately glowed blue before bursting into flame. The maester in the blue robes didn't step forward this time, but nodded his approval. We will make your dream come true then, he said simply. Livia stepped backward into the line, and Adrex prepared to step forward. Instead, Doran called for Princess Nora to come forward. Everyone slowly turned to face the Princess Royal as she walked from the side of the throne to stand before Vista. Ah, Your Highness, let us see what the future holds for you, Vista said with a slight bow. Nora gracefully took the offered parchment and held it before her as she closed her eyes and concentrated. All eyes were focused on her as the seconds passed, but there seemed to be no change from the parchment. After a too long wait, the person in the green robe removed their hood and stepped forward to take Vista's place. She was older than most of the others, and she stood slightly hunched. Child, I am Maester Karras. Meister Karras, let me have a look at you, she said in an almost maternal way. Karras raised a hand, and green glyphs formed and swirled over her arm, which started to glow in the green light. "Ah, yes, I see," she started to mutter. "No, this is correct. A slight block, but that can be overcome." Karis nodded as glyphs died away. "Indeed, you have latent abilities, but you have a magical block. It can happen, but it is a simple fix." Karis raised both hands, and a single glyph formed. It was complicated in its design with multiple layers to it. A green light seemed to emit from Nora's feet and rose up, her body vanishing when it reached her head. "Now, Princess, focus your magic on the parchment," Nora said. Nora closed her eyes, and a few moments later the parchment glowed and burst into a green flame. Karis nodded her approval and let Vista step back to the front of the group. Vista gestured towards the 6 wards. "Join your fellow students, Princess Nora," she said. Nora stepped into the gap that Adrix and Livia made for her, before Doran finally called Adrix forward. "What has your dream been?" Vista asked Adrix, as the ward stepped out of line and in front of the Grand Meister. "I have dreamed of being a battle mage," Adrix said confidently. "Indeed," Vista replied, handing over the parchment. Adrix took the parchment and closed his eyes. He could feel the pool of magic inside him. He focused on the lessons they had been taught was how to get the magic to flow. Adrix concentrated on the pool of magic moving towards his finger, holding the parchment. He could feel it reach the very tips of his fingers, and opened his eyes to see the result. The parchment had turned bright red, but had not burst yet. Black veins had started to flow from his fingers, taking over the red, before black flames erupted from the edges. Adrix looked up at Vista, who had lost her kind smiling eyes. She had become cold, with an air of fear. "What does that mean?" Adrix asked, concerned. Adrix looked at the masters and maesters before him. All of their eyes were focused on him, as were the wards and King Kilvar and Doran. Several of them looked like they had seen a ghost. Others looked angry. "What does black mean?" Adrix asked, his voice breaking. Vista seemed to compose herself in that moment, her face returning to its former cheerful state. "It means that you will be coming to the Battle Mage School, for one thing," she said. The other masters and maesters looked at her, but then nodded their approval. "I will need to do some research into this before I can tell you any more," Vista said. "For now, take your place back in the line," she added, gesturing. The other 2 wards took the test. Perra's parchment glowed green, and Torrin's was brown, the color for the scouts and rangers. As Torrin returned to the line, Vista addressed them all. "Wards and your highness, tomorrow you will set off with your trade masters to what will become your new homes. You will learn to harness your powers, not just for your benefit, but for the benefit of the kingdoms and help keep the peace," Vista informed them. Doran then stepped forward. "You have the rest of the day to pack your things and prepare. You have free reign over all ward areas of the castle. You can go now," he said. The ward started to leave, but Nora stayed where she was, unsure of where to go. Kilvar noticed his daughter hesitating and leaned forward slightly. "That includes you, Nora. Until your training is complete, you will be treated the exact same as any other ward or selected child," he said, his voice both stern and soft, bridging the roles of father and king. Nora bowed and followed the 6 wards out of the throne room. The 7 of them made their way through the dark stone corridors until they reached the dormitory. Everyone started to walk in except Adrix, who continued on, ignoring calls from Derek and Torrin. He needed to be alone. He needed to think, and he wanted to know what happened. Adrix continued, playing over the image again in his head. The fear in the Grand Meister's eyes The fact that something had happened that had even caused her to feel fear was something else too. The most powerful battle mage who had risen to the rank during the demonic crusades. Adrex found himself standing on the rock that he had leapt off just yesterday. Reaching the other side had seemed so important then. He sat down on the edge, his feet dangling as he tried and failed to process what he had seen and what had happened. King Kilver took his seat at the head of the small dark wood conference table in one of the throne room's offshoot rooms. The other Meisters and Masters sat along the sides, as did Doran and his army commander, Lord Andrian. Grand Meister, I have seen 10 years of Acceptance Day's trials. It is an honor to see the next generation learn their first steps. I have seen dreams made and broken. I have seen multicolored results. I have never seen black. Explain that, he demanded, though he kept his voice level and gentle. I wish I could, my lord. I saw something I have not seen since the demonic crusades. Though I am no seer, so I cannot tell you more than that boy has a powerful magic within him. I observed all the wards as they performed the test, interjected Meister Karras. The boy is human, so if you are thinking he is some sort of demon spawn, you would be incorrect. The thought had crossed my mind, muttered the battle master, Master Nevsky. As I told the boy, I will look into this, and I will keep an eye on him to make sure it is nothing dangerous. However, in the meantime, I think it would be wise to send a backup force to the ruins of the Northern Kingdom, Vista said gravely. Kilver looked at the group, his face becoming stern. Even a small request like that would need a majority agreement from the 4 kings. I have my doubts you will get that, he said. I will send out a group of scouts. If nothing else, I could always use it as an opportunity for training, said Master. And I don't need a kingdom sign-off. All right then, for now we will call this matter sorted, Meister Karras said. The others all nodded their agreements. The sun was starting to set, and the men of the Northern Watch started their nightly rituals. Torches were set up just within the marker of where the northmost walls would have been. The castle had been razed during the demonic crusades and had been the site of the first attacks against the realms. The torches spread enough light into the now encroaching Blackwood forest. The inner patrol of the watch would then set up a second line of torches around the former keep of the castle. It provided enough light within the area to keep the nightly fears away, though having a mage or two as part of the watch helped. Meister Bo sat on a piece of crumbling inner wall and yawned. He peered out into the forest as Meister Inca walked the perimeter. Blue symbols floated about, and her eyes glowed a bluish-white. The symbols casting her in a cool light that shone into the edge of the forest. This was the pattern now. The night watch would set up the defensive wards, while the foot patrol of guards did their rounds. Bo himself was a battle mage. He was only here if things turned ugly. It was the most boring assignment he could be given, and Bo loved it. 10 years in the battle school he needed to get out, away from the 2 strict higher mages. He needed the freedom, even if it was boring and nothing happened. Especially if it was boring and nothing happened. Inca finished her last ward, and the symbols vanished and the light died in her eyes, returning them to the normal brown. She let out a sigh and walked over to Bo and joined him on the wall. Decided to try a new spell. Should sound like an audible alert, like a bell if triggered, she said, smiling. I wouldn't bother. You'll drain too much magic, and it's not like we're going to be attacked anytime soon, Bo said. As the mage and the magus talked, a pair of emerald green eyes peered out from the forest as it hid behind a tree, its clawed hand clawing into the hard bark. It showed its teeth in a vile grin and started to slink back into the shadows. The time for their return was almost here. Chapter 3. New Beginnings. The sun had now set, and the half-moon was peeking through the clouds when Adric started on his way back to his dorm. He had not managed to come to any real conclusion as to what happened, but he did promise himself he would find out what it was. The others had all gone to their beds, so Adrix had to silently sneak into the room. He made it a few steps inside the main room when he was confronted by someone holding a candle. Adrix blinked his eyes until they adjusted to the bright light in front of him, until he could make out the person holding it. Your Highness, he whispered, bowing, remembering to keep his voice down so as to not wake the others. Adrix, right? She asked. Yes, what are you doing up? He responded. I'm not used to these types of surroundings, so I found it hard to sleep, she said quietly. I also noticed you hadn't returned, and I heard you approaching. Oh, thanks, Adrix said, blushing and rubbing the back of his head. Anyway, I'm heading to bed. I'll see you tomorrow, he added as he started to walk past her. Why did you walk off after the testing? Nora asked, causing Adrix to stop mid-step. If you don't mind answering, she added. Adrix's shoulders slumped, and he let out a sigh, looking up to see the Princess Royal pointing towards a wooden bench to sit down on. He followed her over and sat down as she placed the candle on one of the arms of the couch as he gracefully sat herself down. She then turned to Adrix and gestured. Well, it's hard to say. He looked down at his hands as he started to try and find the words to explain what was going through his mind. He looked up and saw her waiting patiently in the low flickering light, swallowed hard, and then started again. It was the fear and anger I saw after my trial. Going in, I was scared. Everybody was. We had no idea what the testing was like, and the worry of not passing the test and failing was already there, he said, the words starting to quickly flow out of his mouth like a river. Then to get the colour that I wanted, there was excitement. Then the parchment started to change, and I saw the Grand Meister looked scared at what was happening. I didn't know how to react. I still don't. The words now running away from him. To see your idol looking at you as if you were a demon. Nora rested one hand on his breath caught in his throat, and he looked up at her again. Relax, you'll wake the others, she said slowly and calmly. You were given a fright, but from what I heard from your fellow wards here, your friends were concerned for you. They could have helped, she said. Adrix took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, then asked, What about you, Your Highness? Nora withdrew her hand and looked down. Unless that is too personal, he added. No, not that. I knew this was coming, Nora responded. Father wants me to gain some worldly perspective before I become a lady of the court. And of course, I have my latent abilities, so Father decided it would be best to gain my experience by learning to become a magus. My oldest brother is currently away with the Royal Knights in Borleen, in the Central Kingdom, and my older brother is with the Northern Watch. Father also wants us to all know what it's like to not be a royal, to see how others have to live, so that we can rule our entire kingdom, not just the rich and wealthy lords and ladies. The two of them had kept talking as the candle slowly burnt lower, discussing life in the castle from each of their perspectives, classes in magecraft and more, until both of them drifted off on the bench, the light from the candle still flickering as it slowly died out. Adric slowly opened his eyes and took a deep breath of fresh air. He smelt perfume and saw cloth. He looked around slowly and realized he had fallen asleep on the bench. He tried to move and found his arm trapped in Nora's arms. She was resting her head on his. They must have slumped together when they fell asleep. He started to close his eyes again when he heard loud footsteps approaching from the dormitories. He pulled his arm free, which woke Nora, who looked around groggily before slightly pulling away from Adrix, just as Derek entered the living area. "So, where were you?" Derek asked very nonchalantly. "I was just out, thinking," Adrix said, yawning. "Oh yeah," Derek said, grinning wickedly, looking between Adrix and Nora. Adrix would have thrown something at his wardmate if there was anything nearby. "Go make breakfast, Derek," Adrix said sternly. "What's all this commotion?" Livia asked as she entered the room, already dressed to leave and wearing a stern look on her face, arms crossed. "I just walked in to see the Princess Royal and Adrix waking up together on the bench," Derek remarked gleefully. Adrix looked up at Livia and then looked away, blushing, and Nora looked as if she wanted to be swallowed by the bench and disappear. The awkward silence grew slightly before Livia spoke up. "Derek, I'm not sure if mocking the future queen is a wise move." Derek went bright red, apologized, then disappeared into the kitchen. Livia turned to Nora and offered her a hand. "Would you like to get refreshed before we ride out?" she asked. Nora nodded her head and took the offered hand. Livia just shot Adrix a look that made him feel worse than Derek's teasing. As Nora was led away, all Adrix could think about was that it was a good thing he would not see either her or Livia for a while. A few hours had passed, and Adrix now sat in the saddle of a chestnut horse, rocking along as he and the Grand Meister Vista started their journey to the battle school. Along with his gear now sitting in two saddlebags, he had been given some rations from the castle and a black travelling cloak from the Grand Meister, black with a red trim. He rode just off to the side of her and slightly behind as she led the way, having already passed the city, travelling north through the city, before heading west and travelling down river for a passage. Already further away from the castle or the city Adrix had ever been, he looked back to see the black stone walls and towers starting to fade into the distance, still looking like the top of the mountain it was built from. "Do you miss it?" Vista asked as Adrix turned back to face the front, only to see the Grand Meister looking at him. "That's all I've ever known," Adrix responded. "It is the same for a lot of the new students. Every kingdom is different in how they select their candidates, but every new student experienced some form of missing home," Vista said warmly. "Most people don't travel outside their own kingdom as it is, so it can be a bit of a shock." Adrix had to agree, and without any of his wardmates to talk to, he was truly in the unknown for the first time. "We will travel until the sun is directly above us, then stop for a quick meal and rest, then continue on until nightfall," Vista explained. "We will then travel for another half day along the river before heading north towards the battle school." Adrix swung out of the saddle. His legs hit the ground and he collapsed onto his back. He went to stand and pain shot through his legs, and all he could do was groan and sit up. The chestnut horse he was riding looked at him and tossed its mane before bending down to eat. Vista swung down from her black horse and landed gracefully before picking up the reins from both horses and tying them to a tree branch, grabbed the saddlebags from both horses. Then she walked over and sat down next to Adrex. "Let me guess, first time riding?" she asked. Adrex just nodded dumbly. It felt like his thighs were on fire, and he felt like he was almost on the verge of tears. He sniffed, trying to hold it back, not wanting to cry in front of the Grand Meister. The sun was setting, and they were preparing for the night. Or they were supposed to be. Adrix didn't know how he was going to be able to help when he couldn't move. Vista pulled her saddlebags in front of her and emptied them. "Well, time for your first lesson about battle mages and magi," she said. She held her hands up in front of her, and several orange glowing symbols formed in front of her. She let out a small breath, and the tent equipment moved, seeming to be pulled by invisible strings as it made itself, planting the poles into the ground. That first lesson is that magic is not just for attack or defense. There are simple mundane spells that you can also learn. It is a tool, not just a weapon, she said, as the sleeping mats rolled out. She helped him onto the mat before collecting some firewood and placing it down in front of them. Again, symbols appeared before the wood burst into flame. These simple spells will be what your starting apprenticeships will be teaching you. Only once you understand how to cast spells will you be taught how to advance to attacking and defending with magic. Vista explained as she started to set up a stand and pot over the fire. But first, tea. It will help your body recover. After a meal of heated rations and herbal tea that Vista brewed, both of them laid down under their cloaks. Vista seemed to drift off quickly, but Adrex couldn't help but think. Only yesterday he was living in a castle, wondering what his future held, and talking to the kingdom's princess. Today he was camping outside, his body aching from riding all day, on his way to learn magic, with none of his friends with him. His mind wandered to them, wondering how they were coping. Some of them had even further to travel than he did. He hoped they were okay. He rolled over and stared at the fire, the flames flickering as it started to burn out, his thoughts drifting away as the hypnotic flickering lulled him to sleep. That and the exhaustion of being in the saddle all day took its toll. Genel and Livia sat across from their Meister as they chewed on some toasted meats. Suvlin removed his hood and his eyes glowed blue, and blue symbols appeared before his outstretched hands. A shimmering appeared in the air surrounding their camp before the symbols disappeared. Genel looked curious. Livia had a look of wonder and hope. Suvlin grinned at the two, his now dark eyes observing his two new apprentice meisters. "It is a simple spell," he said with a thick accent, marking him as a man from the Southern Isles, "designed to be a ward against anything snooping about." Livia looked around, trying to spot the shimmering ward. Genel was focused more on the Meister. Meister, why would you use such a spell?" he asked. "A defensive mage or magus has one responsibility above all else. Protect those in their care, be that an army or a small traveling party. You will learn that the best ways to protect those is to trick those snooping and spying into believing that you are not there. Only after that should more defensive shield spells be considered." Suvlin had Livia's attention, though that wasn't hard. She wanted to be a defensive mage, the type of person who would defend her friends. Genel was harder. He wanted to be the heroic mage that the kids always pictured. However, there is a third type of defensive magic that we only teach older students. Shields and hiding is fine for defense, but sometimes you need to be able to fight back, so we do teach counter and mirror spells. This caught Gennel's attention. Sublin smiled. He knew it would be a longer night and a later start tomorrow, but he had both students eager to learn, and that was worth an hour of sleep. Bo and Inca took their positions on one of the castle ruins, looking over the edge of the forest as the patrol started their next round. Bo yawned and laid back on the ruins, arms crossed over his chest. Damn, it's boring tonight. It seems even the wind and animals have gone to sleep early. Inca sat down cross-legged, looking out at her barrier work. It does seem like a quiet night. Maybe we can get a bit of extra rest, unless the captain has his men running drills tonight. Hope not, that just means more work for us. Perhaps we can sneak, he started before the chiming of bells started. Inca and Bo were immediately up and running towards the sound of the alarm, triggered by one of the defensive wards Inca had set up. The soldiers had beaten them to the location, having been closer, and had formed up shields raised. Bo started creating a fire spell while Inca checked the ward and area around it. Relax, Bo. Something clawed at the base of the spell, she said. You could see the ward glowing a faint white with the claws brushed against it, before digging into the dirt and creating slash marks away from the shield. Good thing you dug that shield below the dirt, or it might have realized it could dig under, whatever it is, Bo said. The claw marks look canine. Maybe a northern wolf, being curious, one of the guards said as the men eased up. Inca was just about to speak when another ward went off. The two magic users and the guards took off once more, only to find nothing but the same claw marks. Quiet night, huh? Bo said. A shadowy creature stood inside the forest. He could just see the flickering torchlight and the guard patrol approaching the second site. It crouched down next to a dog-like creature that was panting and drooling, blood-red tongue sticking out of pure white fangs. The crouching creature laid a clawed hand on the back of the hound and patted it, the hound's creature's ears perking up in response. One more tonight, then let them rest. Try the far edge of the barrier. The crouching creature hissed and growled. The hound shook its head and then took off, melting into the darkness of the forest. The shadowy creature stood, its emerald green eyes focusing on the two mages before it turned and slunk away, deeper into the forest. Chapter 4. School Begins. The second day of travel for Vista and Adrix continued much as the first, many hours in the saddle with little in the way of breaks. They had continued down river before turning north, taking them past a large forest that would have slowed their travel down by a couple of days. While Adrix was glad that the journey had been shorter, he was still in a fair amount of pain. He couldn't help but groan, which elicited a chuckle from Vista. Don't worry, Adrix. You will get accustomed to it soon, she said, although I bet you will be happy to sleep in a proper bed. As she finished speaking, the two of them crested a large hill. Before them was an impressive grey castle. A large stone building took up the centre of the castle, with a large tower rising from the roof, 4 towers on the corner of the centre building. Bridges connected the corner towers with the centre tower. Outside that was a wall, with several towers along it, and further out was a courtyard with a few outbuildings. Beyond that was a second larger wall. The castle was surrounded with perfectly flat land, branching out. A couple of small villages were nestled nearby, but even from this distance, Adrix could see magic users in the field and courtyards casting spells. Adrix's face lit up despite the pain as the two of them started down the hill, his head twisting this way and that watching the spellcasters created lighting, fire, and other methods of attacking an opponent. This is our advanced training area. Some spells cannot be contained within the halls, so an external location was needed. Vista explained to Adrex as they started to cross the flat land. Adrex kept looking left and right as they followed a path that weaved through the flat plain towards the castle. There were spells being created that had multiple, intricate glyphs and symbols. Some of them were large forming circles and squares of glowing red and orange light. Some were the size of the tip of a finger, showing the control of the caster. Vista led Adrex through the main entrance of the castle, through the outer section, again with magic users going through training before heading into the inner castle. 2 servants took their horses as they dismounted, Adrex managing to hold his feet as he dismounted, though he did still groan as he stood up. Adrex, you will be taken to your room and will have the remainder of today and tomorrow to rest and prepare, Vista explained. Then classes will begin. One of the servants escorted Adrex from the stables to the castle. As they walked past the buildings outside the castle, the servant explained that some of the meisters who have families have them stay at the castle, so accommodation is provided. Usually those with no families will stay in one of the towers. The central tower was reserved for the teachers' living and studying rooms and the tomes of knowledge that had started to be collected. They entered the castle itself, which surpassed its outside appearances. While the outside was grey stone with little decoration, the inside was far grander. Marble tiles from the Western Kingdom's trades, paintings of rulers, nobles, and battles hang on the walls in the entrance hall. A large centralized staircase was at the other end, with various doors leading off the hall. The staircase leads to the classrooms and the central tower. The ground floor doors lead to the corner towers where the living areas are. You will be in the northeast tower, the servant said. The servant took him down one of the side passages. Adrex assumed towards the northeast tower, but he had no sense of direction until they reached the stairs to start climbing the tower. Flat stone stairs that had been chiseled and polished to make it look nice, but not too smooth as to present a risk. The stairs circled up along the wall of an inner tower, and even from the ground floor, Adrex could tell there were several floors in the tower. They climbed 7 floors, and before they exited the stairwell onto a small floor with 4 rooms, each room had a bed, a small table, and a rather plush-looking chair. Adrex walked over to the bed, and the servant bowed. A servant will come to take you to the mess hall for dinner when you are awake, or will leave some food here for you, the servant said, and then closed the door. Adrex fell onto the bed. It was soft, and he felt as if he were floating. He could hear the footsteps of the servant getting further away before exhaustion finally overcame him, and he fell asleep. Bo let out a deep yawn as Inca sat down next to him. They had no more alerts last night, but the 3 they did have kept them on the edge until the day's shifts took over. Inca had once again gone out of her way to add the alerts and extra protection, and just that little bit of stress from last night was showing. She looked slightly more tired than this time last night. Relax, Inca. It was likely a wolf hunting pack. You know they get big up here. Probably ran into the shield, knew it couldn't claw through, and tried to get past in other places, Bo said. You're probably right. I just don't want to take any risks, she said. Bo didn't want to worry her, but he too had a bad feeling about the 3 attempted breaches last night. It had kept them at a higher level of alert. We'll be fine. Your shields will hold tonight. It will go back to normal. The captain will be drilling his men in no time. Inca was just about to agree when the alert went off. Bo jumped to his feet, as did Inca a few moments later. No, you rest. I'll check it out, Bo said, running off to the source of the alarm. He moved quickly, gathering the magic that he would need, just in case, though when he got there it was not needed. A glowing white scratch was visible in the shield and digging into the ground, though there was no sign of the creature that did this. Bo just released his hold on the magic when another alarm went off. Bo looked, and this time he briefly saw it, a black hound-like creature slowly slinking back into the trees. He ran to the spot where the creature had been, only to see a scratch mark higher up the shield, all the way down to the dirt. It was about the size of an average human. That would mean this wolf was huge. Bo wondered if his magic would even stop something like that. No other alarms seemed to be going off, so Bo returned to his seat with Inca. "Correction, the wolves got huge," he said, trying to put her at ease. It didn't help his fears, though. The first few days of classes had been interesting, but had mainly been going over what had been taught to Adrix when he was growing up. It was nice that they were all brought up to the same level of knowledge, though, to keep things even for all the new students, all 10 of them. However, today was different. Today they were being taught how to cast, or at least that's what their mage had said should happen. To begin, first you must learn how to create spells. When you start getting more skilled, you will not need to go through this every time. But for beginners like yourselves, it is essential, he said in a slight Western Kingdom accent. He drew back the sleeves of his robe and held his hands in front of him. First, you will need to bring the magic forward as you did for the tests you took, but then push it beyond while controlling it. It is this delicate balance you must find to create the spell, he explained, and then he rotated his hands clockwise, drawing 2 curves of light in the air in front of him. He then brought his hands together, his wrists coming together, fingers curled to face the classroom. He rotated his hands in the opposite direction, then pulled them apart, forming another line, then rotated once more to form a large circle in the air with a cross in it. This spell is the basis of most of what we teach. It is a simple push spell, so even if you do get it, you won't hurt anyone if you cast it, the mage said as the spell appeared to fizzle out. The class stood up and held their hands out, mimicking the mage. Adrix closed his eyes and imagined the pool of magic inside him. He brought it to his fingers as he had done during testing, and then tried to send it beyond. He furrowed his brow in concentration, almost pushing. He could feel a stretch in his arms as he focused. He could feel the build-up of magic now pooling in both his hands. Then it jumped out. He looked up to see light explode from his hands, the shock sending him stumbling backwards a few steps. He looked around. No one was looking at him, and a few others did the same. The others just stood still, nothing happening. For those who just shot out light, you have pushed your magic out with no control. For those who have not got to that stage, you need to push harder, the mage said as he walked amongst the students. Adrix held his arms out again and closed his eyes in concentration, focusing on the pool of magic, noticing that there was less of it than last time, but sending it down his arms anyway. Again, it pulled in his hands, and he pushed again, pushing harder and harder. He could feel it starting to slip out, and tried to hold on to the control, snatching at the magic that escaped and watching again as light burst out in front of him. He looked around. Sparks burst from the hands of some students. Some formed little balls of light that then burst apart or fizzled out. Remember that this is about control, from beginning to end. If you pull too much and then try to hold it back, it will be like a dam trying to withstand a flood. Too little and it will be like a stream drying out. You want control the entire way. Adrix closed his eyes again, focused on his pool of magic, now feeling very depleted. He focused on its path to his hands, as he had done before, this time not letting it build up and rush as he had done previously. He kept thinking about control, even whispering it under his breath. Control, control, control. He tried to ease it out, opening his eyes to see. Nothing. He pushed for more. Perhaps he had held back too much. A couple of flashes to his left indicated another failure. He could do it. Perhaps he just needed more. He could feel power surging in him. It was too much. He tried to hold it back. Light exploded with flecks of black fire. The mage looked over at him, one eyebrow raised quizzically. "Control, young man, of everything," he said. He walked to the front of the class, then gestured for everyone to take a seat. "Your pools of magic will most likely be depleted by now. Most of you will only have enough currently to try 2 to 4 times. This will increase as you train. It is like any muscle in your body. You will try this control training each night until you can demonstrate it to me several times," he said, addressing the class. "Once you can prove that, we will begin training you in some new spells. Only then will you be assigned to a Meister." Adrix's afternoon class was history. It was a belief that every mage and mage should know the story of each land, how each was formed, the conflicts that arose, and why the schools formed as a way to keep the peace. The mage teaching also tried to add some life to what most would see as a dull class, including using her talent in fire to create little projections of the events. Unfortunately, Adrix couldn't get into today's class on his own castle's history. He had heard it several times before. The castle itself was built around a large quarry, formerly Mount Blackhill, the Magi said, using the fire to create the appearance of the mountain. The first people who came here set up their homesteads around the mountain, and after years of work built up large fortunes. The black rocks, how the mountain and the castle got its name, plus other treasures found in the quarry, was sold to the other 4 kingdoms of the land, bringing in much needed food and wood supplies as the town grew larger than local resources could support. The river was even used to ferry slabs at one stage, though this practice fell into disuse as road-bound caravans became safer and more reliable due to banditry downriver. The images flickering around the mage showed the mountain slowly getting smaller and the fort taking shape until the small but impressive Castle Blackhill took its place. As the years went on, the population grew, and a central fort was built over the quarry entrance. This was constantly upgraded until Castle Blackhill was completed, with the quarry extending down beneath it like a gaping, cavernous dungeon. The wealthy folk of the city had built their homes. I think I need to figure out how to pronounce this. Homesteads around the eastern and northern hillside under the castle. As the population expanded, the town had spilt over the river, with the poorer townsfolk finding space to build their homes and businesses on the more level ground. As time passed, and as folk grew more impoverished, the area downriver on the outskirts of the town grew to a slum city, with buildings haphazardly spanning sections of the river to cling wherever space could be found. Now a map appeared, growing to show the progression of the years, first with the castle and surrounding buildings, then expanding into the wider region showing the lower classes and the slums. As the town grew larger, the original families began vying for power to decide who would be in charge of the burgeoning city, spanning the hillside and surrounding plain. The disputes slowly grew to bloodshed, with several of the families hiring mercenary bands to fight for them. Eventually, one family managed to gain the upper hand, after taking control of the quarry itself and forming a chokehold on the town's outgoing trade. Thus ended the Kingmaker War, and the first king of Castle Blackhill was named, King Andurus Coleman. The mage said by this time Adrix had mentally drifted off, more focused on where the extra surge of magic had come from during the morning training. Vista sat at her desk, elbows perched on the hard wood with fingers pressed together as she leaned forward. Several of the mages and magi assigned to teaching had been summoned. Meister Allard, please prescribe what you have witnessed. Thank you, Grand Meister, Allard said. It was on the boy's third try with the basic push spell that we teach, and both times previously he had forced too much magic out without control. This time, not only did he shoot out orange magic, but there was black magic too. Thank you, Meister, Vista said. She leaned back in her chair, thinking about what to do. We have 10 new students this year, but we will be informing the Meisters that we will be mentoring them. But I will be taking the boy. I'm concerned about this black magic, and I want to keep an eye on him, Vista informed the others. The other Meisters nodded in acknowledgement and then stood and left the room. Adrix looked around the room. Several of the students had started to form the basic circle symbol, some with sparks flying off it, and some holding the magic still. They had been practicing this for 2 weeks now, and Adrix was starting to understand how difficult magic was. Long gone were the fantasies of casting magic at evil armies at will. Now all that remained was the need for control. He held out his hands and felt the surge of magic. Before he had pushed from his power, pushing it through his body to his hands. Now he pulled it through, keeping control over how much was required. He let a small amount pool in his hands before releasing it out. Not pushing it as he has done previously, but letting it flow out and keeping it from flying away. Orange light emitted from his hands, and he started to slowly make the symbol. First the 2 curves of the circle, then the vertical lines. He could feel the push and pull of magic trying to surge out. Again the thoughts of control came to him. He held the power in check as he finished the symbol, holding it in place in front of him. Meister Allard walked past and nodded in approval. All right, Adrix, do it again. Faster this time. This must become second nature to you, he said. Adrix nodded and released the spell, then held out his hands and began again. He started drawing the spell in the air again until it was fully formed. After a few more practices, Allard brought the class together and stood in front of them. All right, now that you are starting to master the control to create the push spell, we will begin to advance it. Allard held up his hands and formed the basic push spell, then twisted his hands and shrunk it down from a full size to the size of his palm. Your next step will be to condense the spell. You must do this without releasing any of the magic. Only once you master this step will you have an idea of how to create this without going through the longer process. Allard dropped the spell, then created a second push spell straight away, the symbol seeming to materialize out of thin air. Very good, Genel. Great form on the push spell, the Mage said, as Genel formed the spell in front of him with a pale glowing blue light. Genel's face lit up with a smile as the spell dropped away and he sat down. Of the 7 students that had started at the defensive school, only Genel, Livia and 1 other student had managed to create the push spell. The Mage walked in front of the classroom as she spoke. The push spell is one learnt by all magic schools. It forms the backbone of a lot of what we do. The same with the offensive magic school. However, while they use the push spell to attack their opponents, we use it as an opposite force to stop incoming attacks, the Mage said. This is why each student will need to master this technique before they will pass. Don't worry though, we will get all of you to pass, she said soothingly. She stopped her pacing and stood in front of them all. Well, begin again. Once you can produce the push spell, we can work on the more complicated spells. The class all nodded, and soon the familiar blue glow of magic being cast illuminated the classroom as students started the casting process again. Livia already felt herself becoming faster at casting it, feeling the flow of magic within her becoming more stable. At first it was a fight to gain control, but now, after only a few weeks, she could feel the magic flowing smoothly. That level of control that had been requested was now starting to form. Livia could also slowly feel herself becoming stronger. At the start, she could only try the spell 2 times before tiring out. Now she was able to cast it multiple times in succession. One of the Meisters teaching theory had said that it was like any muscle in the body. The more you use it, the stronger it gets. Livia looked over at Genel, who seemed like a natural at this. His disappointment at not being a battle mage had evaporated, and he was now casting the push spell without the waving of his hands. The brief thought about battle mages brought her mind to Adrex. She wondered what he was doing, how he was coping. He didn't have any of the ward mates with him, so he was cut off from his old friends, and that strange black fire at the testing had shaken him. She hoped he was doing well. Chapter 5. The Watch Falls. Bo and Inca started their patrol of the shield. It had been weeks since the first alert had sounded. It had only been 3 that night, and only at the start of the night. Now it was happening more and more. Every branch that rustled outside, every creak of armor had them jumping. They were on the edge constantly. They had started patrols themselves, constantly checking the shield was holding. Inca, Bo could tell, was feeling the strain of it. The constant stress, adding to the lack of sleep, and the need to keep the shield repaired was draining her. She stumbled around, already exhausted, and they had only just started. The 2 scouts that had been sent had not done much to bolster the spirits either. They had sent back word through a messenger eagle spell, and had then gone into the forest to do what they did best. Both of them had seemed to vanish as each cast a spell as they entered. That was 3 days ago, and so far they had not returned. "Contact! We have enemy contact!" one of the patrols shouted. Bo immediately took off, drawing the magic to his hands. He had a few good spells he wanted to try out, and he figured that trying them against the ones putting so much strain on them was a good stress reliever. That was until he reached the patrol and looked towards the forest. A black creature with iridescent muscle showing through the torchlight, massive spikes coming out of its back, curving upwards to head height, long white hair falling down its back, emerald green eyes, and a wide mouth full of grinning, perfectly white sharpened teeth, arms that were slightly longer than a human's, hanging down to the creature's knees, and large hands with long clawed fingers that held one of the rangers by his head. Pacing next to it was a wolf of black, oversized jaws and large clawed feet, those same emerald eyes, and a ridge of white hair running down its spine. It held the second ranger in its maw by the ranger's arm as it snarled and paced. "Release them, demon," Bo said. "But we have only begun to play with these new toys you sent us," it said. Its voice was sweet and joyful, but with an undertone of controlled hatred. "I just wanted to come to say thank you." "I will smite you where you stand," Bo said, the patrol in front of him getting ready for a fight. Bo created his spells. One would send a bolt of lightning through the creature's chest. The second would pin the hound to the ground, and the patrol could finish it. He just needed Inca to open a section of the shield. The demon cocked its head to one side. "Seems your spellcaster cannot drop a section of the shield for you to attack. Let me help," it said. It held up the ranger by the head. He was bleeding from several wounds and not looking good. And then the demon smashed the ranger's head against the shield. The shield flared white where the ranger's head and the demon's hand smashed into it. The demon pulled back, then attacked again and again. They could see the ranger's face breaking under the repeated blows. Bo looked over at Inca as she struggled to get the spell up. The demon pulled back again, lunged forward, and the ranger's head slipped through the shield. Inca stood hands apart with the spell between her hands. Bo sent a bolt of lightning forward. It went straight and true, just like he pictured it, except for the demon's speed. It moved the ranger's body in a way and used it as a shield. The ranger screamed as he died, a large burn hole now in his chest. Then the demon stepped inside the shield. He swung the body at the patrol. The guards raised their shields to stop it. At that moment, the hound had bounded in. The hound used the second ranger as a club, swinging him by the arm as the demon moved through them facing Bo. Black symbols and glyphs formed around the creature's hands, and a bolt of green fire shot towards Bo. He sidestepped it, only to have the green fire exploded in midair. Inca had set up a shield in front of Bo to stop the spell. Bo countered with a wave of orange flame, but the demon merely laughed and held up a hand with a shield spell. That feeling you are experiencing right now, that is fear. You realize you are too weak to stop me alone, it said. He summoned another fireball, holding it in his hands. He looked directly at Bo. And now you will die, he said, and threw it. Bo looked to his right, and as the spell moved towards Inca, she was trying to build another shield, but like Bo, she was expecting the attack to be for him. The green fireball hit her in the chest and sent her flying back, burning through her robes. Bo screamed something, he didn't know what, and launched himself at the demon, creating a sword with magic. He stabbed at the demon, who deftly sidestepped the strike and caught Bo by the arms. The demon picked Bo up, holding him so they were eye to eye. The rest of us are going to rush through, kill everyone here, and then take this world. I just want you to know this, and know that it was you who allowed this to happen. The demon carried Bo over to Inca and set him down on his feet. I'll do you the favor of letting you two die next to each other, though, he said, and then sent a fireball through Bo's stomach. Bo collapsed next to Inca, her face twisted in fear. He reached out to her. It was such an effort, it felt so far to reach, but he had to close her eyes. His fingers brushed her cheek, tracing the lines of her face. One last effort, he moved his hand, forcing her eyes closed, removing the wide-eyed look she had. He could hear laughter, but it sounded so distant, and his body hurt too much to care. He closed his eyes, and death took him. Bodies lay strewn about. The hellhounds were fighting over a couple of bodies, and fires had started up in the camp these border protectors had. Blood had stained the grass where the bodies fell, and the air smelt like exposed meat. The demon lord walked through all this, noting each new level of the death caused here with a sense of satisfaction. He reached the broken walls of the Northern Kingdom's former castle and climbed on it. Perching just below the commander of this massacre, the demon lord took a deep breath in and let out a calming breath. The king will be pleased with this, he said. We captured the prisoners that the demon king wanted. A few resisted, but they are alive, the commander responded. He will reward you well. What about the shield? It didn't fall when the spellcaster died, the commander asked. The demon lord looked over at the two spellcasters. Both had been left alone after the battle. Then he shrugged his shoulders. He held up a hand and several spells formed in front of it. They spun around each other before joining together, and a large black spike launched from the spell, striking the shield, piercing it. The shield glowed white around the edges of the breach. Then cracks started to form, spider webbing out from the point of impact, before the shield shattered and blue light rained down over the battlefield. What shield? The demon lord asked. Adrex woke in a sweat. Such a vivid nightmare. He closed his eyes and could still see it. A mass of black creatures occupying the Northern Kingdom. He slowed his breathing and sat up. He looked around to get used to his surroundings, remembering where he was. As he calmed down, the images from the nightmare started to fade. He looked outside. It was still dark. He figured he still had a few hours before he would have to wake and go to training. He lay back down in bed and rolled over, and soon he was asleep again. "All right, Adrex, your turn," Allard said. Adrex stood and made his way to the front of the classroom. His heart was beating, and he was trying his best not to trip over. Somehow, he was more nervous here than he was during acceptance day. He made it to the front and turned to face the other students. They weren't the ones making him nervous. It was the Meister and the great Grand Meister Vista standing behind them. That was doing it. Weeks of drilling on the push spell and a few other spells had now culminated in the testing today. The Meisters were here because they would be choosing an apprentice. To add to the spectacle, the Grand Meister herself was present. Rumors immediately started spreading. She hadn't taken an apprentice since the 3rd year of peace. Some said she had taken a liking to Adrex after the acceptance day, but his classmates had been teasing him about being the Grand Meister's pet. Adrex took a calming breath and let the magic flow through him. They had been practicing the same routine. This was about demonstrating the basics and doing it perfectly. First was the basic push spell. Adrex moved his hands through the air, creating the symbol for it. Then he let it fade, held his hands together, and it reappeared, burning in the air. He twisted his hands, and the spell shrunk to the size of his palm. He let that one fade, then holding one hand behind his back, created a push spell the size of his palm with his other hand, no waving his hand. He let the spell fade and took a bow, with the class and Meisters clapping. Adrex bowed and returned to his seat so the next student could perform. This continued on until each student had run through the routine, all of them passing it flawlessly. It was expected, of course. They had been training daily in classes and getting together between classes to keep practicing. It not only helped improve their skill, but helped them bond together as a class. Once the final student had finished their performance, the Meisters made their way to the front of the class. Each introduced themselves and picked a student that they would take as their apprentice. Adrex felt the same fear he felt on acceptance day. He counted 9 Meisters and there were 10 students. One by one, the students' names were called out until only he remained. The class looked at him, whispering, muttering. Maybe they heard what happened on acceptance day. The weeks of teamwork looked like they would break apart. Then Grand Meister Vista spoke up from her seat. "I suppose I should make my announcement too," she said. "Sorry to make you wait, Adrex." The news was the talk of the school, the first student Vista had taken in 7 years. Adrex had already noticed a change in the way people reacted or spoke to him. He hadn't even had his first lesson with her, and people already looked at him differently. Some looked at him with a newfound respect. Some who he would normally speak to would start to ignore him more. During meal times, he noticed that he was being left alone too. Adrex made his way through the corridors of the castle, the layout now becoming familiar after a few weeks of living here. He made his way to the base of the center tower and started the long spiraling climb up the stairs. The Grand Meister's office was near the top, and as he noted on his first day, it was a tall tower. He arrived a minute late, slightly out of breath, as he knocked on the door before walking in. Vista sat behind her desk, a simple dark wood desk with no major decorations. It had a few books on it piled to the sides. She was leaning back in a high-backed chair. It had a carved pattern on its frame and plush seating. He closed the door behind him and stood there, waiting. He had so many questions, and he hoped he would be able to get answers. Vista put down a piece of parchment she was reading and looked up at Adrex. Cast a push spell, she ordered. Her voice was not harsh, but demanding action. Adrex started to draw out the spell when she interjected. No, you are past that. Cast a push spell, she ordered again. Adrex jumped into action and created a small spell within the palm of his hand, holding it out to face Vista. Okay, you can release it and feel free to take a seat, Vista said, gesturing to one of the seats across her. Adrex did as she requested. He dropped the spell and took a seat. He now had a whole bunch of new questions he wanted to ask her. Vista waited until he was seated before she started to speak. Okay, now for your obvious questions. If we are out in the field and I say cast something, I need you to follow orders. If you cannot do that, you will be left behind. So consider that a test, she said firmly. You passed, she said more softly. Adrex just stared blankly, completely lost as to what was going on. It made sense, but he was still trying to come to grips with all. The Grand Maester studied the boy in front of her as he sat there. She had just given him a lot of information, and she was wondering how he was going to react. Some of the students did not take well to these studies. They were normally trained together. They would become teams and often become very effective units. Adrex raised a hand, and Vista nodded. May I ask a question? Adrex asked. A grin tugged at Vista's lips. I believe you just did, she replied. Adrex smiled slightly at that before Vista said, Go ahead. Why did you choose me? He asked quickly, the words spilling out quickly. Vista expected this and had prepared for it. It was a half-truth, and she had hoped it would keep things okay for now. The last thing she needed was for her worst fears being realized. There is something strange about your magical aura, something that I've never seen before. I want to study that while you train. She said in response. Vista paused to let Adrex take in the information, before grabbing some parchment and a quill. How's your writing? She asked as she set both down. I'm okay. We were taught at Black Hill, he said. Good, Vista started. She held up her hand and she cast a push spell in front of Adrex. The push spell is the basis for most spells. It is what helps us propel what we cast. As Vista spoke, glyphs formed in the air in her push spell, one in each quadrant of her push spell. These 4 symbols are the 4 symbols for a fireball. We have heat, light, damage, and containment. Adrex looked closely at the spell but couldn't see the fireball. Vista moved her hand to the window and a fireball shot out from the spell. Adrex felt the heat wash off it and saw the almost perfect ball with a tail of flame trailing it. Each component of the spell is crucial, and that is why you must learn to not just write glyphs, but write them with magic. Once you master writing with magic, then it is just about memorizing and testing new things, Vista explained. Adrex's face lit up. He could see the end of the current path. He thought it would take longer. Writing should be easy, after all. It was just control, and he knew control, demonstrated control. All right, apprentice, write the 4 symbols, Vista said. She set up a book in front of her pages, open facing Adrex. Spread over 2 pages were the 4 symbols, nice and big so that no mistake over the lines could be made. Master, you haven't provided any ink, Adrex said. I didn't say write with ink. You are a mage. Write with magic, Vista responded. Adrex looked at the quill and then set it down. He stood up and faced the book before holding his hand out. He started to draw the 4 glyphs in the air, focusing on the control of magic, trying to get the lines as thin as possible. He finished the first one. It was bulky, and the line wavered a bit. He cut the flow of magic to start the second glyph, and the first glyph vanished as he did so, as the glyph was no longer supported. Vista smiled as she read over her parchment. I admire the style, but how are you going to write more than 1 glyph? Vista asked. Chapter 6. Master and Apprentice. Healing magic is completely different to that cast by defensive and offensive spellcasters. So far, your studies here have focused on the human body, with only a small amount of magic taught. This is because healing magic works differently. The Mage standing in front of the 6 students. While you have learnt the basic push spell that the other schools teach, we do not base our spells on that. We teach it for you to learn control. One of the students' hands shot up with a question. Meister, how does our magic differ? They asked. With the simple fact that we do not push or pull what we cast. Instead, our magic is used to mend and stitch. That is why you must know the human body so well, because you will be healing breaks and cuts and more, the Mage answered. The Mage walked across the room and opened up a side door. Several Meisters in green robes walked in carrying pigs that they then laid down on the floor. Students, select a pig. Each one has an injury and the Meisters here will aid you in healing it, the Mage said as she closed the door. Nora looked repulsed. First, that they would bring in such a filthy animal. Second, that they would purposely injure any animal. And third, that the animal's welfare was being left to untrained students. Still, she chose a pig that looked like it had 2 broken legs and sat down with the 2 Meisters. Pera took the pig directly across from Nora. She too looked upset at the prospect ahead of her. Nora rolled up the sleeves of her tunic, then looked at the 2 Meisters with her. One was an older Mage, her hair grey and tied back in a bun. The other was a younger mage with short jet black hair. Both Meisters nodded at her before beginning. Okay, for this all 3 are going to heal the animal. All you will do is release your magic. We will craft it. You just need to watch what we do and follow along, the older lady said. Nora nodded and released her pull of magic slowly. She looked left and saw that the young male was crafting several glyphs, using her magic to shape them in the air. Meanwhile, to Nora's right, the Mage was taking glyphs and using magic to sew them up into the pig, using the magic and the spell to stitch up the wound. Once the wound had been stitched up, the spells activated in turn. First, any pain was numbed. Then a wound was pulled together. The third spell fused the skin and promoted rapid healing. Each spell was made from multiple glyphs, and Nora was glad that the other 2 were there, because even the first spell was enough to all but drain her magic. When the magic finished and the connection was severed, Nora collapsed back. Sweat was running off her, and she found herself panting. She felt like she had just run laps around the castle. The instructor stood at the front of the stage as all the teams finished. Other students had collapsed. Several looked sick. No one was able to stand. As you can tell from this demonstration, is just how taxing healing magic can be. Normally, you would not be going for such a perfect spell, or you'd be doing it over an extended period of time. However, you must always be aware to not overdo it. Healers are often the difference between winning and losing, so self-care is also required. The instructor explained, "You will be taken to your rooms and you will have tomorrow off to recover. Take it easy." Nora sank back into her bed after the 2 healers stretchered her to her room and placed her on the soft bedding. They gave her something to drink. It was clear and tingled in her throat slightly before the sheets were pulled up over her and she soon passed out. She woke up slowly, moved her head to see her roommate and felt her entire body ache. Yesterday she felt like she had run a huge distance. Today she felt the pain of doing that. She briefly caught a glimpse of her asleep. Nora rolled onto her side, groaned and grimaced before closing her eyes and falling asleep again. Light streamed in through the window, bathing Nora's face and forcing her awake. She wasn't sure how long she had slept, but judging from the sun's position, it was at least the day after the lesson. The aching her body was experiencing was reduced today, but she could still feel it each time she moved too quickly. She looked over and saw her roommate, Pera. They had kept the wards from each castle together to help cope with the new conditions. For normal wards, it might have helped, but Nora and Pera had never been together until arriving. Pera was sitting up in bed. She had a piece of parchment that she was reading. Nora dragged herself into a sitting position, groaned slightly, then asked, "How are you feeling?" Pera looked over at Nora. "Fine, I guess," she said sharply, then went back to reading. Nora took the hint and rolled over, facing away from Pera. She wished she could speak to Adrix. She wondered how he was doing, what training was like for him. She closed her eyes and thought back to the night when they first met and just spent all night talking, waking up lying on his shoulder. Her first night not being the Princess Royal. A few months of training had passed before Adrix was taken out into the training field. Mostly he had spent time in the Grand Meister's office or in one of the training rooms. He would spend his time crafting glyphs or memorizing them completely, crafting spells or casting them. Nothing too complicated unless they went into the inner courtyard, though that was not often. Adrix realized that the Grand Meister didn't like to announce her presence and actively tried to keep a low profile. Today, however, was different. You could only spend so many hours inside casting fireballs against the wall before you had mastered it, or come close as you could in practice. Adrix stood still in the field. Vista stood nearby, ready to begin. She held up one hand and several spells formed, floating around each other. Adrix noted the spells for fire, for containment, a multi-push spell, and a directional spell. The fire spell, containment spell, and directional spell all had their edges on the multi-push spell, which just amplified the acceleration of the magic cast. The three outer spells rotated around the multi-push spell, creating a blur of orange magical light. "All right, Adrix, you might need to cast each spell separately, but it should end up looking like this," she said. Adrix nodded, then looked on as Vista's spell stopped spinning and a giant vortex of flame burst forward, at least 20 meters. The heat coming off it was so intense that the grasses behind her started to burn and turn crisp. Vista dropped the spell, and the final flames burnt away, leaving a scar on the field where the flames had gouged into them, the dirt black, charred, and cracked. Adrix held up one hand and started with the multi-push spell, as it was the easiest and the main spell. The multiple circles formed as one single spell, each a slightly smaller circle within the previous circle. He then used his free arm as he created the spell for fire. This one held within a circle that he placed on the edge of the multi-push spell. Once he was sure he had placed it and linked, he used his now free hand to create the containment spell. He had to spin the multi-push spell to find the location to add this containment spell, but that proved too difficult. He could see why Vista's spell was now spinning. Finally, he added the direction spell, the one that gave the vortex spin to it. Vista looked on, hands behind her back, as each spell was added to the previous spell until her student held the spell for the flame twister in his hand. She chose this because it was powerful, especially the more magic you put through it, and because it was slightly just beyond him. She wanted to push him to his limits to see what would happen. So far, she had been unable to link the black magic to anything other than demonic magic. But everything she had seen of this boy, and everything confirmed by the healers and seers, had shown him to be human. Adrix stood there, holding the spell. He made sure the area in front of him was clear, then he cast the spell. The heat from the fire was intense as the vortex spun out in front of him. He fed more and more magic into the spell to keep it going. He could feel his limit coming up. He had to cut the spell. Except for the voice in the back of his head. "Let me feed it," it said soothingly. The spell started to turn black in front of him. The fire took on a shade of green. Adrex looked at the change and immediately cut the flow of magic. "Next time," the voice whispered, almost like it was retreating. Vista didn't show any emotion, even as Adrex looked to her after he had released the spell. Concern etched on his face, just like Acceptance Day. She figured it would probably be best to tell him the truth now, but she wasn't sure how Adrex would react. It would be a good test, though, before she took him away from the school. She raised her hand and summoned him over. Both of them sat on the blackened grass, hearing crunch underneath them. Vista adjusted her robes, then looked Adrex in the eye. She started. "First of all, great work on the Flame Twister spell. It was crafted wonderfully." Normally, Adrex would have beamed at that. Instead, the boy looked on the verge of tears. "However, it is time to discuss what happened afterwards," she started. She held up her hand to forestall any talking. It would be time for that later. "I believe that you have some sort of demonic magic that you can access. It is unclear how this is possible, but that is what is giving you the extra power and changing your magic. At the moment, this is just a theory, but your magic is just the same as the demon hordes," Vista explained. It is the sixth type of magic in this world that we do not understand, as we have not been able to study it. And we will not be using you to study it either," she added before Adrex would misunderstand. "You already possess a strong magic, but due to this unknown, it was only natural for me to take you on as an apprentice. It is my job to help you control your magic and control this other magic that you possess. Though for now, I ask that you try and hide it as best as you can. Some of the meisters here that served during the Crusades would attack first if they mistook you for a demon." Adrex nodded along. He was scared and did not know how to process this. He had pictured himself fighting demons, not being one. He thought telling Vista about the voice he had heard. However, he decided not to for now. "Now with that out of the way, get some rest. Tomorrow we will travel for the defensive school. My duties as a Grand Meister do not stop just because I have an apprentice, and that means you are coming with me. We ride early," she said. Adrix's face fell. More riding horses. Adrix shifted his weights in the saddle, trying to get comfortable and failing to do so. He and Vista had set off just as the sun started to creep over the plains outside the battle school, and had now been traveling so long, the sun was almost at its zenith. Most of the journey had been in open fields, but as they had continued on, the world had become greener, and more bushes had started to crop up. Ahead of them, Adrix could see, was a deep, dark green and brown forest. "Master, are we heading through here?" he asked. Vista turned around to face him as they continued towards it. "Yes, the path through the forest is well maintained and leads directly to the defense school. It's about a 2-day journey from this point," she said. Adrex realized that Livia and Genel would have had to have traveled the same way, and with only a defensive mage with them, it must be safe. Still, he pulled the hood on his red robes lower as they approached. Vista slowed her horse so that they were riding side by side. "We'll take a break just outside, then continue on," she explained. Adrex was just happy to get some time out of the saddle. Adrex dismounted his horse and tied the reins to a tree branch where they had reached the forest entrance. He then grabbed his saddlebag and sat down with his back against the tree trunk. Vista sat down across from him and pulled out some dried meat from her own bag. As Adrex did the same, taking a bite of the salty dried meat, Vista yelled, "Fireball! Behind you!" Adrex immediately rolled away from the tree, crafted the fireball in one hand, and then cast it in one fluid motion, striking a tree just inside. The fireball burst against the trunk before the magic died. It left a nice scorch mark, but nothing more. Excellent work, apprentice, Vista said, having not moved from her position at all. You've mastered that skill well, and you followed the instructions without question. Adrix again took his seat against the tree trunk, a grin not quite hidden in the shadows of the hood. He had been told that he would not be coming on journeys until he had proven that he could cast the fireball spell and follow orders, and he had just proven that perfectly. It didn't even feel like a drain on him to cast. Now, eat up. We still have to get back on the road, Vista said. His grin faded as he pictured the next few hours in the saddle. The forest was dark and imposing as Adrix and Vista stopped for the night. Vista had summoned a fireball and was holding in her hand as light as the sun had set and the shadows crept in on them. They had wanted to continue, though it would be too dangerous for the horses. One tree root unseen could lead to an injured leg, and their journey would take twice as long. The two of them dismounted their horses and walked them off the track into a small clearing that hid them from view, and started their preparations for the night, starting a fire and preparing a warmed meal of travelers' rations. Honestly, Adrix didn't mind them, though a proper hot meal at the end of the journey would be great. Adrix set up a small burner with some water after their meal, and Vista prepared the coffee. Imported from the islands of the Southern Kingdom, it was a luxury at Castle Blackhill, but the battle school had a great supply, and Adrix had without a doubt acquired a taste for it. The two of them leaned back against the trees as they sipped the hot coffee, mixed with a little honey for sweetness, and relaxed after the day's riding. "What are you doing at the defense school?" Adrix asked. Vista looked over at her apprentice, studying him. "Sorting out the first inter-school training day," she said. "Training day?" Adrix responded quizzically. "Yes. On a battlefield, the defensive meisters and offensive meisters work together. That requires teamwork, and that teamwork must be taught. This is so the students that are trained in groups, the ones typically on the front lines of conflicts, can learn to work with the students at the other school, but also so that both can work with the apprentice like you, who are given more freedom and who end up in leadership roles. We don't want you casting a complex spell and hitting a defensive shield instead of the enemy," Vista said. "I thought the kingdoms were at peace, especially as most mages didn't return to their home kingdoms," Adrix asked. "That is true, but peace could fail at any time, and we must be prepared, especially against a threat from outside as well." "Demons?" Adrix asked nervously. "Amongst other unknown threats," Vista said. Adrix took another sip of coffee. When the bush behind him rustled, it grew louder as something approached. He looked at Vista, who was already crafting a spell, and nodded for Adrix to do the same. Adrix immediately crouched and crafted a lightning bolt, the other spell he had learnt. He looked out into the darkness towards the rustling, but could not see anything. That was until the men appeared from within the bush, dressed in leather and carrying knives and short swords. Adrix cast his lightning and struck one man in the shoulder. He continued charging towards them and drove his other shoulder into Adrix's stomach, forcing the air out of his lungs and driving him backwards. The man slashed at Adrix, who stumbled backwards, falling onto the path and falling over. He could see flashes of light from within the bush where Vista was. He was scared. He crafted a fireball and cast it. The man who charged him down stepped onto the path and got hit in the chest. He screamed and fell, writhing on the ground, but two more men followed him out, swords glinting in the magic being cast behind them. Adrix scrambled back and cast another fireball, which the attackers easily dodged. "You need help," the other voice in his head whispered. Adrix bumped into a tree on the other side of the path and cast a lightning bolt which missed. "They'll kill you. Your master can't help," it whispered. Adrix could hear Vista calling for him. He opened his mouth to speak, but his voice caught in his throat. He didn't want to die. "Okay," he thought. Adrix felt magic flow through him as the voice took control. Adrix could still see and hear everything, but it was like someone else was controlling his movements. He looked down at his arms, or he was forced to look down at his arms. They had started to turn black, as little vines crawled under his skin. He tried to shout, but he had no control over his voice. His head turned towards the two men in front of him. He could see them clearly as if it was midday, and he could see the concern on each of their faces. They stopped advancing on him, and instead held their weapons defensively in front of them. Adrix felt his body stand up and felt the strange other magic flow through him. He held up a hand and cast a green bolt of fire that hit the man to the left of Adrix, fire splashing over him and coating him. The man fell screaming as he burned, rolling around, but the fire would not go out. Adrix pounced at the other man, landing in front of him, dancing under the man's wild slash and slashing with his own hands, which had grown claws of black. He could feel the leather and flesh part with ease as the second man fell backwards, holding his chest that was now spilling blood. Adrix stood over him and crafted the spell for a fireball. It appeared in front of him, glowing green, lighting up the black magic of the spell. He cast it forward and it burnt a hole into the second man. That felt good, the voice in his head said. A chance to stretch these legs. Adrix looked up as Vista broke through the bushes, spells at the ready. She looked at Adrix with horror and brought the spells to bear on him. The voice retreated, and Adrix could feel the little tendrils of blackness retreating from his arms. He screamed, and his voice came through loudly. Don't! Please! Vista slowly let the magic go and stepped towards Adrix. She put a hand to his head, checked something, then looked closely into his eyes. That was the last thing he saw, his master staring at him with a mix of concern and horror as the world turned black. He did feel her catch him before he hit the ground. Chapter 7. To the Defense School. Adrix opened his eyes, his vision blurry but focusing as he found himself staring at the sky through the leaves of the trees. He tried to move, but he had no strength to do so. He started to panic until Vista stepped into view on his left. He moved his head slightly, but even that took an extreme effort. Vista knelt down next to him and placed a damp rag on his forehead. Just relax. I'm surprised you're awake after what happened last night, she said. Adrix tried to talk and found that his throat was too dry to do so. He croaked out a single word. Water. Vista grabbed a water skin and poured a small amount of water into his mouth. He tried to swallow and ended up coughing it out. Vista dragged him into a sitting position against the trunk of a tree and gave him another small amount of water, which Adrix managed to swallow. Adrix finally managed to form 2 words. What happened? He asked. We were attacked by brigands, and a larger gang of them than I have ever encountered, Vista said. I remember that. What happened after we got separated? Adrix asked. Vista looked at him with concern. Do you not remember what happened? She replied. Adrix closed his eyes, and he could see flashes of green, and he remembered the smell of blood and charred meat. What happened after the fight? He asked. Vista's look of concern deepened. You collapsed after the fight. Whatever possessed you seemed to have left, she said. I'm sorry, I thought you would be safe with the basics. It should never have been this bad, she added. Vista closed her eyes slowly, and when she opened them again, the concern on her face was gone. We'll rest until midday so you can regain some strength. Then we will move on. There is still more for us to go, she said. Adrix tried to push himself up, but he still couldn't do it, so he just nodded meekly. She smiled at his effort. Don't worry. Most people don't just bounce back after their first conflict, especially those who have not gone through any fight training, she said. I'll make some coffee, she added. Adrix hung on tight to the saddle as the 2 horses galloped through the forest. They had to make up time for the rest, and Vista wanted to avoid any more roaming bands. This meant an increased pace, and that led to Adrex, still recovering from what happened the night before, gripping tightly to stop himself from falling off. As the sun started to drop in the sky, they halted. The horses were breathing hard, having only stopped for short breaks during the ride, and both they and their riders were exhausted. Adrex rolled off the saddle onto the ground and slowly took care of his horse, easing the girth belt of the saddle, brushing it down and feeding it. Only once he was done with that did he himself sit down, and without even trying to eat something quickly dozed off, wrapped in his robes. Vista looked at the boy, still young and inexperienced. She had forced him into a situation that no one should have to face at that age, and her doing so may have done far more harm. She would have to try and teach him to control whatever that was, and hopefully he could explain to her what happened before. They had set up a chair for him in the ruins, some cruel joke at the humans' expense, the king who had destroyed the castle now ruling over its land from his own throne. He didn't even know how they crafted it, nor did he care, for he was focused on something happening much further away towards the east. The first experiment had awoken, and he could feel others rising up too, a final desperate ploy before the inevitable fall last time. He opened his eyes, and two of his demon lords stood either side of him before he knelt to the commander of the opening raid. He was trying to think of a fitting reward. He could name him a lord too. It would only be right, considering the accomplishments the commander had made. However, one more test might be more suitable. "Commander," his voice rumbled deep in the chests of those around, sounding more like a hillside collapsing than anything possible from a mortal creature. "When the time is right, you will lead my forces against the Western Kingdom and break them. You will be my general in this campaign." He waved his hand as the spell was crafted and cast. The spikes protruding from the commander's back twisted and deformed, spreading out and thinning. Extra protrusions sprung forth from the spikes, and skin webbing grew, forming a pair of bat-like wings. Two massive horns spiraled from the forehead of the general, and several smaller ones crept from the skin around the crown of his head. The Demon King smiled at his work, and then looked past him towards the slaves captured during the raid. "One more thing. Enjoy one of your hard-fought prizes. Just leave the prince alone," the Demon King said. The general nodded and turned. His wings, draped like a cape behind him, swayed slightly, and he walked off to have his fun. The Demon King turned to the lord on his right and said, "Send word back home. It is time to begin the summoning. We will use the patrols sent here for the sacrifices." "Of course, sir," the lord said, before walking away from the throne to prepare his messengers. On the third day of riding, Vista and Adrex reached the edge of the forest, breaking out into streaming sunlight and a grassy plain. In front of them was a well-defined path that led to a castle closely resembling the battle school. To either side of them was a clearly defined edge of the forest that looked artificial and was obviously enforced by magic. Vista threw back her hood and raised her head to bathe in the sunlight before turning to Adrex, who himself was enjoying the warmth provided. He didn't realize how cold the forest had felt until they had left. He was also feeling better after the attack, having recovered his strength, and the voice in his head had gone quiet too. "When we get there, take care of the horses while I start the planning with Meister Suvlin straight away," Vista said. Adrex nodded and brought his horse up next to hers, before Vista continued. "I believe you have some ward mates that came here too," she asked. "Yes, master. Livia and Genel came to the school," Adrex responded, a bit happier just at the mention of his friends. "Well, you might be able to see them," Vista said, before she touched the flanks of her horse, and it took off galloping towards the castle. Adrex followed her lead, and the two of them quickly ate up the distance between them. The defense school's castle was built in a similar manner to the battle school, However, when they got closer, Adrix could tell it was far larger, with more towers and an extension behind it that Adrix could not quite make out, except that it was a large rectangular building. As they entered the courtyards, Adrix also noticed more than just mages. There also seemed to be a garrison of soldiers. At the battle school, it was understood by all that they would have to defend the castle, should anyone ever try to attack. Though he quickly realized that while the defense school could probably repel any attack, it would probably have trouble countering until others arrived to help. Vista led them into the inner courtyard, and they were directed over to the stables. They both dismounted, and Adrix stretched before taking the horses inside to start brushing them down. Vista stayed until a young mage in blue robes came to collect her. She gave Adrix a farewell, then walked off as he removed the saddles, grabbed a brush and began brushing off the dirt that had matted itself into the hair of the horses over the past few days' riding. He had just set up the 2 horses' food and water buckets when someone called out to him. "So, is this what it means to be a mage of the battle school, cleaning horses?" a familiar voice said. Adrix looked up to see Genel standing just inside the stable, wrapped in a blue cloak and grinning. "You know that the battle mages do all the dirty work, while the defense mages sit about drinking," Adrix countered. "That's why we are the heroes." He didn't even try to keep the large grin off his face as he spoke. Adrix walked round the horses, and the 2 young mages embraced each other. Even just a few moments here had changed Genel. He had always been big, but it seemed that he was looking more and more suited as a defense mage. Broad-shouldered and tall, but he still moved with grace. He now stood a full head taller than Adrix, which meant that Adrix had to look up to him. "So, how is your training?" Genel asked. "So far we have just been perfecting the basics. Just started to add more powerful spells before we travelled," Adrix responded, smiling. "How have you been doing here?" Genel beamed a huge smile. "This place is great. I've been learning so much. I've even discovered a new way of altering a simple shield spell, making it twice as strong without adding more magic," he said. Adrix looked at Genel. He truly was suited to the defense school. Already experimenting and improving on what had been taught, Adrix, on the other hand, had just been focusing on the basics over and over, and when it came to time to use them, he had failed. Genel must have noticed Adrix's change in mood, because he'd quickly changed topic. "Livia is just in a class now, but I bet she would love to catch up. Then we can test out how we are all doing in the training hall," Genel said. "That sounds great," Adrix said, though he felt a weight of dread in his stomach, and he could feel the other in him stir. Genel didn't notice this as he wrapped an arm over Adrix's shoulder and led towards the castle. "Come on, I'll show you around." Genel's tour showed Adrix all the important places, including the dining hall, guest rooms, and some of the study halls and rooms. As they walked, they discussed training, how defense magi and mages practiced their spells, life in the castles, and Adrix told Genel why he was here, though Adrix did have one question he hoped Genel could answer. "How did you know I was going to be here?" he asked. "I didn't," Genel responded. "I was just told that the apprentice of the Grand Meister was going to be here with her and to show the apprentice to the castle. The fact it was you was just a happy coincidence." Adrix shook his head as they came to a corridor at the back of the main castle, and Genel stopped. "This tunnel leads to the training hall. It is magically shielded so no spells will break out," Genel explained. Adrix looked down the tunnel. "Now that I want to try." "You've always been up for the impossible challenges, Adrix," a female voice said from behind him. Adrix turned around to see Livia standing before him, arms crossed and that same stern look from the last time he saw her, though this time there was a hint of playfulness in her eyes. Adrix smiled at the sight of her, before he crossed the distance between them and hugged her. which she slowly reciprocated. Genel said, "All I got was an insult and a brief hello," he muttered, smiling at the two of them. Adrix made a rude gesture behind him that only Genel could see before Livia smacked him over the head. Adrix took a step away from Livia. "What?" he said, grinning stupidly. He and Livia had always been close in the ward. She had arrived just a few months after he had. Livia was from a not-so-wealthy family, but they had managed to save enough for her to be tested, and soon she found herself living in the castle with a bunch of boys with dreams of being heroes. It was almost natural that she turned to trying to persuade them from doing crazy, dangerous things, and that now led into her magic, still trying to protect others and probably still mostly from their own stupidity. Perhaps because of them starting close together, or because Adrix was the one who would most often try the crazy stunts, like him constantly trying to jump the riverbanks, he and Livia had spent plenty of time together as they grew up. That was why seeing her annoyed at him on the final day had felt like he had betrayed her. That didn't matter now. The three of them were together, smiling and joking like old times. "Well, how about tomorrow, when neither of you are busy? We can try out this training hall," Adrix said. "That sounds like a great idea," said Vista, who had just come around the corner. Adrix, who still had a hand around Livia's waist, felt his face go red as his master looked at them, though she had a warm smile on her face. "I assume these are your ward mates?" she asked. "Yes, master," Adrix responded. "Then perhaps their masters can arrange for you three to have a training session. It will be good for all of you," Vista said. "Though that can wait until tomorrow. We should think about bed and rest. Adrix, if your friend could show us both to the guest rooms here." Genel bowed before leading them through the castle. The beds were soft, and with all the travel, Adrix started to fall asleep quickly. His last thoughts before he did were of him fighting Genel as Livia watched on. He didn't even notice the voice in his head purring. Chapter 8. Combat Training. Adrix sat on the floor of the guest room. His eyes were closed, and his focus was inwards. He felt the push and pull of magic inside him, flowing through him. It was calming, just following the natural movements of the magic when released and allowed to flow. It was a technique taught at Black Hill, but one Adrix had struggled with, never had the patience to sit still. This meditation, however, was different for the fact that he could feel or sense the other presence lurking there. Occasionally he would feel the black magic pop and disrupt the normal flow. This other being had noticed him, but had not come forth yet. He was about to mentally reach out and grab it, but he was interrupted by a knock on the door. His eyes snapped open, focusing on the door. He let out a deep breath and mentally shook himself. "Come in," he said. The door swung inwards, revealing Livia, framed in the doorway in the blue robe, hood thrown back and dark hair hanging loose down her back. Adrix smiled as he stared up at her, then realized he was staring, looked aside and felt his cheeks get warm. "Your master has requested you," Livia said. The smile on her face was evident in the sound of her voice. "You're joining Genel and me in the training hall." Adrix looked back at her as he stood up. "Both of you?" he asked. "What, you think you can beat me?" she asked. "If he lets me out, I will," the voice inside his head whispered gleefully. "It's not that. I thought I would just be facing Genel," Adrix said. Livia gave him a swift punch to the upper arm. "Oh, you thought you might try to show off with a pretty girl then?" she asked. Adrix's cheeks flushed hot again, which caused Livia to laugh. "Come on, hero, or else you will be late," she said. Livia led Adrix to the training room hallway, where Master Vista stood with the other two mages in blue robes. As the two apprentices approached, they bowed before their masters. "I'll see all of you inside," Vista said. "I want to have a quick word to my apprentice before he enters." The other two mages nodded, and Livia followed them into the hallway. Vista turned to face Adrex and looked him in the eyes. Adrex, be careful. I have a hunch that whatever power you possess, it wants to get out, possibly take over. Don't do anything too powerful and keep control. I've advised the other Meisters, who will step in if things look to be turning, she explained. Adrex gulped and nodded. The last thing he wanted to do was to hurt his friends. Vista nodded. Now, good luck, she said, and show them why you are my apprentice. Adrex nodded with a fire in his eye and followed Vista down the corridor into the training room hallway. The hallway was long, with a high vaulted roof, which was plainly decorated. It was simple, but due to the length of the hallway, it had an imposing feel to it, not helped by the feeling that the walk seemed to take longer than it should have to reach the end. At the end was one of the two blue Meisters. They bowed to Vista, then pointed to a set of stairs that travelled up to another floor. Adrex, however, stayed behind with Livia and Genel. The blue Meister placed his hands together, his eyes glowing blue, then moved his hands palms out to face Adrex, casting something towards him, then Livia, and finally Genel. Just know that this spell will protect all three of you from any serious harm. It will also indicate if you have been hit. You will keep going until the battle mage here scores 3 hits on both opponents, or until a spellcaster can no longer cast any spells, the Meister explained. Now go inside and prepare. Adrex followed Genel inside with Livia behind him. The training hall was a large off-white stone room. The walls, floor and ceiling appeared to have a blue shimmer to them, indicating the presence of defensive magic. The 3 young Magi and Magus took their positions in the center of the room, forming a triangle. Adrex closed his eyes, centered himself, loosened up his shoulders by rolling them, then took a ready stance. This time won't be like the forest, he would only be on attack. Genel and Livia took similar stances to each other, before one of the Meisters called out, "Begin!" Adrex immediately cast 2 fireballs at Genel. Running left, he slid into a crouched position and casting a double-stacked lightning at Livia. He turned his attention back to Genel, who held a shield in front of him, flickering blue, and showing a hit lower center and a glancing hit on the outer edge of the shield. Genel started to circle to keep Adrex from blocking his sight. Adrex looked straight, looking between Genel and Livia, who had cast a static shield that was showing major damage. "A portable shield, Genel?" Adrex asked. "Nice, right?" Genel responded. "I just had to learn how to cast it into my fist so that I can move with it." Adrex smiled at his friend. He was a gifted mage, even this young. Though he couldn't let up, he was technically gifted, but how powerful was he? Adrex took a step forward while casting several fireball spells in front of him, each one with a level 3 push spell, so that they launched with an extreme speed behind them. He kept Livia to his left, and while holding the fireball spells with one hand, he cast another 2 at her shield, trying to break through. Genel had to crouch behind his shield, but continued to move, taking only glancing blows until the final fireball hit the center of the shield and it shattered, sending Genel reeling backwards. Livia's shield also broke, but she had moved out of the way. Adrex cast another 2 fireballs at Livia, who cast a shield that rose from the floor, but she only stopped 1 fireball. The other hit her shoulder and she fell to the ground. Adrex immediately stopped everything he was doing, looking at her body, letting out a breath as she stood up, showing no damage, but the spell that was cast on her glowed. Adrex took his ready stance again. The voice inside his head whispered, "This is exciting. Do you want some help?" Adrex forced the voice from his mind and focused on beating Genel's shield. The fact that his friend could carry his shield and could take several hits showed he had great control and creativity. Adrex would need to modify his approach. He couldn't just keep blasting, he would burn through his magic too quickly. nor could he use the fire spin. "Oh, you could use it. Just let me help you. I promise I won't kill your friends," the voice said. Adric shook his head, then looked at Livia. She was breathing hard. She was talented, but her endurance was not the same as Gennel's. "Fine. Maybe I'll coach you instead," the voice said. "You don't have to cast from where you are standing. Very good for setting traps." Adrix looked at the ground and smiled, then pointed at several spots on the ground near Livia and Gennel. Vista sat at the viewing balcony and leaned forward. "I had not taught him that yet. I wonder where he picked that up from," she muttered to herself. "Perhaps it is because he is coming up against someone who thinks like no other magi has," one of the Blue Meisters said. "Gennel is a natural talent. He goes beyond the basics straight away. His mind finds ways to improve or simplify what we teach. Now, if you cast a spell to her right, you will force her into 2 traps, and she will be out," the voice suggested. Adrix saw this, and without hesitation, he cast 2 fireballs. Livia brought up a shield in front of her, just a temporary thing, which allowed her to dodge to her left, straight onto the 2 traps. Lightning bolts shot from the ground and knocked her off her feet. Adrix then grounded on Gennel. He didn't even bother checking to see if Livia was all right. "That's what I was afraid of," Vista said. "Box Adrix in. He is losing control," she said to the 2 other Meisters. The 2 Meisters immediately stood and started casting shield walls that sprung up in front of Adrix as solid blue energy. Adrix couldn't see through. He couldn't target Gennel. He didn't even see his friend cast a spell. "Let me aid you in seeing," the voice said. Adrix could feel the black magic flow in him up to his eyes. He could see the magic more clearly now, and he could see who was casting it. "Magic sight is very handy. You will learn it soon enough. It allows you to see magic and the caster," the voice cooed. Adrix prepared a fireball, increasing in size and strength of the spell to bust through the walls around him. "Adrix, stop!" Vista's voice cracked like a whip. Adrix turned to face her, and the 2 Meisters behind her who were casting the wall blocking him in. "You might have gone a bit far," the voice said happily. "You might want to drop the spell," it added. Adrix lowered his hands and the spell faded away as he stood straight. Vista looked concerned as she stared at Adrix. "I wonder what she will do," the voice muttered. Adrix cocked his head to one side as the voice spoke to him. He never saw the spell Vista crafted. A whip of magic cracked and wrapped around him before a jolt of electricity flowed down it. "Ha! Foolish! We still have the protection spell," the voice said before the electricity hit Adrix and he went stiff and collapsed unconscious. Vista sat in Suvlin's office, leaning back in her seat and sipping on the tea that he had offered. "So, what is the concern, Grand Meister?" Suvlin asked in his deep accent. "I'm concerned this other presence is a demonic one. I've never heard of this happening, even at the height of the Crusades, and there were some evil things. We never had anything like this," Vista replied. "What makes you think it's demonic?" Suvlin asked. "On the 2 occasions it has gone beyond black magic creeping in, there have been physical changes. The first time against the bandits, his skin turned black, his hands grew claws, and his eyes turned green," Vista responded. Suvlin's eyes widened at that. As another survivor of the Crusades, the 2 Meisters had fought enough demons to know the general characteristics. Vista continued on. "This time there were no physical changes. He just started to act differently until we boxed him in and his eyes started to glow green. Thankfully, his friends didn't see that." Suvlin leaned forward at his desk, rubbing his temples, before staring out the window as the sun set, casting a yellow and orange glow over the land. "If you want my advice, Grand Meister, I would say that if he slips any more, then he may need to be locked up," he said before turning to face Vista. "Or more extreme measures," he added coldly. Vista gently set her tea down. She wanted to fight back for her apprentice, for a boy who was only in just his teenage years. To say that Suvlin was wrong to suggest executing a boy, and instead she simply nodded. "Let's hope it doesn't come to that," she said. Ajax awoke with a start, thrashing slightly and looking around wildly before strong hands pressed down on him. He looked up to see Genel standing over him, holding him down. "Genel, what happened?" he asked. Genel looked down at him. He looked worried. "The Meisters entered the arena, boxed you in just after you took out Livia," Genel said. "Livia!" Ajax said, still panicking. "Is she okay? I didn't hurt her, did I?" "I'm fine," she said from his right. Ajax looked over to see the same look of concern on her face. "I'm so sorry," he said. "For what?" Livia responded. "You placed a good trap." Ajax bit his tongue. Better to not tell the others about his other power. "I saw you fall. I thought I might have gone too far," Ajax said, calming down slightly. "I'm fine, really," Livia said, smiling slightly, though she still looked concerned. "Why would our masters intervene if the practice was not over?" Genel asked. "And why would they target you?" he added. "I don't know why they stepped in," Ajax lied, "but they probably boxed me in because I was the attacker. More chance of me casting an accidental attack than you," he said. "I guess we will have to ask the masters," Genel said, before looking down at Ajax. "You get some rest," he added kindly. Ajax nodded and settled down in the bed he was in. Genel and Livia both took their leave, walking out the door of Ajax's guest room. He briefly wondered how he got here. The next few days passed like a wild blur for Ajax. While talks between Vista and Suvlin went on, Ajax was to train in the training hall by himself. This not only included casting spells, but also physical exercises. Each night before bed, he was to meditate. Vista would drop in on his training when she could, but for the most part, he had a magi or magus with him to oversee his training. After 3 days of this regiment training, Vista finally came to him after he finished meditating. "Sorry for the harsh training, but I think it is time we step your training up. When we get back to the battle school, we will begin expanding your training, apparently including traps," Vista said. Ajax couldn't hide the excited grin on his face. Vista nodded approvingly. "Good. Now get some rest. We will ride early tomorrow," she said as she walked out of his room. Ajax stood up and bowed as Vista closed the door behind her. He did his final checks of his gear before climbing into the soft bed. He was going to miss his friends, though he had not seen them in the past 3 days, but he was excited to get back to the castle. Vista led Ajax out of the castle. It was still dark, with only the faint hint at sunrise creeping above the distant horizon, creating a beautiful orange streak rising up. The master and apprentice quickly getting their steeds ready and walking them out of the stables, only to be blocked by Genel and Livia. Vista grabbed the reins of Ajax's horse and walked both on. "I'll let you say goodbye, though you will see each other again soon," Vista said softly. Genel and Ajax embraced each other before stepping back. "Take care, Ajax. Don't do anything too dangerous, and be careful," he said. "I will," Ajax said. "And be careful experimenting," Ajax added in reply. Then Livia stepped up close to him and wrapped her arms around his waist, holding him close. "Please be safe, Ajax," she said softly into his ear. Ajax closed his eyes as he held her as tightly as she held him. "As safe as I can be," he responded just as softly. "And take care of each other," he added. He didn't want to, but he let go of Livia and she released him. She smiled as he walked past them and then jogged to catch up to his master. Once he had, they clambered onto their horses and rode out the castle gates. Once clear of the castle, they let the horses run along the path towards the forest. Ajax and Vista sat across from each other with a small fire burning between them. "I should have potentially taught you this sooner, as it will have saved us having to fight the brigands last time through this forest," Vista said. "At the very least, I should have performed this magic. I got complacent." "Master, you taught me to be prepared for combat. I should have been ready. Vista smiled sadly. Being able to cast spells on demand at any given time is one thing. Being able to cast spells when there is someone charging at you with a knife or sword is something else. However, we have a way to protect ourselves from these situations. We can cast trap spells, she said. Like I did in the training hall, Adrix asked. A cold look crossed Vista's face at the mention of the incident, but it passed briefly. Yes, like that, she said, sounding slightly cold. Vista took a breath, seemed to calm herself, and then started again. You cast a user-activated trap. Basically, you set up a spell to be cast from a different location. Very much like what your friend did with his shield spell so he could carry it. It means that you can have a spell ready to go at a location, lure your opponents, and then activate it, Vista explained. What's the other type of trap spell? Adrix asked. The second type is a trigger trap, Vista said. She created a fireball spell and set it against the tree to her right. However, she did not stop there, and she created another spell that Adrix had not seen before, and placed it on the tree to her left, linking the two with a small strand of magic. She motioned for Adrix to move backwards, which he did, shuffling away from the warmth of the fire. Once Adrix was a safe distance away, Vista cut the strand of magic by tossing a stick through it. The strand broke and a fireball shot across the camp, slamming into a tree. Adrix stared in amazement at such a simple-looking trap. The trigger spell can be cast multiple times, causing a magical tripwire. And of course, you would not make the magic visible like that, she said. And that is the next thing I will need to teach you, how to set up magic to not be seen and magic sight. Adrix scooted closer to the fire again. He wanted to mention that the voice had told him about magic sight. However, he wasn't sure how to tell Master Vista about the voice inside his head. Probably shouldn't do that, it said softly. You saw what happened when you acted slightly differently. Imagine what they would do if you mentioned a voice. They would kill us. Adrix cleared his throat and then said, I can't wait. Vista smiled. Good, because you only have 3 weeks before the other schools arrive and we have the first mass training. All schools? Adrix asked, stunned. Yes, in times of war, all classes will work together. It was the only way we managed to defeat the Demon King in the Crusades, by unifying and using our skills together. So, we train you in those skills. I can't wait, Adrix said, excited at the chance of seeing all his ward mates again. Chapter 9. Internal Demons. Once Adrix and Vista had returned, study began. Adrix would normally be found buried in several books or crafting the glyphs for multiple trapping spells during training, with or without Vista. He was also increasing his offensive spell list, modifying his current spells and adding new ones. Genel had shown him that he was too static and he needed to improve. When he wasn't reading or practicing, he was doing more physical training, and between all this he was drilling with the basic spells under Vista's careful watch, making sure that his control never wavered at all. At night, though things changed, he would meditate and relax, and in those moments the voice would return. Normally it wasn't talking, but it was a presence that was in his very thoughts. In the first week, it just existed, letting Adrix know it was there. In the second week, it was almost as if it was impressed. Then things changed in the third week. Adrix sat on the floor in one of the small training rooms. He was sitting cross-legged, with his eyes closed, hands resting on his knees. His entire focus was inwards. He could feel his pool of magic depleted from the training, starting to increase again. He could also feel the other presence as it flowed around and through his magic. He mentally reached out slowly, touching it and startling his stream of magic. He could feel the black magic as it spread. It felt like something slithering under his skin, crawling and dragging itself through his body. Immediately, Adrex pulled back from it, but he felt it corrupting his own magic stream, turning sections black. A face formed in his mind's eye, pure black with white sharp teeth and emerald green eyes. Long silver white hair ran down the back and elongated ears that could just be seen. The face looked around and smiled before looking down at its lack of body. "Oh well, in time, I guess," it said in its soft, sweet voice. "What and who are you?" Adrix asked. The creature smiled evilly as it processed the question. "I am Athrodon, and I am you," it said. "Well, a potential you, anyway." "What do you mean?" Adrix asked. "Well, I am the demonic black magic inside you," Athrodon said. "What do you want?" Adrix asked carefully. He had a feeling he wouldn't like this answer. Athrodon must have picked up on this. He laughed. It sounded like glass shattering on rocks. "I want your body, your power, you," he said. Adrix didn't flinch. He knew it was coming after all. He could assess the situation later, but for now he had to act. He focused on the trap spells he had been learning and imagined them surrounding Athrodon. Multiple levels of spells forming a cage, all formed with push spells. Athrodon laughed again. "I'm you, just corrupted," he hissed. He then tried to move out, triggering the spells. Adrix held back a scream. It felt like his body was being pushed inwards from multiple places. He watched the head of Athrodon bounce around the cell Adrix had created. Athrodon, however, did scream, and loudly. Adrix mentally composed himself as the head of Athrodon vanished from his view. Adrix could feel the black magic in his arms start to recede, as did the spell he cast, staying with the demon. Adrix let out a deep breath as he opened his eyes. He needed to report this to Vista. He just hoped he would live. Adrix took off from his seated position, rolling easily to his feet and bounding out the door and down the nearest stairs of the castle, taking them 2 or 3 at a time until he hit the ground floor. He flew into the main building of the castle, knocking over a couple of trainees who looked to be heading off to their rooms for the night. He immediately started to head towards the Grand Meister's office at the tallest point of the center tower. He started to climb staircases. Some were just simple polished stone, some were carpeted. He ignored all those who shouted at him. His heart and head were pounding. He reached the entrance to the center tower, where he was finally stopped by his first tutor. Meister Allard stood in the entranceway with a concerned look on his face. "What's the matter, Adrix?" he asked. Adrix bent over as he tried to catch his breath, hands on his knees, panting. He forced himself to stand straight to speak to the Meister. "Sorry, sir. I have a training session with Master Vista and I'm running a bit late," he said through deep breaths. "Training session?" Allard said quizzically. "That's odd, as she has just started a meeting with the other masters just now." Adrix smiled. "She must have forgotten. It happens. I'll go up and wait for her," Adrix said. "I could always train you tonight," Allard offered. "Thank you for the offer, Master. However, it's quite important that I see Master Vista for this," Adrix said, slowing his breath a bit. "Very well. Good luck tonight," Allard said as he walked past Adrix and down the corridor. Adrix walked into the stairwell and sat down, wishing his heart would stop beating so loudly. Adrix, once he had caught his breath and managed to calm himself slightly, made his way to the top of the stairs where the Grand Meister's office was. The office also had a waiting area with several soft chairs and books lining the walls. These were often used by Adrix to supplement his training. The door was closed to Vista's actual office, so Adrix sat down in one of the chairs to wait for her. The doors to Vista's office opened up and startled Adrix, who had been lost in thought. Worried about this meeting with Vista, he watched the other Meisters leave, then looked inside to see Vista sitting at her desk. She waved him inside, and he slowly stood up and entered. His heart was beating, and he could hear the blood pounding in his ears. It felt like his heart was trying to burst out into his chest. He crossed the room and took the seat in front of Vista's desk, sat down and waited. It felt like time was moving slowly. Vista had a smile on her face, but it faded as she observed Adrex. "What's wrong?" she asked, concerned. I have a demon inside me," Adrex cried out. Vista went from concerned to angry to scared to upset, then calm in the space of a few seconds as she processed this information. Concern for her apprentice, who looked scared, then scared at the prospect of this young boy having this. Too upset for both Adrex and herself at the stupid thought she just had, then to anger at the Horde for doing this to a child. Then she composed herself. The last thing Adrex needed was additional panic. The boy was probably scared enough as it is. Vista took a breath, placed her hands out in front of her, clasped together slightly. "Okay, Adrex, explain what happened," Vista asked. Adrex started to speak quickly. The words just seemed to bubble out of him as he explained his meditation and the touching of the black magic and coming face to face with Athrodon. As he spoke, Vista could see more and more of the scared boy coming through. He was terrified, and rightly so. He finished almost silent. "Please don't kill me," he whispered. Vista's heart broke at that moment. Not only was he scared of what was happening to him, anyone would be scared at coming face to face with a demon, but then to think that Vista might just kill him because of this, but also his courage to face up to it even though he was scared. With courage like that, Adrex could become the hero he first imagined. The question Vista had to solve was how to fix this, realizing that the longer she took, the scarier it would be for the boy. She could not rush this through. This process either as a wrong move could cause immeasurable damage to the kingdoms, the Magi and Magus, and to Adrex. "For now you are on bed rest. I don't want you using magic at all until I can get someone to have a look at this," Vista said sternly. Adrex needed to know that she was serious. Adrex immediately nodded with no protest at all, and Vista realized just how small he looked sinking into the seat. He needed his friends with him too, that they would be here soon. The defensive school would be sent here in 2 days. The healers would be here tomorrow, which was, Vista thought, a stroke of luck. "The Green School of Healing is coming tomorrow. I will get some of the healers to take a look at this, and then we can figure out a way to solve this," Vista added. However, there was one thing she was curious about. "Adrex, I want you to sit on the desk and meditate," she said calmly, standing up as she spoke. Adrex nodded solemnly and did what was asked, taking a seat on the desk, sitting cross-legged with his hands resting on his knees. He closed his eyes, with his shoulders hunched. He was still expecting an attack to come. Vista brought the magic to her eyes so that she could see what was going on. She could see the magic flowing around his body, in the section that belonged to Athrodon. She also noted that she could make out the trap spells that Adrex had mentally cast that blocked a section of his own magic. He was incredibly talented to be able to do that. Vista walked around the desk and let her magic flow as well. She stopped behind Adrex and reached out. "Relax, Adrex. I am only putting my hand on your shoulder. I mean you no harm," she said. She gently put her hand down and felt him flinch. Her magic immediately flowed into him and merged with his. She closed her eyes so that she could visualize it better. She reached out mentally towards the black magic. The black magic retreated from her touch, but she caught a glimpse of the creature that was existing there. Vista reached out again, this time trying to get a grip on this thing. Athrodon lunged at her, and Vista saw him in her mind's eye. He screamed in hatred and then pain as the trap spells activated. Vista physically took a step back and released the grip on Adrex, who also screamed in pain, and Vista tripped over backwards. Adrix's eyes opened wide and his face was etched with pain as Vista picked herself up off the ground. Adrix managed to stop screaming and just started to sob there. Vista felt tired. She realized that she had left some of her magic behind as well. She walked over to Adrix, put a hand on her shoulder. She could see his body shake as he finally broke down into tears. She did the only thing she could do to help. She wrapped her arms around him and hugged him tightly. "It will be fine. We will get you through this," she said softly, comforting him. Vista had escorted Adrix to his room. The boy had stopped crying once he had let everything out. The stress of the incident, the stress of his imagined punishments, the worry and the fear, all of it. Vista made sure Adrix was secure in his room, and then she made her way back to her office. She needed an experienced healer here immediately, and the healing school was still a day out traveling together. Meister stepped out of her way as she walked through the halls with the strong, purposeful strides, and she was thankful for her position, as no one seemed to want to bother the Grand Meister when it looked like she was busy. She heard some whispering that it was because her apprentice had messed up. She wanted to tell them how wrong they were, but that would not help anyone. No one would know that Adrix had willingly offered what he had, even with the fear of death. She finally entered her office, closed and locked the door, then set out a piece of parchment and a map. She wrote quickly, the writing messy but comprehensible. "My apprentice needs a healer. Dark magic is involved," it read. Then she held her hand over the parchment and the letters glowed before rising above the page and forming themselves into a little bird made of glowing, fiery magic. Vista then brought the map over and drew a line from the battle school to the healer encampment's last reported position. The bird hopped over to the map, looked at it, and nodded. "Find the healers. Fly," Vista whispered to the bird. The bird nodded again and flew over to the window. It looked out, then shot off, flying faster than any bird should be able to, streaking across the sky like the ball of fire. "Relax, Adrix. Help is coming," Vista said softly. Vista could not focus the next day. Her gaze kept on drifting out the window, hoping to see either a rider or a return message, and her thoughts were on her student, who thankfully was following her orders and not practicing. She had given him a couple of books to study to keep him busy, however she doubted he was reading. She was also trying to work out how she was going to tell the other school leaders, and if required, the kingdoms. This was after all confirmation that demons had been driven back, but not completely defeated. They had a plan, and it involved Adrix. Unable to think, Vista had taken to staring out the window of her office at the land around the castle. The healers were coming today. They would be here soon, she hoped. Moving a school was harder than just 2 or 3 riders. Again, her mind was drifting and she couldn't concentrate. That was until she saw 2 riders start to cross the field towards the castle, and a green arrow shot into her office. The arrow rushed over her head towards a blank piece of parchment and crashed into it, words forming green light. "The rest of the school will arrive by nightfall. However, we have come ahead." Vista raced for the door, swinging it open forcibly before racing down the stairs to the front entrance of the castle. She tried to remain calm. Last thing the school needed was to see the head of the school and Grand Meister panicking, which would not bode well. Vista took the fastest route to the front entrance and arrived just as the riders dismounted from their steed. A stable boy took the horses, and Vista embraced the taller of the 2 riders. "Thank you for coming ahead. We can discuss the finer details of your stay here later, though," Vista said. The 2 riders pulled their hoods back, revealing a young woman in her mid-30s with straight black hair and a warm smile, and the crown princess of Castle Blackhill, Nora. "This is my apprentice," the older lady said, "and she will be helping me with taking care of your apprentice," the Magi said. Vista bowed in thanks and then gestured for the 2 to follow her. "Thank you. He has been in isolation in his room since I sent for you," Vista said, her voice straining a bit. "Understandable. We will take care of this problem from here, though," she said sternly. Vista led the group through the castle and up the stairs to Adrix's room. She knocked on the door, then walked in. Adrix was lying in bed asleep, a look of peaceful calm on his face. Wherever he was now, he was away from the troubles currently facing him. Vista stood to the side, and the Magus entered first, followed by her apprentice, who let out a tiny gasp. Both the Magus and Vista looked at the apprentice as she stood in the doorway with a look of utter shock on her face. "Adrix," she whispered slowly. The Magus turned to look at her. "You know him?" she asked sternly. Nora nodded. "Not well. We've only met once, when I was tested," she said. Vista nodded. She was surprised that the girl would even remember Adrix, though she assumed the events must have made an impression. The Magus had already moved on and was instructing Nora to stand next to Adrix's bed while she stood on the other. "Now, apprentice, as we practiced, let the magic flow and visualize the spell needed." Nora nodded as her eyes glowed green and a spell started to take shape. Vista watched intrigued as healing magic was different from battle spells. A star symbol appeared inside a circle with small bumps on the outside. Glyphs formed inside the points of the circle, and everything lay flat over Adrix, who started to move as if agitated. "Hold that spell, apprentice, and we will scan the boy for black magic," the Magus said. Nora nodded as a few beads of sweat formed on her forehead. The Magus held up her hands, and a ball of several spells formed between her hands. Then a light passed over Adrix from his feet to his head, pulsing in certain areas, mainly his stomach and chest and head. "All right, apprentice, bring the spell down. Focus on the problem areas. I'll guide you." Nora lowered her hands, and the spell settled over Adrix. The 3 problem areas all started to glow. Adrix gripped the sheets of his bed and screamed. Nora jumped but held her composure as she looked at Adrix's face, now contorted in pain. "What did this boy do?" "He used a sealing spell on his own magic to contain the problem," Vista said. The Magus looked at Vista concerned. "He did what?" she asked, astounded. "That's possible?" "Apparently so," Vista said. "This is beyond my ability to heal. Each time I try to bump up, something is causing the boy harm. That would be the magic he sealed. It seems to cause him harm when he tries to break free of the seal," Vista said. "Nora, drop the magic and wait outside. Grandmeister Vista and I need to discuss this before we continue," the Magus said. Nora followed the instructions, the magic dissipating. Adrix stopped screaming and went back to just tossing restlessly in his bed. Nora patted him on his shoulder. "Sorry, Adrix. I wish I could do more to help you," she said softly to the boy. Then she bowed to Vista and walked out of the room, quietly closing the door behind her. The Magus took the only seat in Adrix's room, leaving Vista to stand by the door, which was already a massive break in procedure, where the seat should be offered to the more experienced Meister. The Magus crossed one leg over the other and leaned back. "First of all, I am Meister Aya from the Central Kingdom, and I am one of the highest tiered healers of the school." Vista bowed politely in response. She was too stunned as to everything happening, or she might be annoyed at not being offered the seat. "Second thing," the Magus continued on without waiting, "black magic is not a thing. What is actually going on? You are old enough to have served during the demonic crusades. You know black magic exists," Vista responded slightly aggressively. "Demons?" the Magus asked, shocked. "Its name is Athrodon, and it exists within the black magic that Adrix has sealed off. It has expanded since he first started training too, and the demon has even taken over twice," Vista said. "I will reinforce the seal then. We can only hope that it does not break free." Vista just nodded, fearful of the future, not just for her apprentice, for everyone. A few days had passed, and the other schools had started to arrive. The Magus had seen the seal that Adrix had created, and Vista had visited him several times since then to make sure he was okay studying. She had not told him that the demon had not been removed, or that he had been fully healed. She wanted to discuss them with him soon. Each time Vista turned up, though, she was greeted by Nora, who had been tending to Adrix, including this time. Vista stepped over to the landing where Adrix's room was on and knocked on his door. Nora opened up and bowed politely. "Grandmeister, how may I help?" she asked. Vista smiled at the teen. 13 years old, just like Adrix, and already acting like a professional. "I need to speak to my apprentice alone. If you wait outside, I will call for you when I am done," Vista explained. Nora bowed and stepped out of the room. Vista stepped in and sealed the door behind her, then set up several push traps outside to keep eavesdroppers at bay. She wasn't discussing great secrets, but she thought it was prudent lest a rumor like that spread. Adrix was sitting up in his bed reading one of the tomes that she had been given as Vista walked across to the chair and sat down. Adrix set his book down and turned his head to face her. Vista took a deep breath. This was not going to be the easiest talk she has ever had. She let the breath out and started. "First of all, let me inform you that the multi-school training will begin in 2 days and you will be taking part in it. However, if things turn bad, I will pull you and we will start you down a new training program," Vista said firmly. Adrix's eyes lit up slightly and he nodded. "The second thing is that we could not remove the black magic. But Meister did reinforce your seals. They should hold now until someone can remove the demon," Vista said, pausing slightly to see Adrix's response. "Understood," he said. His voice was shaky and he looked concerned. "Finally, I will be telling the 4 other school heads about this. Be careful." Adrix swallowed hard but nodded. Good, he was ready. She stood up and disarmed the traps and reached for the door handle. "Is Nora coming back in?" Adrix asked. "Only if you want her here. You can always ask for her to leave," Vista said. "No, I like having her here. She's nice company," he said, and Vista noted he dropped his head slightly and he was blushing. "I'll tell her she can come back if she hasn't been called away," Vista said happily. Vista walked out and closed the door behind her. Nora was sitting patiently on the stairs and stood up quickly when the door closed. "Does your master know that you are here?" Vista asked her as she stood next to Nora. "Yes, Grandmeister. She is hoping that I am learning good bedside manner," Nora replied. "And are you?" Vista asked, raising an eyebrow quizzically. "I could probably be a bit more professional," she said guiltily. Vista gently put her hand on Nora's shoulder. "He's going through a lot. Being his friend in this case is good bedside manner." "Thank you," Vista said. Vista left Nora and Adrix and made her way to the main part of the castle, past many of the larger classrooms and practice rooms to a smaller room that was not often used. Inside was a round table and 5 seats. The other 4 seats were currently occupied by the school heads. Vista took her seat, a slightly higher back chair than the others, before Master Ame stood and addressed the group. "Before we discuss tomorrow's teachings, I think we have a few more pressing concerns going on," he said. The others, including Vista, nodded in agreement. Before the master started again, "I sent scouts to the northern ruins after our last meeting at Castle Blackhill. I am sad to report that those 2 scouts have not reported back to me yet." The other 3 Meisters and Masters murmured at this statement, but Vista seemed resigned to this bad news. "We have also had no reports back from the garrison up there for a few weeks now. All this has led to some of the kingdoms becoming nervous." She finished and sat down. Master Nevsky spoke next. "I believe we should push for the kingdoms to send a force to the ruins then. If it is a case of messages not making it through, then we can arrange an escort for the messenger. If it is more serious, then we will be on the front foot." Again murmurs from the others, but Vista remained quiet, something Meister Karras had picked up on. "What are your thoughts, Grandmeister?" she asked quietly. Vista snapped out of her internal thoughts. "I'm thinking it is already getting worse," she said. The others looked at her silent, waiting for her to continue. "My apprentice has been—" She paused, looking for the right words to use. "Infected, you could say, by black magic. It has a personality, a name, and wants to possess the boy's body to become a fully fledged demon." She looked at the others, who looked horrified, and Nevsky looked like he might storm out and kill the boy himself. "And you hid this from us? Why?" Of the others, he was showing the least emotion, always known for being calm and rational, the perfect traits of his profession. I only found out about the rest of this information a few days ago. While there had been hints beforehand, it only just manifested. The first thing I did was send for a medic to assess the situation. The Meister also had taken a look at this situation, which has evolved, Vista explained. Evolved how? Meister Karras asked. The boy has sealed the black magic inside him. The four Meisters and Masters looked at Vista with eyes wide. Sorry? You said he sealed the magic, Karras said. Yes, a section of his magic has been sealed. He cannot access it and it cannot spread. The seal has been reinforced by Meister Ire, Vista said. You understand we will want to see the boy, Nevsky said coldly. You will see him as part of the training over the next week, Meister, and I will be making sure nothing happens to my apprentice, Vista replied fiery. Nevsky stared daggers at Vista, who responded in kind. Her gaze did not waver, and after a long pause, when nobody said or moved, Nevsky bowed his head. Let me make one thing clear, Meister Nevsky, Vista said. You will not lay one hand on my apprentice, on my human apprentice. Whether I am Grand Meister or one of the other schools claims that title, you will still not lay a hand on my still human apprentice, or you will understand why I am the head of the Battle Mage School, she stated. The air in the room seemed to grow still and slightly cold, even when Nevsky replied, I understand, Grand Meister. Good. Now let's discuss tomorrow's assembly, Vista said. Chapter 10. Wargaming. Adrex shivered in the cool morning air as he stood just within the entrance to the castle, looking out over the formations forming in the field outside. An imaginary enemy was coming from the west, so they were organizing a formation so that they could battle it. Meister Suvlin was directing all the students into small groups of squares, 6 Meisters by 6 Meisters that were 8 squares long and 2 squares deep. The squares did not have much space between them, just enough for a single rider on horseback to ride between them. There were several of the senior Meisters of the night school on horseback that were instructing the squares too. Orders were barked out, and Adrex started to understand that this was not like what he imagined, heroically striking down demons left and right. This was chaos and war, and he suddenly felt very young to be doing this. He looked around at the other apprentices and younger Meisters. Some of the young were just a year or two older and had been through this, but the atmosphere of those watching was a grim determination with a mix of fear, although several of the older Meisters seemed to be having a bit of a laugh and chat. As Adrex looked around at the castle courtyard, he saw Vista walking through it, her red robe seeming a shade duller in the morning light. She walked over to Adrex and put a hand on her shoulder. Are you ready for this? She asked. Not really, he responded, though tried to sound happier than what he was. Relax a little. You will be operating with several of the older Meisters who will be directing you. Learn from them, because one day you will be doing the same. Though I hope you never have to do it against an enemy, she said. Adrex nodded solemnly. Once the defensive school was set up, the rest of the battle school, in their white cloaks and armour, formed up, mainly along the flanks of the defensive school. There were a few lines formed up behind the defensive line. Vista organized several loose groups of 6 from the Battle Mage School. However, she ordered them to stay put within the castle walls for now. First, she led the students who were trained as groups out onto the field and lined them up in 2 lines at the back, with several Meisters forming a leadership group in front. Once they were lined up, Vista signaled the groups over and spread them out behind the double lines. Adrex was with a group of Year 2 students. Their group leader, a girl named Frida, she lined them up in 2 rows of 3, then stood in front of them. She turned to face them while the others were being organized. Expect a lot of shuffling about and standing up today. Not a lot more though, and please remember your position for the next few days. It will make things go faster, she told the group. She was right. Adrex grumbled to himself as he walked back inside the castle. His feet were wet from the dew on the grass, and he was cold from the still and cool evening, and his body hurt from having to stand all day in a field with little movement. He made his way to the dining hall, walking in to find that a great feast had been prepared, and enough room had been set up for all schools. Normally the students had plenty of room in the hall, but now they would be grouped up. There were 15 long tables arranged in a 3x5 layout with benches either side of each table. Adrex sat down on a long bench in the middle row in the far left end of the hall, his body aching in protest as he bent his knees and slowly eased himself down. He almost let out a curse, and a hand heavily fell on his back. He looked up with anger in his eyes and almost ready to blast the fool with a fireball until he found himself looking at Derek in full chainmail armor, chainmail hoods pulled back revealing his slightly long black hair. Beaming smiling face underneath, he was wearing a tabard over the front with a sigil of a black mountain on the front. "Adrex, how are you?" he asked loudly as he sat himself down next to him. "I am cold, damp, stiff, and tired," Adrex responded grumpily. "He's not used to standing outside all the time," a slightly gruff-sounding voice said from behind Adrex. Adrex spun to see a boy in a green and brown mottled cloak. He had a brown leather tunic and brown pants and had slipped past both Adrex and Derek, with neither of them seeing. He removed his head to reveal Torin, who sat down on one of the benches opposite Adrex. "I didn't see you Rangers in formation," Adrex said in rebuttal. "We are scouting units. We don't tend to fight in formations, and you'll see our hard work over the next few days, though," Torin said with a cheeky grin. "Oh, is that so?" said a familiar voice as Gennel and Livia sat down at the table too. Gennel sitting down next to Torin and Livia sitting down next to Adrex. "And what work does a ranger really do?" Gennel teased. Adrex couldn't help but smile at the old camaraderie of the ward started up even though they hadn't seen each other in months. "Oh, yes, what does the little ranger do?" chimed in another female voice as Para sat down next to Gennel and Nora sat down next to Torin, completing the group. Torin shot Para a dirty look at the comment about his height, but otherwise ignored the jab. Everyone saw it, though, and laughed, all except Nora, who looked kind of lost. Adrex listened as his friends started to tell tales of the first 6 months of training, how none of them were prepared for any of it. Derek, who had never held a sword before, was now training daily with one, plus fitness training and light magic. He even explained how magic for the Nightmeisters was different. They still used glyph spells like all magic, but they did not work off base spells like the defensive and battle magi. It was also used to enhance their fighting instead of to attack or defend directly. Torin explained that most of his training was also physical. His master saw magic as a crutch, so he was training him to do things physically so that he would learn not to rely on magic. The ranger arts was so focused on bushcraft, scouting ahead, moving unseen, and what Torin called unconventional warfare. On top of that, ranger magic allowed for visible signals to aid in moving unseen and trap magic. To prove his point, he waved his hand over his robe. Magic symbols formed with brown magic, which changed the robe from the mottled colouring to a medium shade of grey. The conversations went on for a while, and even Nora, who was never part of the ward, joined in, talking about the healing training. Adrex did catch Para, shooting the odd glance at her when she joined in, but for the most part it was just nice to have his old ward mates together, and it helped him forget, if only briefly, what had happened in the past few weeks. He just hoped it would last. "Shields up! Sevlin roared in his deep, heavy accented voice. A faint blur rose from the front of the formation as the defensive mages worked together to build a unified shield. Each section of the formation was creating a section, with each section lead directing the flow of magic. Section lead, sorry. It would mean that even a generally weaker section would still have the same output as a stronger section. The first line was to take fire from the front, and the second line was to create a shield that covered the top to stop the enemy raining an attack on top of them. "And break!" Sevlin ordered. His voice cut through the cacophony of noise and the magic unit was creating. The front line knelt down and lowered the top of their shield. The second line directed their shield up a bit higher. Then Vista's voice rang out. "First wave! Fire!" The battle mages that Adrix had seen drilling in groups then prepared their spells, and a wave of fireballs raced away. Several hit the inside of a shield wall, but a majority travelled through the gap and rained down on the field in front of them. "Second wave! Fire!" Vista bellowed. The second line of battle mages cast their fireballs, with a greater number travelling through the splits in the shield and impacting into the field. "Meister Frida, what is it that we do?" Adrix asked. Frida turned to face him with a slight smile on her face. "We got the fun job. I heard you talking to the apprentice ranger last night. Their tricks will be coming out soon. Our job is to shoot them down," she said. "What about the shield wall?" Adrix asked. "Do you see those senior meisters walking amongst the sections? Not only are they checking on each section, but they also pay attention to section leaders like myself, and will drop sections of the shield so that our attacks will pass through," Frida responded. Adrix nodded in an understanding, and Frida turned to face him. "You'll need to voice understanding on the battlefield," she said, before turning back to the front, just as a light burst from the tree line arcing up and towards the shield. "That is our target," Frida informed the section. "Lightning to me," she said. Adrix followed the orders and sent a lightning spell forward aimed just in front of Frida. The spells of the section combined into a new spell that Frida crafted, and a single straight bolt of pure electrical power shot forth. One of the senior meisters crafted a spell, and a small hole appeared in the shield, just in time for the attack spell to pass through the shield and strike the burst of light, which exploded into a shower of sparks. Several other balls appeared, and the other sections started to cast their own spells. An arrow of fire from the left pierced one ball of light, and an ice shard to the right. Sometimes the bright light would be high in the sky, other times it would be low to the ground, and the sections would have to adjust the spell attack angles to accommodate. The exercise lasted until midday, when they finally called an end. Adrix dropped onto the ground, panting hard. The day was not a warm one, and it was clear that the colder months were coming. Even still, he was breathing hard and was drenched in sweat. He sat down before laying back, just trying to catch his breath. Several of the formation had already collapsed from overdoing it, especially in the general attack section, where they had just been casting fireballs all morning. The defense mages were also breathing hard, made obvious from the faint mist that was hanging over that section. There was a reason for this, of course, because now the healers could operate. While they couldn't tend to battlefield injuries, though that could happen even in training, they were going to be treating exhaustion. If a spellcaster collapsed, they would move in and collect them and bring them back where they had set up a battlefield hospital. Now, though, they were going out to sections and tending to those like Adrix who needed it. A young mage came over, did a quick head count of the section, checked who most needed help, then cast a spell which sent several green tendrils of magic to those most in need. Adrix immediately felt a little better, but he also made sure not to let this magic feed him too much, just in case it also fed the demon. Frida got her section back up and standing until they were dismissed. They had the afternoon to themselves while the Knight Meisters went through their drills. Adrix made his way to the wall to see what they did. They practiced first as if the shield wall was still there. They moved through positions to help defend and attack the enemy in front of them. Then they moved to a position where the shield wall was not there and went through combat drills. Each line would spend time in the front so they could practice attacking and defending. Then they would move out of formation to the back and be part of the surge forwards. Adrix watched for a good hour or so before making his way back inside. He wanted to get some reading in before dinner and meditate to regain some of his magical strength. The Ranger's surprise came on day 3, and Adrix finally understood what his wardmate had been working on. The students lined up into their formation as normal, but no one could ignore the army carved from wood that was standing in front of them, even with the apprentice rangers standing happily in front of their army. Even from the back row, Adrix could see the details that had gone into the carvings, and Adrix guessed that it had been done with the woodcraft magic of the Ranger School. The rest of the schools got finalized in their formations, the senior meisters giving them all a chance to marvel at the carvings before Sovlin ordered the shields up, and the Rangers disappeared into their army, and disappeared they did, seeming to vanish once past the first few rows. Sovlin looked at the shield rows and then shouted, "Set!" That was when the first arrow flew from the wood-carving army. It bounced off the shield and landed in the ground. The Knights Meister immediately raised shields to protect them as more arrows shot out towards the spellcasters' formation. However, the arrow attacks had gaps in them. When a gap in the shooting did open up, then the formation would counter-attack with a wave or two of fireballs. Despite the initial shock of arrows being fired at them, Adrix managed to regain his composure before asking Frida, "So who are our targets now? More lights?" "Not this time. You will notice that the opposing army has units that are standing taller than the rest. These are command units or enemy magic users, and these are our targets in warfare. However, we must be more careful. We could attack, and the enemy could counter through the gap in the shield. Those arrows will have protection spells and will be blunted, but I can tell you from personal experience, they hurt a lot," Frida said. "Understood," Adrix and several of the others in his section said. "I'll start to select targets. You will need to be ready to cast when I give an order," Frida said with the authority of her position. She started to scan the battlefield, not just for targets, but opportunities to attack. Adrix started to note that the arrows would stop while the wave of attacks went out, and the wooden army in front of them fell, though arrows would also be sent through the gap in the shield as a counterattack, forcing the senior meisters to throw up individual shields for protection. It was during a fireball counterattack that Frida yelled, "Lightning, no!" Immediately, the group of magi cast a lightning spell at her target, which she collected and dispatched. A hole appeared in the shield when the enemy's heads were down, and it hit one of the slightly taller leader figures. The leader fell. As it did, a magic trap was set off, and several other wooden units around it caught fire and burnt away. Frida turned to her group and explained, "As leader or enemy spellcaster dies, it will sow confusion amongst the enemy, demonstrated by the destruction caused around that target." She then turned around immediately and called out, "Ice!" Several ice spells were collected together, and an ice shard was launched at another leader unit. Again, as it fell, it took several units with it. This time, Adrix noticed a ranger slinking back further into the wooden army. As the training progressed, on neither side seemed to be getting any advantage, with the occasional wooden soldier getting close to the Knights Meister, but each time they were forced back by the well-drilled soldiers. The problem, Adrix noticed, was that the longer this went on, the harder it became on the spellcasters. Shields were getting weaker, and the caster was either collapsing or an arrow would get through. The senior instructors didn't lend a hand to help. Adrix thought Master Vista could probably finish this in one move. This was becoming a test of endurance, and they were being forced back. Well, the Mages and Magus were. The Knights-Meister were drifting wide of their position. Adrix wondered if they were as skilled as reported. Frida, do we have any more targets? He asked. No, Adrix. All leader types have either been killed or have been withdrawn, Frida said. She was looking pale and exhausted. Then we should push forward and help take down the front lines, Adrix said. You're just full of energy, little one, Frida said, breathing heavily. But you should see what is about to happen before you break ranks, she said with a wry smile on her face. Adrix looked out and saw that the Knights-Meister had managed to box in the wooden army. Their shields were raised to protect them from range of fire, which was now being split in 3 directions. Then the knights charged forward, swords, spears, and shields glowing white in the aura of their magic. Vista, who was still leading the main magic assault, started to focus the attack narrower and narrower to avoid raining fire on their own soldiers. It was not long until the Rangers surrendered. The magic shield dropped immediately, and a majority of the students collapsed. Adrix went to walk to the front line, took one step, and his legs gave out underneath him, and he collapsed onto the dirt. Frida laughed. Apparently full of adrenaline, not energy. Adrix rolled over, breathing hard, hitting the ground like that had knocked the wind out of him. Frida slowly walked over to Adrix and sat down. The medical casters will be here soon, but remember this, because your training will be focused on getting you ready for real combat like this. Eventually, you will be leading your own group of spellcasters in training and combat, Frida said slowly. Adrix smiled weakly in return. I can't wait, he said. Adrix spent the final evening of the training session laughing and joking with his old ward mates while eating great food and drinking a good drink. They stayed up later than they should have, swapping stories until one by one they all left. The group all saying their goodbyes until they next meet for training. Adrix went to bed that night and slept well. He didn't wake up until long after the other schools had left. Okay, that's the end of chapter 10. I'm just going to take a quick break to drink some water. Chapter 11, The High King. Vista crested a small hill and looked out over the city in front of her. It seemed to sparkle in the sunset that was bathing it, painting the white marble a light orange. She sighed and smiled as Adrix rode his mount up next to her and let out a quiet, "Wow." They had been travelling for about a week and had travelled hard and fast to get here, the jewel city of the Central Kingdom. Set out in a large circle split into 4 quadrants by large roads that all led to the castle in the centre of the city. The ground sloped up slightly to the castle, and as you got closer, the buildings got bigger and nicer, and you could tell where the rich lived. The entire city, though, had that white shine that made it look magical, and even the furthest away looked to be living comfortably. The Central Kingdom had benefited from its position, being the centre of trade and governance for all, meant that the money all flowed through it, providing opportunity for all. The blackstone and other minerals from Castle Blackhill, lumber from the west, and fisheries and wines from the southern isles. Adrix, I need you to be on your best behaviour tomorrow when we come before the High King, Vista said. It was hard enough to convince him to see me without only the other kingdom's delegates, instead of the rulers themselves. So I don't need anything that they could use against me. Even you being here is a risk, but I'm hoping that you can learn from these experiences too. Understood, Master. I promise to follow your lead, Adrix said in response. To Adrix, it showed how concerned she was. There was no need to stress the point of behaviour. She had him learning court etiquette before the war training and had hammered it home in the week before they left for Central. Still, if it put his master at ease, he would promise her again and again. They were, after all, on a mission that was designed to save the 4 kingdoms from another demonic war. The two of them rode down the small hill and walked their mounts onto the path that extended out from the city like a welcoming mat. The path was made from stone tiles, and while the edges of the stones had been worn smooth from use, the rest looked like it was freshly laid. Vista and Adrix joined those returning from working outside the city, returning to their homes, or those from nearby villages coming into the city to supply shops as they travelled with wagons. Adrix looked around in wonder as they rode into the city. He had rarely travelled from the castle at Blackhill, so this was new to him. The city started gradually with a few small houses on the outskirts that were small but looked comfortable. Then more and more houses that were built closer, single-story dwellings that looked to hold several rooms. Offshoot roads led down to house entries or shop fronts with soft lights welcoming those in, and people casually walking or grouping together and talking. That was one thing that Adrix noticed. The noise of activity was everywhere, and he kept looking this way and that as new sounds caught his attention. As they started to get further in, he noticed that those who were walking would stay to the outside, letting those riding or those moving wagons take the middle of the road, and that those on the outside were walking on a raised section of road. The buildings also started to get bigger, with second stories being added onto houses and business. There were more varieties too, with blacksmiths and bakers, along with butchers and clothing merchants having businesses. They had nicer wares to sell as they moved further in. As they got close to the castle, the houses changed. They were more spread out, more land filled with lawns that were multiple stories and taking up large areas. Fences and gates started to appear until they reached the last two rings of houses. There were about 2 houses per quadrant, with large areas of land, and multiple smaller buildings inside the walled-off lands. These were the houses of the higher lords and ladies. Vista reined her horse to a stop outside the castle. High white walls that surrounded the courtyard, with 2 large wooden doors that were currently half open. Guards stood atop of the walls' armor, gleaming in the lights from the city that were becoming brighter as the sun disappeared for the night. Even more guards were stationed on the ground in front of the door and were controlling access into the courtyard. Vista took a deep breath and urged her horse on. With Adrix just slightly behind her, she approached one of the guards. The guardsman had a sword on his hip and carried a halberd, is that how you say it, with its shaft resting on the ground. He held up his free hand as a request to stop. Vista complied without the guard needing to speak. "What is your reason for entering the castle, especially at this hour?" the guard asked. "I am here to see the High King. He is expecting me," Vista said slowly. The guard looked at Vista and Adrix, both wearing robes that marked them as travellers rather than a magus and a magi, though both robes were clearly the colour of battle mages. The guard shook his head in disbelief. "And who are you?" he asked. "I am Meister Vista, headmaster of the battle school and Grand Meister of the 5 mages of the mystic arts," Vista said, adding a small bit of gravitas to the titles. She slowly removed her hood, and the guard took a step back, stunned, before bowing. "My apologies, Grand Meister. I had no idea. We were not told of your coming, and we are only to allow the nobles in as night falls," he said, stumbling over his words slightly. "It's okay, guardsman. If you will let my apprentice and myself pass, we shall be on our way," Vista said patiently. "Of course. Head inside. I'm sure a servant will be able to take care of you," the guard said, directing her inside. Vista and Adrix slowly walked inside the castle walls along the stone pathway that led up to the castle that was also circular. Adrix took notice of the buildings inside the wall. It looked like most were for the soldiers who were on guard duty or their equipment. Sections of the courtyard had been set up as gardens where possible, with a clear space between the wall and smaller buildings, and a large space between the buildings and the castle that was covered by the stone path that appeared to run around the castle. Inside the walls they received strange looks from those who worked there. Blacksmiths and fletchers, stable masters and leather workers. Soldiers who walked past had polished armor, and while the workers had a natural layer of dirt and grease from their work, they wore finer clothing and used expensive tools. Adrix looked at his traveller robes and realized how dirty they looked compared to those that lived there. They stopped outside the castle doors where several servants walked up to them. They held the horses while Vista and Adrix dismounted. Then stable workers came over to take the horses. One of the servants stepped forward and bowed. "Welcome, Grand Master. We shall show you to your room. The High King will see you tomorrow, and he hopes you will enjoy your stay here," she said. Vista gestured inside, and two of the servants took the lead into the entrance hall. The walls were made from the same smooth white rock, and the candlelight made them glow a warm yellow. The floor had a strip of red carpet that led up to the staircase that was wide with polished white stone stairs. They walked up the stairs and took a left down the corridor, past several of the tower entrances. They went up several more staircases to the top floor, where they were shown their 2 rooms. "If there is anything you need, we can get somebody to take care of it for you," one of the servants said, bowing. "We will come and collect you tomorrow for your audience with the High King. Please be ready," the other said, before they both turned and walked away. "Adrix, just do as we practiced, and hopefully we can find out what is happening in the north, and we can leave here quickly," Vista said softly. "Yes, Master, as you wish," Adrix replied before walking into his room. It was huge. A large bed stood against the far wall. There were several chairs and a chaise longue around a low but long table that had food set upon it, and there were several finely woven mats and even a wash basin in one corner. Adrix set his bags down and took out his uniform, a simple but smart tunic, a vest and belt, brown pants, boots, and his red cloak, similar to what he normally wore, except this was a much nicer set for when meeting kings and nobles. He set each piece down, then removed his traveller's gear, made sure to wash his face in the basin with a water jug provided to remove some of the grime that he had picked up travelling for a week. He noticed the second room, however he ignored it for now. He needed to get some sleep before tomorrow. He did, however, sit down and meditate for a bit before he went to bed. Not only was it good practice and soothing, it was a chance to check on the seals holding Athrodon in check. Once he was sure everything was okay, he climbed into the bed. It was super soft, and after the past week of sleeping on the ground, he felt like he was falling through a cloud or something similar. It took him some time to get used to the feeling, but after that he quickly drifted off to sleep. Adrix woke up with the rising sun. He dragged himself out of the soft bed and decided to check out the second room. Inside was a large bathtub, a burner and several buckets of water. Adrix set some wood in the burner and ignited it with a small fire spell that he cast with a single finger before putting the buckets on the burner to heat up. While waiting for the water to heat up, he ate some of the bread and cheese on the table in the main room. It did not take long until he was pouring several buckets of extremely hot water into the tub, and a bucket of still cold water to even it out. Then he stepped into the bathtub and sat down, enjoying the warmth provided. After bathing and washing, he got out, dried off, and dressed in his nice clothes. He had just done up his belt that was more decoration than help, when there was a knock on the door. "Come in," he called out. The door opened and one of the servants was standing there. "It is time," she said. Adrix threw his cloak over himself and fastened the clasp at his neck. The clasp was in the design of the Better School symbol, helping show that he was aligned with them. He pulled his hood over his head and joined the servant outside. Vista was already outside, and she gave him a quick glance and subtle head nod before gesturing for the servant to lead the way. She took them back down the stairs to the entry hall, then to the passage to the right, where they took several staircases up until they were above the floor the guest rooms were on, and then down into a corridor where she stopped before a sturdy set of oak doors. In front of the doors stood an older man with greying long hair and beard, and he had a permanent scowl on his thin face. He wore green robes with a blue trim. He was carrying a staff in his hand, with long skeletal-like fingers wrapping around it. He bowed before Vista, then stood up straight and scowled deeper at Adrex. "Your apprentice?" the man asked sneeringly. "Hello, thrall," Vista responded, "and yes, he is my apprentice," Vista added rather politely considering the tone that Thrall had used. "Boy, get in here," the older man said, looking over his shoulder. A young boy who looked to be around Adrix's age walked in. He too was wearing a green robe with no trim. He was pale with deep shadows under his eyes, black scruffy hair and slightly smaller than Adrix. The old man sneered at the boy as he stood by his side and bowed deeply. "This is my apprentice, Tin. Despite his appearance, he's already showing great promise as a healer." Vista bowed low, as did Adrix, before Thrall turned to the doors. "I shall go in first and speak to the High King. Please wait here until you are summoned," he said, speaking with some self-importance. "I understand, Thrall. We will wait here," Vista said again, being very polite, even if she sounded like she was forcing it more than being genuine. Thrall sneered at both of them, then opened the doors and walked in, closing behind them. Adrix looked at Vista, who lent out a pent-up snarl when the doors closed. "Stuck-up prick. He believes that because he is the Chamberlain and medical meister for the High King, he is that much more important," Vista said, looking at Adrix and seeing the puzzled look on his face. "Welcome, apprentice, to the wide world of politics, something you will only need to get used to if you decide to leave the battle school." Tin shuffled his feet slightly, as seen by his robe, swaying, and nervously wrung his hands together for a few seconds before bowing. I'm sorry, Meister, for my master's attitude," he said in a quiet, mousy voice. Vista patted the boy on his head when he stood up straight. "No need to apologize on his behalf. He knows what he is doing, and he knows better," Vista said. "Besides, he knows where he stands in power, and he's about to be reminded of it now," Vista said. She turned to face the door just as it opened. The room in front of her was enormous, with high vaulted ceilings and large white pillars spaced out along the length of the hall, holding the ceiling's weight and adding a beautiful decoration with the amazing sculpting done to them depicting heroes, soldiers, animals, kings and queens of all kingdoms. The large mosaic tiled floor with a purple carpet leading to a raised dais? How do I say that? With 5 thrones on top of it. Openings at the top allowed light to filter in at any time of day, and behind the thrones was a massive stained glass window split into 5 sections depicting the 5 kingdoms. 4 people sat in the thrones with Thrall standing below the dais and off to the side. The man in the center throne wore clothes of bright gold and purple thread. He had a cape, crown, and was rather portly. To the left of him, under the glass depicting waves and storms, sat a lady with light olive skin, long black hair, and a blue dress that crossed over one shoulder. She wore a circlet of silver bells as a crown. Under the glass depicting the tools of mining sat a man with large muscles that showed under his clothing, which was black with a fine gold and silver trim. He wore a fairly simple crown with several small gems in it. In the 4th seat, under glass depicting a grove of trees, sat a female. Her clothing consisted of rather warm-looking clothes with fur or wool trims. Her simple crown was gold in stylings of branches. The 5th throne, under glass depicting snow-peaked mountains, stood empty. Adrix took in all these details as he followed Vista through the hall until she stopped before the dais. She bowed slightly, while Adrix bowed deeply. High King, noble representatives of the kingdoms, I come before you to hopefully stop what could be our darkest hour, Vista said loudly and clearly. The man in the centre throne looked at Vista with what Adric determined was disdain, but waved his hand for her to continue. The others all looked rather more invested as Vista continued. As you are aware, we have had communication issues with the Northern Watch. To make things more troubling, 2 mages sent from the Ranger School were dispatched to find out what might be going on and have not been reported back since, saying they were going beyond the barrier, Vista explained. The High King stood quickly and approached Vista, stopping just before he left the dais. For the portly man he was tall and quick. He was red in the face and yelled, "You sent what? Where without my approval?" Spittle flying at Vista as she calmly stood still in front of the High King. High King Shand, you will be aware that the Meisters of the school do not fall under your power as independent entities to stop the constant warring that the kingdom suffered that allowed the demons to launch their crusade against us, Vista said far too calmly. She is correct, my liege, the lady in the blue dress said, sounding rather calm and laid back. They also have a right to investigate as 2 of their members were with the Northern Watch, a sign of cooperation, the lady with the fur stated. High King Strand looked and turned at the representatives. He started swearing under his breath as he trudged back to his seat and plopped himself down on it, before waving his hand for Vista to continue. Vista bowed to the representatives before continuing. As I said before, 2 highly trained rangers have not reported back for a couple of weeks now, and we still have no contact from the Watch. It is my belief that a force needs to be sent to secure the message routes and potentially provide assistance to the Watch. High King Strand looked like he was about to interject with another barrage when the noble who was sitting beneath the depictions of the mining gear stood up, earning himself a dirty look from both Strand and Thrall. I, for one, concur with the Grand Meister's assessment of the situation. It would seem that something has cut off communication routes by either magical or mundane means. This is very grave as it leaves us all open to attacks and raids, he said, in a deep rumble before taking his seat. Strand attempted to stand but was beaten to it by the lady in the blue dress. The Southern Kingdom is in agreement and supports the motion that the Grand Meister presents, she said calmly. Strand leapt out of his chair. You believe this witch? It's a ploy, a ruse, nothing more than to make the kingdoms look foolish. She just wants more power. We do not support this motion. It is overruled, he spat out. He sat down, and the lady under the depiction of the trees slowly got to her feet. I guess that puts the deciding vote on the that puts me as the deciding vote of the matter, she said softly. Adrix looked at her expectantly, begging silently for her to support the motion. All eyes in the hall were on her, and she cleared her throat before saying, There is no harm at all in following through with this. If wrong, then the watch will be doubled in force for a few weeks. If right, then we will be glad that we took action. She smiled at Vista before adding, Thank you for coming here in person. Your motion has passed. We will inform the watch commanders of this, and they should ride within a week, she said. Vista bowed politely in response. Thank you, noble representatives and your majesty, she said. However, we must ask, will you be sending any meisters to join the watch? She asked. Of course, we will honor the deal made, while a defensive meister and a battle meister are selected plus any others who wish to join. I will be the one to accompany the watch with my apprentice here, Vista replied. Adrex managed to hide his shocked expression. The nobles did not, and Thrall looked downright miserable at this. Chapter 12. To the Northern Watch. For a week, Adrex enjoyed the comforts of the castle, while having to occasionally dodge the Chamberlain Thrall as if he wandered about. The High King had made it clear that he and Vista were only welcome as visiting dignitaries, which suited them fine as it meant that Vista could spend time alone to teach Adrex. Not just magic either, she started to explore history with them and what they would be doing when they travelled. She sat down with Adrex one day with 5 pieces of parchment and wrote out the same message on each. To the fellow Meisters of Schools of Magic, I am requesting several Meisters to join the North Watch with a new force about to reinforce the current watch and investigate the reasons why communication has stopped. We have an obligation to assist, to keep up treaties with the kingdoms, and to protect us from the demonic horde. I ask for volunteers as I hope we don't have to force anyone to perform these duties. I will brief those who take on this responsibility personally and hope to see them in 2 weeks. Grand Meister Vista. She held her hand over them and cast a spell that turned each message into a fiery little bird. The birds started hopping around and taking small little pecks at each other before Vista snapped her fingers and they lined up like little soldiers. Adrex watched in fascination as she said, "You know where to go. Fly now with haste," she said. The birds flew over to the window, then took off, shooting across the sky, flying faster than any bird could, becoming streaks of fire. "You're going to have to teach me that," Adrex said in wonder. "What, so you can message your friends constantly?" Vista said, eyebrow raised. "I hadn't even thought of that," Adrex said honestly. "Later, perhaps. How are your studies going?" she asked, redirecting him back on task. "They're going slowly," Adrex said. She waved her hand for him to go back to it. Adrex also spent time that week with Tin when possible. Thrall kept the boy busy with constant tasks and study. However, he was able to get away every so often, and he and Adrex would meet up and share insight on magic. Thrall had trained with the healing school, but he was gifted with defensive magic too, so he had trained with them. Being from the Central Kingdom, he always had intentions to return back and had used his family's wealth to end up as Chamberlain, chief medic and advisor to the current High King, in a line of kings that were becoming more concerned with internal power than the unity of the kingdoms. Tin had shown promise as a healer from an early age, so Thrall had taken him as an apprentice and as a slave to do all the things he considered below his station. Adrex, on several occasions, said he should just leave, but that was harder with the servants either fanatically loyal to the High King or terrified of encountering his wrath, or Thralls who could be more cruel, so there was no way to seek support to escape. Instead, the 2 boys talked. Despite having different backgrounds, they both shared the experience of lives spent in castles surrounded by the powerful, having to stay out of the way and having a servant-like life, and training to become magus. Thrall, despite his cruelness, was an excellent teacher, and Tin had shown major promise from an early age. The week at the castle was a luxury compared to the next week, riding from dawn to dusk, camping hard with a full company of soldiers from all kingdoms. Soldiers themselves were great company, and by day 2 had all but adopted Adrex as one of their own. He watched them at night with the combat drills, and even had 1 or 2 soldiers giving him some lessons in swordplay. Still, it was a long day in the saddle. It was tiring, it was dirty, it was rough, and it was a side of warfare that was never covered in the heroic tales that they had been told about. He was grumping about it one day, and one of the soldiers, Kern, laughed as he walked past with his squad. "We all had the same dream, protecting the lands from evil and saving the girl. We all realized it's not like that," he said. "Welcome to the Northern Watch." The others laughed too, patting Adrex on the back as they continued on. Adrex couldn't help but grin slightly as the soldiers continued to make him feel welcome and part of their group. He continued to walk through the camp until he came to the command tent. He sat down on a log next to Vista at the fire pit. Orange flickering lights painted her face in odd patterns as she listened to the commander speaking. "We still have 2 days of travel at least, but I'm likely to stretch that out to 4 days. I want my men fresh and ready to charge should your worst fears be realized," he said. "It's concerning that we have not come across anything that would have held up communication," one of the senior officers remarked. No sign of bandits or bodies or of attempts to stop magical communications either, he added. That would mean that the problem is either end of the chain. Either the messages are coming through and there are problems there, Vista said. She was cut off before she continued. Careful, you speak treasonous words, the commander said. She looked at him from under the hood. As an outsider, I don't. But even more concerning is the option that the Northern Watch was defeated, Vista responded. That is the real fear here, and why we must be ready, one of the senior officers said. The commander looked round his men and Vista, and then looked down at his feet. Grand Maester, what do you think we should do? He asked, defeated. Vista slowly pulled off her hood before she started to speak, a pause to collect her thoughts. You are the soldiers, not me. However, if the Northern Watch has fallen, then each day that passes, more evil could escape into the world. I would suggest 3 days, not 4, to get there, she said. Either way, we may still be too late, one of the group said. Only if organized. Rabble will be hunted down, Vista said. The Demon King's head rose up. He looked dead ahead, anger building inside him at what he felt. One of his lords came running up to him and dropped to a knee. My liege, they have sent reinforcements, he said through deep breaths. The Demon King just growled. Not only had reinforcements arrived, but he was also prepared for that. He needed more sacrifices for the summoning, but one of his plans had come too. Was it leading them, or had it been captured? He growled at a low sound that caused all who were close to look at him with fear. General, he barked. A demon walked in, dark wings wrapped around him, forming a cape, and bowed before the king. Yes, my liege. Find some pawns to die for the cause. The more feral, the better, the king said before returning to the lord kneeling before him. Retreat, everyone else is to retreat north. It is time to start the next step of the plan. As you wish, my liege, the lord said, standing. Is there anything else? Yes, I want you to stay here until the battle starts. Athrodon has arrived, and I want to know why and in what capacity, the king said. Athrodon? It asked, stunned. Of course, I will do as you command. After 2 days of hard riding and a day's rest, the company made it to the field of the Northern Kingdom's castle ruins. Vista turned to Adrix and asked, What do you see? Adrix looked out at the ruins and surveyed the lands. He saw castle walls that had fallen and were now half buried and moss-covered. Beyond that, he saw the tree line of a forest that seemed to go on forever. Aside from the landscape, though, he saw nothing. It's empty of everything, he said. Vista looked at him, her eyes glowing red with magic, and Adrix realized that she wanted him to look at things magically, not just observe the mundane. Adrix summoned the magic to his eyes and looked out over the fields once more, and this time there was something to see. I see what looks like black wisps of smoke rising from the former castle, he said. He grimaced slightly as Athrodon seemed to perk up when he mentioned this, but he quickly hid the feeling. It looks like demonic magic, he said. Vista gave him a side-eye but nodded. My apprentice is right and has confirmed my fears. There appears to be no sign of the former watch, Commander, she said. Understood, Grand Maester, the commander said before walking his horse out front of the company and facing them. Form up, men, and prepare for battle. Archers in the back, spears in the front. Charge them down if they are still there, and remember your training, he said. The soldiers formed up into 4 rows of 20. The spearmen at the front took their spears out of the stirrup that supported it when riding, and the archers knocked their first arrows, and the rest drew swords. The horses started to shake their heads and stamp their hooves, breathing hard. They could sense the battle approaching. Form up either side of the formation. We will follow them in as cover, Vista said, turning to Adrix. Adrix nudged his horse into position, and Vista rode around the other side of the company. Adrix could feel his heart beating hard in his chest. His last fights had either been a surprise in the forest or were parts of training. One of the soldiers gave him a nudge. You okay? He asked. Adrix looked to his right and saw Kern smiling at him. Just a little nervous, Adrix admitted. Relax, take a deep breath and stick close to us. The spearmen in front will do most damage if anything is still there, Kern said. Just follow the lead spear's instructions, he added. Flanks will split and pincer, while the center will punch down the middle, the commander said out loud, giving his final orders. That means we will ride off away from the other groups, then swing round and charge through, Kern informed Adrix. The commander swung his sword above his head. The horses started to walk forward, slowly at first, then getting faster. Momentum seemed to be building even as the company split into its 3 separate groups. The lead spear, the soldier at the front left of the group, raised his spear. The horses all seemed to jump forward, cantering. Adrix held on tight to his horse as it took off. His heart was beating hard. He could hear pounding in his ears as hoofbeats thundered into the ground. He looked to his left and saw the determination on Kern's face, swords held ready, leaning forward and focused on the lead spear. Adrix, holding on tight to his horse, did the same. The lead spear pointed his spear to the right. The group rounded a large chunk of masonry. Adrix looked up as they charged in towards the centre of the former castle grounds. Ahead was a hulking black brute. It looked like a bear, but was twice the size. Great big white tusks stuck out from its mouth. It was covered with black fur with a white mane. Green emerald eyes stared at the approaching horses. It roared a challenge. The soldiers replied with a yell, spears gleaming as they were pointed at the demon. Adrix looked ahead in fear. They were closing fast. Self-doubt crept in. Then the 2 sides clashed. Spears hit the demon. Shafts bent and snapped. The group charged past. The demon swung a powerful arm and knocked 3 soldiers from their mounts. The soldiers got up and faced the demon. Adrix turned his horse around. He had to act. He cast a large fireball. It hit the demon and the creature seemed to just brush it off. Several arrows whizzed in and bounced off the thick hair. Charge it down, someone yelled. The rest of the mounted soldiers charged forward. Swords flashed and clanged as they surrounded the demon and struck. The beast roared and he was answered by 2 others. Adrix looked behind him and his horse pranced away from the demon as it looked at him, those green eyes piercing through him. Anger washed over him. He created a great lightning spell. Move! He yelled to the soldiers. The men moved back from the beast and Adrix cast a spell. A bolt of electricity raced forth from the spell and hit the demon. Tendrils of electricity ran over the beast and it took 2 steps backwards. The spell ended and the demon looked up, smoke rising from its body. It roared at Adrix and thrashed its head using the tusks to dig up clumps of earth. It got ready to charge before several arrows struck it. It looked down, confused for a moment. The arrows had pierced it. Adrix hadn't killed it, but had managed to create weaknesses in its natural armor. It looked at Adrix, then the archers, then back to Adrix. Then the soldiers rushed forward, stabbing at it as the archers on horseback continued to move and fire, circling the demon. The demon thrashed about, and 2 soldiers went flying into the masonry. One soldier drove his sword into the demon's chest, and it howled in pain. The soldiers fell back, and Adrix struck it again with another spell. This time the electricity was drawn to the sword sticking out of the chest of the demon. It fell forwards and onto its knees. Several more arrows pierced it before the demon collapsed. Come on, men, to the others, one of the soldiers yelled. They hauled on the reins of the horse, turning around and rounding up the men. Then they took off, cantering through the ruins. They came across another demon, smouldering and surrounded by dead soldiers. They carried on towards the sounds of clashing arms and the sounds of roars. They came to a small clearing where soldiers were herding the demon back. Arrows stuck out of its body and it was bleeding a purple ichor on the ground, staining the grass it stood on. Vista stood just behind the advancing soldiers, a massive spell being crafted. It combined lightning and fire. I smite you, vile creature, she declared and cast a spell into the sky. She brought her hand down to face the demon that now had a spell underneath its feet. It roared in counter before 3 bolts of lightning crashed down on its head, and a bolt of fire pierced it, landing at the center of the spell circle underneath. Its body, smoked and smoldered by the demon, refused to collapse. Adrex grimaced in pain as Athrodon pushed into his barriers, glee from the demon leaking through. Adrex stifled a yell of pain. The soldiers didn't wait another moment. Arrows thudded into the creature once more. Then several soldiers launched forward and drove their swords into the demon. It gave a half-hearted yell before it fell backwards against the wall it was being boxed into and went limp. Adrex looked up just as it let out its last breath. Athrodon stopped trying to escape, but the glee was still partially there. Vista looked behind her, concerned until she laid her eyes on Adrex. She looked relieved and raced over to him. "How did you go?" she asked worriedly. "Several lightning spells and teamwork took care of our demon," Adrex said. "But you know who tried to push out," he added. "Not many 13-year-olds have had to face down one of these brutes in quite some time. Well done, apprentice," she said as she rested a hand on her shoulder. "Very well done." After the battle, Vista sent a message to the 4 kingdoms about what had happened. She also added that the Northern Watch required more men to hold, not just to replace those who had died retaking the area, but to properly reinforce it against future attacks. She also sent a separate message to the magic schools requesting some strong meisters to help protect against the demonic horde. That night the survivors gathered to bury those who had died. They had lost 9 men and 12 horses to the brutes, including Kern. They also commemorated those that had already died to defend the land, including the previous meisters, Bo and Inca. Adrex felt numb through the whole thing, struggling to process what had happened in the last week. He felt Athrodon flexing his power inside, but he didn't try to break out. A few days later, several meisters from the defense and battle schools arrived. Vista gave them a briefing and put them under the command of the Northern Watch commander. She also promised that she would arrange a rotation to coincide with the North Watch's rotations. The day after the reinforcements arrived and the magical barrier was remade, Vista and Adrex rode off for the battle school and back to a more normal experience. Chapter 13. The Northern Watch. The treetops bent towards Adrex as the wind picked up from the north once more. Adrex wrapped his cloak around him tighter to fight off the chill as he stared out into the shadows of the forest. It had been 3 years since he was last out here and had faced down the demon brutes, and now he was here on assignment to the Northern Watch as a magus. Not exactly how he had pictured his heroic fighting. He waved his hand over the rock he was perched on, a few glyphs forming before a fire sprung forth from the rock to give him warmth. The days were getting shorter, the nights lasting longer, and the snowy season was upon them. Adrex would be here for the first few weeks before the watch swapped out. He was already looking forward to returning to the battle school where it would be warmer. Another gust of wind blew in his face and he shivered, holding his hood down to stop the wind catching it. The wind sucked the warmth from him, as did the demon Athrodon as it writhed in its cell, screaming at him or laughing. Adrex ignored the demon for now and added a bit more magic to his fire, increasing its warmth. Adrex stayed on that rock until the sun dipped down below the mountains and the sky started to darken. He took the brief chance he had to look up and just gaze at them, enjoying the peacefulness of the setting, until he heard someone clear their throat next to him and he looked down at the culprit. "Oh, hi, Jesse," Adrex said sheepishly. Jesse just gave him a disappointed look as Adrex slid off his perch and stopped the fire he had cast, landing lightly on his feet and standing in front of his replacement. "Just enjoying a moment of quiet when I can get it. You have to admit it's beautiful up here," Adrex said. "It's also dangerous. We don't want another repeat of 3 years ago." Jessie said sternly. She was a stern Mage, one who believed in the cause and had done several patrols with the Northern Watch. She was also 6 years Adrix's senior and was born in the waning years of the demonic crusades. I know, Jessie. I was here for the end of that. However, we still don't know how they broke the barrier, what happened to the men stationed here, or the true cause behind it. So a few moments of stargazing to help relax a tired mind while the traps and barriers are still in place is fine. Adrix responded to her critique of him. Jessie took a breath to start another monologue about the cause they had signed up for, duty, honor, and the greater good. Adrix just held up his hand. Yeah, I know. Drop it. Nothing has happened while I have been out here, he said, giving his report. Also, rain is on the horizon, the temperature is dropping, and it may start snowing, he added. Jessie just humphed and pulled her hood up and wrapped her cloak around her, before finding a bit of masonry with a suitable overhang and sat herself down before lighting a magical fire behind her to keep her warm. Adrix just shrugged as she walked off for her watch and made his way to the encampment. Set slightly further back from the castle, a small fort had been built to oversee a greater area of land. This had also provided an area for bedding, stable for the horses, and a fallback position for the watch on the barrier. For now, it was home for Adrix, and while not the most pleasant place he had slept in, it was better than a tent, especially during the upcoming seasons. Adrix was greeted at the fort entrance by the watch guards on duty as he made his way to the mess hall. He grabbed a portion of food and sat down at the end of one of the benches closer to the fire that blazed in the hearth. He laid out a couple of pieces of parchment as he ate, and then started writing, using his finger to trace out letters with magic on the parchment like a little spell. The first note he wrote was to Meister Vista, just keeping her up to date on the happenings at the watch, which he was doing every week or so when he could. Grand Meister Vista, all has been quiet since the alarms were triggered 2 weeks ago. The watch commander is thinking it must have been a wolf pack passing nearby, and I must say that I currently agree with that assessment. The ranger with us has found wolf prints, though he did mention they looked larger than any known wolf species. I am also looking forward to getting back to the school and get back to training to become a Meister. However, I think I may have to visit the healing school first, so my return will be delayed. Best regards, Magus Adrix. The next message he wrote out was for Genel and Livia, just to give them an update to what was happening. He understood he couldn't say too much, so he mainly mentioned what the surrounding landscape was like and that nothing had happened since he started. Then he pulled out the final piece of parchment and stopped, thinking about how he was going to word this and thinking about the recipient. Genel and Livia had made it to his graduation to a fully fledged magus, and he had made it to theirs. That was when he had told them he was heading north to do his part with Watch. However, he felt bad for not keeping in contact with the others from his ward, and now he was reaching out to one for help, and he felt bad. He wrote and rewrote the letter several times until he came up with it. Dear Nora, I hope this message finds you well. I am hoping that I could see you for some medical assistance when I have finished my current duties with the Northern Watch. It is a rather sensitive matter that you have some knowledge in. I also hope we could meet up as we haven't seen each other since the last joint training exercise. Kind regards, Magus Adrix. He sat there and read it several times as his food got cold. The light started to dim, and those eating slowly filtered out of the mess hall. Again he could feel Athrodon stirring at his unease. The demon seemed to almost feed on his emotions. He would need to meditate tonight before he slept, ease his mind and strengthen the bindings that the demon held at bay. Though at least he had not let the demonic power out in the previous 3 years. He quickly finished his now cold meal, then collected his letters and made his way to his room. It was sparse and military in design. A cot for him to sleep, a small table and chair for report writing, and a chest for clothing that was all that had been given to him. The room was bigger than his room at the battle school. However, there were more offerings of comfort at the school, including the training rooms, libraries, and more. He sat down at his desk and created the spell for the 3 notes, forming the notes into little birds of magic. He set down a map and pointed each bird to its destination before taking them to the window and letting the messages fly out as streaks of orange light. With that task complete, he sat down on the floor, crossed his legs, and rested his hands on his knees as he focused inwards, feeling the flow of magic inside him. He got drawn in. He created a repulsion spell at his door so that he would not be disturbed. The flow of magic inside him pulled him deeper. It was like a river now that flowed through him, unlike when he first started, when it was like a small pool. That pool had grown and grown until it had burst its banks. This was something that every mage would go through. The week that had happened was a scary one for all mages as they struggled to get control of the overwhelming power now within them. Without proper control, they would overflow, and their magic would literally spill out of them until they used up too much and would become what was dubbed burnt out. They would never retain that power again, and would be limited to their small pool of magic. Adrix fell deeper yet into his magic until he found Athrodon. The demon was surrounded by its own black demonic magic, though it was being held in by barrier spells. "It has decided to visit us. We are most welcomed by this gift," Athrodon teased Adrix. "What do you want, demon? Why do you continue to try? Why do you continue to exist?" Adrix responded. Athrodon grinned at him and let out a short laugh that sounded like glass scraping over itself. "It's simple, little Magus. It's simple. I know what is coming. I will gain control of this body and help bring about the destruction of your world," the demon said. "Oh, and when is that supposed to happen?" Adrix asked. Again, that sliding, grating laugh came from Athrodon. "It is getting closer every day. It won't be long now. The Northern Watch will fall, and so will the kingdoms. You have shown me much, and they are weak," Athrodon said. "I am not the only one either. There are more of us ready to take over. Your leaders will fall, and we will replace them." Adrix held up his hand, and he smiled as Athrodon spoke. "We really should have had this talk a long time ago," Adrix said. "You were unready, too focused on being a hero. Now you are more open to letting this happen. You have seen how bad the world truly is, how corrupt the kingdoms are. You could help fix that," Athrodon smiled. Adrix's eyes glowed as the spell formed in his hand. His magic flowed to Athrodon's cell and reinforced the bindings. Athrodon laughed again. "You'll call for my power one way or another. Then you will be mine." The demon started to get quiet, and Adrix pulled away, letting the magic flow soothe him and quiet his mind for a while. He then prepared for bed and climbed into his cot. A few weeks had passed, and Adrix was now on patrol with the Riders, a group of the Watch that rode east and west along the mountain ranges that formed a natural barrier. There were a few passes that demonic raiders would slip through, and these had to be patrolled. There were forts here too, but they were often unmanned during the snowy season, as the passes were all but impassable at those stages. With the first snows falling, only the 3 major passes remained open currently. The ground was white underfoot with a thin layer of powder, and the grass had frozen and crunched under hoof as the riders started their way back, having camped in Fort Curzon for the night. Adrix looked up at the mountains, now capped with snow, and while he could appreciate the scenery, he was still trying to keep himself warm. Even with extra thick and woolen layers, the cold still snuck in. He looked back down at the path they were taking, still just visible as a slight divot in the land when the rider's commander held up his hand. The 8 men stopped, as did Adrix, who stood up in the stirrups of his horse and started looking for what was wrong. He heard the crunching off to his right, hidden by a few bushes that started to rustle. He drew his magic to his eyes and saw nothing out of the ordinary, but readied himself. One of the riders knocked an arrow and took aim at the bush, and the rest half drew their swords. The rustling grew louder, and everyone's focus was drawn to the bush. Adrix selected his spell he would cast. The archer half drew the weight of the bow. Adrix took a deep breath in. 2 snow hares burst from the bush and looked up at the riders before running back into the bushes. Adrix let out his breath, and the rest of the riders laughed at themselves and the situation. Before they started back on their path back to the barrier, riding slightly easier after the tension was eased. By midday, they had covered a fair amount of ground and very close to making it back to the barrier. The snow had melted slightly under the sun, forming slush on the ground. The mood was joyous among the riders, and talk had started about what they would do back in their kingdoms. Set from the southern kingdom was talking about the great harvest, a week of sailing and fishing, diving for shellfish, and collecting the fruits and berries from the trees and vines. Each night was a party for the villagers, with singing, dancing, giant fires for cooking. It's also how they supplied produce for the mainland, with a portion set aside for trading that the southern kingdom paid to each village. Adrix was picturing sitting back on the beaches that Set described, watching the bonfires when he heard the squawking sound from his left. He immediately snapped his head as rustling sounds started coming towards them. This was heavier than the hares from before, and moving with purpose towards them. He let out a shrill whistle, and the riders prepared. 2 shadowy creatures launched themselves from the undergrowth at the riders. They were small with large green eyes, long gangly arms, and legs with wide mouths of sharp teeth. The rider closest to the demons was knocked from his horse and hit the ground, sliding slightly. He wrestled with the little demon before landing a swift punch to the demon's face. Adrix cast a push spell and blew the demon off the rider. The creature went rolling along the ground before standing up and glaring at Adrix. The other demon danced under the legs of the horses, causing them to slip and slide in the slush. The horses tried to prance away, but the little imp-like creature would not let it. It slashed with sharp little claws, trying to bring down its prey with no luck. The rider grabbed the reins and forced the horse to charge forward away from the imp, who turned to face the other riders, laughing in delight. The first demon charged the fallen rider, who had got to his feet, sword drawn and ready. The demon leapt forward, and the rider swung his sword. The demon, being faster, sailed over the slash of the sword, slashing at the rider's armor. Blood started to stain the snow as the rider grabbed the imp and tossed it aside before stumbling to his knees, clutching his neck and chest. Adrix motioned a circle in the air with one hand as the imp charged again, then closed his hand into a fist. A pillar of flame erupted from the ground underneath the imp, who slid to the ground, the snow sizzling from the heat caused. It looked dead, but Adrix didn't risk it. He spiked it to the ground with several shards of ice before turning his attention to the second imp. He created several traps around the imp, forcing the creature away from the horses. The imp looked behind and charged at Adrix, murderous intent in its eyes as it readied to pounce. There was a hiss and a thwack, and the imp stopped, dead. An arrow pierced its back and pinned it to the ground. One of the riders dismounted and ran over to his fallen comrade. He opened a satchel and pulled out some cloth that he used to cover the wound. Another rider dismounted and started to check the horses for injuries that would impede them traveling, while a third collected the fallen rider's horse. Once they had wrapped up the cuts on the horses and had made sure the fallen rider was not bleeding too badly, they all mounted and rode off. Adrex watched them as they worked together to get things done, unable to help. All he could do is burn the imps in a fire that he cast underneath them, black smoke rising from the demons' corpses. Okay. Chapter 14. The Travels South. The lands changed before Adrex as he rode south from the Watch. Ground that was ankle-deep with snow and getting deeper was now showing signs of dark winter green. Trees that had collected snow were now just bare branches or covered in leaves that did not fall in winter. He had left at first light after the reinforcements had arrived and had changed over. The Magus and the Magi had completed their handover of the pass cycle, including the incursions of the imps through the pass, before they went their separate ways. Adrex gave Jesse a note to take to the Grand Meister before they split to ride different paths, with him taking a detour to the School of Healing. He had no obligation to return to the battle school. He had completed his training, had been granted the title of Magus, and he was now free to do his own thing, including the ability to return to Black Hill. Sometimes a Magus or Magi would end up joining the palace guard or working for a noble. More often than not, though, they did stay at their school and keep learning, going for the rank of Meister. Adrex had decided to stay on at the school and learn more, to grow more skilled in combat, especially with the rise of demonic attacks recently and the warnings from his master, Vista. First, though, he needed a healer to make sure Athrodon, who had been stirring recently, had stayed silent. Adrex had noticed, before he had left for the Northern Watch, that the magic holding the demon was weakening, and after the last week there, he made it a priority. The fact he would be seeing Nora again didn't hurt either. The two had developed a strange bond on the first night they met, staying up late talking about what was going on in their lives at that point. The two of them had met several times during their apprenticeships, usually during group training or if Adrex was travelling with the Grand Meister to the healing school, and he was continually thankful that it was Nora and her master who had helped him years ago. On his third night of travel, he crossed into the Northern Kingdom territory, one of the outlying villages. Large swaths of farmland signalled his arrival. As the sun got low, he got to the village centre. He was greeted with wary looks from people who glanced down quickly after seeing him. The village centre was just a couple of buildings, a crude blacksmith who looked to be making farming equipment, a few shops selling food, and an inn that had lights on and looked inviting. He tied up his horse in the cover provided, brushed it down, and prepared a bag of feed. The stable had a water trough, and then Adrex walked through the front door of the inn. He was given side glances the entire way to the bar. The lady at the bar pointed to a small table away from the crowd with some walls set up for privacy. Adrex bowed and took a seat at the table and looked around at the crowd from under his hood. As the conversation picked up again, though not as loud as before, and people were still giving him glances. The lady from the bar sat down from Adrex. She was a stout lady with a pleasant smile, wearing an apron with flour dusted on it over simple clothing. "You'd put others at ease if you took the hood off," she said cheerfully. Adrex did as she suggested, revealing his face so the room could see it. It didn't help now that they only saw he was in his mid-teens. "You'll have to excuse them. They live far from the main towns and cities. Travellers make them nervous at the best of times, and they have a heavy distrust of anyone in mage regalia, she said, before changing tone. Where are my manners? I'm Fia. I run this place with my husband, she said sweetly. Adrex bowed his head politely. And I am Adrex, Magus of the Battle School, he said. What can I do for you, Magus? Fia asked. I'm after a room for the night and a meal, please, Adrex asked. I can do that for you. Is there anything else? Fia asked. You could tell me more about why mages are distrusted and what else has caused people to be suspicious. I've never had the privilege to travel to smaller villages, so this is a chance to learn, Adrex said. I can tell you what I know. I'll be back soon with a meat pie and something to drink, Fia said kindly. Adrex leaned back in the booth as he waited for his food. He closed his eyes and just listened to the crowd. Most were just talking about the preparation for the fields of the fields for the current snow season. A few mentioned the distrust of a mage being here, while some questioned if Adrex was one because he looked so young. No mentions of anything like random bandit attacks that could also be linked to demonic activity. Fia returned soon with a large meat pie and a tankard of some kind. She sat down across from Adrex and set the food and drink down. It's juice, don't worry, she said, looking at his puzzled face. We only have tankards and mugs. Thank you for the meal, Adrex said before taking a sip of the drink. You wanted to know why the distrust of mages? Fia asked. Adrex nodded his head, his mouth now full of pie, with crumbs sticking around his mouth. Fia grinned before starting. It just started after the end of the war. You were probably too young. But the High King passed away rather suddenly, and his younger brother took the throne. He got a new chamberlain, a medical magus named Thrall, Fia said. Adrex swallowed hard, his eyes going dark. Yeah, I've met him before, a self-entitled magus and a bully amongst his least desirable traits, Adrex said. He's worse than that, Fia replied. He immediately convinced the High King to increase the taxes on the grain that we grow here, and he personally comes out every harvest to collect it with a group of soldiers under his command. He has ordered farms burnt and arrested several folk that stood up to him, and he has taken any child that shows even a small semblance of magical talent. In recent years, he's been taking a young boy with him too. Most people here have grown to distrust any mage because none have stopped this man, though most also understand they can't or risk war with the kingdoms, Fia explained. We also can't stop him due to him being allowed to act on his own. The schools don't have any direct control over us, Adrex said as he finished his meal. It's a bad situation all around then. This mage is tarnishing the good that you have done and enforcing the will of a high king, who appears to only want power, Fia said. Adrex raised his eyes quizzically. Might not want to say that near this mage, he said cheekily. Fia stood up after that, but with a smile still on her face. She set the key down on the table. Yours is room 2, she said. Adrex set some money from his purse on the table and took the key. Thank you, Fia. I'll likely be gone early, Adrex said. Fia took the coins and put them in a pouch in her apron before bowing. Thank you, Magus Adrex. Adrex walked up the rickety stairs to the second level where he saw 6 rooms, 3 on either side of the hallway. The first door on the right-hand side had a large number 2 marked on it, and Adrex used a key to unlock it before opening the door. He found a small but cozy room with a single bed and a wash basin with water. Adrex set his gear down at the end of the bed and then turned to face the closed door. He cast a simple push spell so that the door would not be able to be opened from the outside, then turned to face the one window in the room and repeated the spell there too. He was probably being paranoid, but he would rather the additional protection in case any of the villagers took extreme offense to him being here. Adrix washed his face in the basin, then climbed into the soft bed. After weeks of sleeping in the military cot or on the ground, the bed felt odd, like he was sinking slightly. It felt unnerving. While trying to fall asleep, he thought about what Fia had said about the other mage. Not only was Chamberlain Thrall wielding the power of the High King out here like a common thug, he was making Tin come along too. He went to sleep thinking he should tell Vista what he had learnt here. Adrix left early the next morning, just as the sun was creeping up over the horizon. He had left a note for Fia, thanking her for the room, and setting out for the healer's school. Even then, he had not beaten the farmers who were already out protecting the fields with the snow on its way, or ready the animals for the cold. He ended up getting dirty looks thrown his way as he rode past the farmers. He eventually made it to the forest, leaving the village behind except for the trailing thought of what was Thrall doing recruiting young mages. Adrix had to assume it was similar to what happened at Castle Blackhill. Just Thrall was acting with too much force. It was out of character for Thrall to do this for the benefit of the mages, so maybe he was acting on the High King's orders. Adrix wondered how Tin was doing too, and if Tin knew why the Chamberlain was doing what he was accused of doing. It was something else to discuss with Vista. The rest of his ride went smoothly, with him focusing on some meditation and some light reading of new techniques, until on the third day from leaving the village, he emerged from the forest to an opening with a smooth lake in the middle of it. The lake was fed from a river that flowed from the mountains and through the forest before it flowed back out the forest on the other side towards the southern shore. The open grassland was a vibrant green meadow, and if one looked with magic sight, they would see it was sustained by magic. On the eastern side of the lake was a small village, the side that Adrix was currently on. On the other side of the lake was a castle with a square tower in the centre of it. Across the two rivers were bridges, and boats were paddling all over the lake. Adrix approached the village, and two Magi approached in their green robes. "Greetings, Magus. Are you here to see the School of Healing?" one asked. "I am, Magi. I am here to see Magi Nora," Adrix said. "It is getting late, Magus. We have a spare room in the village for travellers who seek the healers. Please, stay the night and you can travel to see the school tomorrow." "Thank you, Magi," Adrix said. Chapter 15. In the School of Healing. Adrix slowly woke to the smell of perfume wafting in through the half-closed window of the room he was in. After all that time he had spent travelling, getting up early to travel as long as he could, it was nice to be able to take his time. He slowly got out of bed and made his way to the window. Looking out, he took a deep breath and smelled the flowery scents in the air. He had travelled to the healing school several times of his years of study, and he always enjoyed his stays there. The magic that the healers used to protect the meadow allowed the most beautiful flowers to bloom, which in turn allowed them to harvest those flowers for medicinal purposes. The healing arts were completely different from the other mage arts, as it often relied on outside influences that magic enhanced or transformed. They could turn a few weeds and a spell into a potion that could heal internal ailments, remove poisons, or null pain. This was the first time he had stayed in the village, though. He remembered one of the meisters telling him and other apprentices from outside schools that the first villagers were spouses of the first healers. In the early days, only mages were allowed within the school walls, so any that came with the family would have the family live in the village nearby. It also became a place to heal non-mages. Over time, the village grew as people who needed constant medical treatment moved to live closer to the healers. The villagers would travel to sell or trade herbs and food, and words spread of the school and the surrounding area. Eventually, this village expanded. Other trades came in and helped out with the school, glass blowers to create vials for potions, blacksmith for tools. Fishers would come because of the bountiful catches in the lake. It helped that the Meisters were known for paying well for good quality tools and equipment. 15 years after the final battle and the forming of the schools, the village was normally used as a stopping point for travellers heading to the school. Not that the villagers minded a quiet life. Adrix closed his eyes and enjoyed the smells wafting in through the window. The calming effect it had was for some therapy enough. He felt the sun hit him and bathed in the heat it gave off before slowly opening his eyes and turning from the window. He washed in the basin with the water provided and dressed before walking out of the bedroom into the front room of the small inn. One of the I always struggle with this. The Mage, who had greeted him yesterday evening, was sitting in a high-backed chair reading a piece of parchment. There is some bread, honey, on the table. Please eat. My friend has sent for your friend, and she will join you here once she has finished with her morning assignments. Thank you, Mage, but I really should be going. It is still a few hours' ride around a lake, Adrix said. The Mage turned to look at Adrix, a sly grin on her face. My dear boy, sit and eat. You won't be riding around the lake. She gestured to a seat with a small table in front of it and the food mentioned. Adrix reluctantly sat down. He spread some honey on a piece of bread that he could smell was freshly baked and took a bite. The honey was sweet, and he guessed it was probably from a hive somewhere in the meadow. He swallowed the bite before asking, What do you mean I won't be riding? You will travel via the lake on a raft, the Mage said simply. It will save you plenty of time. My colleague has gone to collect Mage Nora and will be back around lunchtime. Thank you for your help, Adrix said before taking another bite of bread. So, who is the crown princess of the Western Kingdom to you? A secret lover, perhaps? The Mage asked cheekily. Adrix choked on the bread he was chewing on and pounded his chest as he coughed, but managed to swallow the lump. He coughed again and looked up at the Mage with his eyes watering. No, nothing like that, he said, gasping. The Mage laughed as Adrix floundered, trying to regain some composure and dignity. She waved her hand, green symbols and glyphs floating in the air, as Adrix felt the effects of almost choking pass. He slowly sat upright and wiped the tears from his eyes. We both came from the Western Kingdom. I'm just a ward of the kingdom, though. We've only met a few times. However, her master helped me with an issue in my first year of training. I'm just here for a follow-up, Adrix said. Any Mage could do a follow-up. Why her? The healer asked. I could do it and save everyone some time. Her eyes went green as she drew on her magic pool. Adrix immediately readied a spell that would have sent her flying across the room and raised his hand. That is a rather private matter, Adrix said. Continue with your interference and I will be forced to take drastic actions. The Mage let go of the magic and her eyes returned to normal. Adrix followed suit a few moments later. I am sorry for that scene and I hope you can understand. I'll be in my room, meditating. He winced slightly as he said this and tucked his left hand inside his robe as he turned and headed towards the door. My apologies for that. I didn't mean to pry, the Mage said. No, it's fine. I just need to focus before my treatment. Please don't disturb me until Nora gets here, Adrix said hurriedly as he closed the door behind him. He locked it and set up several insanely powerful trap spells to keep not just people out, but magic and magic sight. He then knelt down in the middle of the room and he pulled up his cloak and shirt off to reveal the black traces of demonic magic creeping up his left arm. He had feared the seal was weakening, and his hand that was now growing black claws was confirmation. He gritted his teeth through the pain and shut his eyes, focusing inwards on the flow of his magic. He saw Athrodon smiling at him, black wisps of magic flowing out of the magical seal and entering his magic stream, tainting it. "I have you now, little Magus," Athrodon sneered. Adrex calmed his breathing and focused on his magic stream. It was erratic and flowing too fast through his body, carrying the demonic power to all parts of him. Athrodon looked at him quizzically as Adrex calmed himself. His magic, while still flowing erratically, slowed down, going from a raging torrent to a meandering stream. Athrodon roared at him and forced himself at the barriers holding him, trying to push his way through. Adrex was focused, though, and paid the demon little heed as he changed the flow of his magic so that it flowed smoothly through his body once more. He pulled it towards his hand and focused on the push spells he had used as a seal for the demon and increased the power, cutting the magical pull down to a fraction but allowing him to gain control over the demon once more. "You are an unwelcome guest here. Keep it down," Adrex said to the demon. "If I don't get out, my brothers will. I hear the one in Central is sowing distrust," Athrodon raged. "I know of the Meister you refer to, and he will be reported to the Grand Meister," Adrex responded calmly. "I wonder about that," Athrodon said as he faded back into the magic. Adrex opened his eyes and fell forward, bracing himself with his hands outstretched. The black fading from his left hand, and sweat dripped from his forehead and coated his upper body. He felt like he had just run a marathon and was breathing hard. His head was pounding, or something was pounding. He shook his head as his senses started to return to normal, and he heard banging on the door. "Magus Adrex, Nora is here. Are you okay there?" Adrex threw his cloak on and walked over to the door, removing the spells and unlocking it and slowly opening it. Both Maggie and Nora was standing in front of him, looking worried. "What's up?" he asked. Nora smiled at him, though it did not reach her eyes. She stepped forward, forcing Adrex back a few steps as she entered the room. "Looks like your first session of healing starts now," she said, taking control. She turned round to face the other two Magi. "I'll need not to be disturbed. This is very delicate work." "Understood. We'll clear the area just to make sure no one bothers you," one of the Magi said. Nora nodded and shut the door before locking it. Then she turned to Adrex. "What the hell is happening?" she hissed. Adrex waved his hand at the door and the spells immediately returned. Then he knelt down in the middle of the floor and shrugged off his cloak. "Do you remember a few years ago when your master helped me?" Adrex asked. "I do," Nora responded worriedly, though curiousness was creeping in. "Did she ever tell you the full story?" Adrex asked hopefully. "Never the full picture, but you created quite the buzz in the medical school. Someone who had cut off part of the magic stream. It had never been done," Nora replied. "What did you get told?" "You had some sort of corruption in your magic stream and had sealed it off. We were forbidden from asking about the type of corruption or from trying ourselves, but I learnt how to search for it. Master Aya said I would need it in the future," Nora said. Adrex let out a weakened smile at that. He was feeling the efforts from just before it had taken a lot from him. "Then you need to search for it, but be warned, it will fight back," Adrex said. Nora swallowed hard and stood in front of Adrex, holding both hands in front of her as she started to craft the spell she would need. Glyphs and lines formed in front of her in neon green light, forming circles, squares, and spheres, with glyphs running through the entire thing. Nora closed her eyes and made a slight pushing motion. The green spell moved forward and seemed to pass into Adrex's body, which started to glow. Nora's brow furrowed as she concentrated, and Adrex looked up at her, worried. Then a wave of pain hit Adrex, and he collapsed to the ground. "Was that your lover?" Adrex heard Athrodon ask. "She seems nice. You should have told her you were taken, though." Adrex groaned as he looked at the demon still in its cage, which Adrex saw was holding. His magic stream also seemed to be okay. "Don't worry, she's fine, so are you. She just got a bit of a fright. Clever girls actually fix some of the damage. Now you are moving somewhere," the demon hissed. "If you hurt her, Adrex started. "Do what? Kill yourself? You were stuck with me, boy." Athrodon cut Adrex off. "I'm you. You are just piloting this body, and eventually I will take over." "Never," Adrex muttered tiredly. "That's the spirit," Athrodon laughed. "I'll see you next time. Looks like you are being woken up." Adrex felt a gentle tapping on his cheek, and he tried to move his arm to brush it away. His arm felt heavy and sluggish and barely moved. "That's a good sign," he heard a voice say. It sounded very distant. "Open his eyes up," another said. He felt a hand on his forehead, and his left eyelid was forced open. Light flooded in, and he winced. Reactions seem okay, too. "Meister Aya, he's ready." "Very good. Now stand back, please." He heard a third voice. This one he recognized. Meister Aya, Aya, who was one of the few Meisters who knew about Athrodon and the full extent of what was going on. "Relax, Adrex. This will heal you," she said. He felt a warmness flow over him, and he felt the tiredness in his body start to fade. He flexed his fingers before opening his eyes slowly so that he could adjust them to the lights in the room. It was actually rather darker than he expected, apart from the green glow of healing magic in the air. "Meister, where's Nora?" Adrex asked. "Recovering. She spent too much magic helping you, but I'll tell you once you have rested more. In the meantime, I will treat you. She still isn't ready for large operations like this. Most Meisters would struggle," Aya said. "Thank you," Adrex said. "Just relax, Adrex. This will take a while. You spent so much magic, you almost killed yourself recreating those barriers," Aya said. "Sorry, what?" Adrex asked. "Your magic pool was almost completely depleted. You would have started burning your essence if you kept going slightly further," Aya said softly. Adrex sank back into the pillows that he only just noticed. They were really soft, and he closed his eyes. "I should have seen you before leaving on tour," Adrex said. "Would have been wiser, yes. Now relax. I'll be back in a few hours to go through another session." "Session?" Adrex asked. "I don't have enough magic to fully heal you and restore your magic pool in one go. And while it will replenish itself naturally, it will be a slow process as it heals itself. And those next few sessions might hurt a little bit," Aya said. Adrex groaned, and he settled in. Adrex was at the healing school for about 2 weeks. The first week he was bedridden for the most part, physically incapable of moving more than basic functions, as he was slowly healed and returned to full strength. Aya would provide his treatment every second day at the end of the day, doing what she could, but careful not to overexert herself in the process. On the 6th day of Adrex arriving and receiving treatment, Nora arrived with Aya. Adrex sat up and immediately started to apologize. Nora bowed her head before saying, "I'm sorry for causing any concern," she said. "You saved my life, almost at the cost of your own. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Can you forgive me?" Adrex asked. Aya just looked at the two, a sly grin tugging at her lips, and a look of disapproval etched on her face. "Both of you are as foolish as each other, spending all your magic reserves with no thought about personal safety," she said before softening her voice. "Both your masters are impressed with your self-sacrifice, but wish to remind you of the dangers of overexerting yourself." Adrix looked from Nora, who had withdrawn slightly and turned red in embarrassment, to Aya as she spoke. He felt himself going pale. "You told Master Vista what happened?" he asked. "I did, as I felt it was important. She knew the full extent, including Athrodon becoming a greater threat," Aya replied. "Master Vista's going to kill me," Adrix groaned. In the second week of his treatment, he was able to walk around, escorted in case he started to become weak. He spent large sums of his time in the library reading over the older tomes of healing, especially during the war, hoping to find something that Aya might have missed. Nora was his carer during this week, and any time that Adrix didn't spend in the library, he spent with her. He had missed her and Pera's graduation due to him being on tour, and wanted to know what life was like for a healer leading up to graduation and following. Pera, he found out, had left the school. She had gone to the Southern Isles with a few other healers. This, Adrix realized, was more common, as healers would set up places of healing and communities, unlike the more warrior-based magic users. On his last day before Aya would let him start traveling, Adrix took some time to sit out in the meadow outside the tower. Nora had started to go back to her other duties and studies, but would still check up on him. Adrix was using this time to meditate and test his returned strength, though at this moment he was leaning up against the castle dozing off when he heard the grass crunch next to him. He half opened one of his eyes to see Nora as she sat down next to him before closing it again. She leaned back against the wall before she shifted closer to Adrix and leaned her head to rest on his shoulder. It reminded Adrix of the first time they spoke just after the choosing ceremony. Nora had stayed up late waiting for him before they spent long hours talking. It was nice to think back to those times. "I thought I might find you here," she said, breaking the silence. "I have been a bit predictable in my day-to-day recovery," Adrix said. "It is good to have a routine," Nora responded, sounding like she was quoting one of the books she must have studied. Adrix opened his eyes and slowly turned his head so he could see Nora better. She looked relaxed and comfortable, except for a furrow of her brow. She had something on her mind, Adrix, though, would not ask. She would open up when she was ready. Until then, he closed his eyes and leaned his head on hers. He also grabbed her hand and loosely held it. They sat like that for a while, the sun trying to warm the meadow through a chill still lingered in the air. The gentle sounds and smells of nature surrounded them. Adrix heard Nora let out a little sigh before asking, "Are you returning to the battle school?" "I intend to, yes," Adrix responded. "Would you ever consider leaving the battle school? Would you consider going home?" Nora asked. "I might leave after I have become a Meister, though I have not planned to. Currently, I intend to go back to the North Watch." Adrix said slowly. He felt Nora's hand tighten around his as he answered. "And you haven't considered returning to Castle Blackhill?" she asked. Adrix paused. He wasn't sure where this was going. He no longer thought of the castle as his home. The battle school did with the other students, mages and meisters, feeling like his adopted family. "I hadn't thought of returning to the castle, no. The battle school feels like my home," Adrix said slowly. Nora paused briefly. She gripped Adrix's hand even harder. "My father has requested that I return to the castle, to the royal court. I have completed my basic training and have experienced the world. I've always known that I must return, but having been free here, I don't want to go back," she explained. Adrix could feel her sob slightly as she finished. Adrix couldn't relate to any of this. He was a commoner and a child of the ward. His parents had both died in the demonic war, leaving him alone at a young age. He was tested and found to have latent magical abilities, so was taken in. He never had expectations put on him of what to do with his life, except those of his position as the battle magus. "You could always renounce your title and stay here with the healers," Adrix responded. "Unfortunately, I cannot. My oldest brother died at the Northern Watch. I am now second in line for the throne. My father needs me, and I want to perform my duties as a crown princess. I just want someone as a close confidant and advisor and friend. Adrix chose this moment to stand up, letting go of Nora's hand briefly. He then offered it again to help her stand. She took it, and Adrix pulled her to her feet. He embraced her, holding her tightly for a long moment before pulling away. I will always be your friend, no matter where we are. However, my place is not at Castle Blackhill, not in the royal court, he said softly. He watched as the hope in her eyes faded, and it hurt. He took another step back, but before he could walk away, Nora stepped in and gently kissed him on the cheek. Then she let him go. Adrix was packing the last of his things when Meister Aya walked into the room. She asked you, didn't she? The Meister asked. Yes, Meister, she did, Adrix responded glumly. Your horse is ready for you to leave. One of the Meisters will make sure you get across the lake. Will you not stay until tomorrow and leave early? Aya asked. I don't think that would be wise, Meister. I should get back to my studies and my own master, Adrix responded. Safe travels, Magus. I shall see you in a few months for another checkup, Aya said before she turned and left silently. Adrix silently left the healer's school. He led his horse to the lake and got on the raft and was transported to the other side of the lake. He thanked the Meister who took him and made sure to pay the 2 Magi who housed him. Then, without looking back at the school, he mounted his horse and rode into the forest. Chapter 16. Advanced Combat Skills. The first snows had reached the battle school as Adrix approached. As he got closer, he watched the central tower reveal itself before he crested the hill to reveal the rest of the school and the surrounding flat field now with a fine layer of white snow. He had a small magical fire to keep him warm while riding, and he huddled over it as he crossed the field and entered the castle grounds, hunched over as the snow continued to fall. He made his way up to the stables and once inside dismounted, extinguishing the fire so as to not startle the horses, even if they were trained not to spook due to magic. He tied up his mount, gave it a pat on the shoulder, and removed its saddle before a stable boy took over the brush down. Once the stable boy had taken over, Adrix made his way to the castle. He brushed off the last of the snow as he crossed the threshold and removed his hood as the door closed behind him. He felt the warmth surrounding him. He smiled. He was back home. A first-year student, as marked by his cloak, approached Adrix and bowed slightly. Magus, the Grandmaster would like to see you. She's been expecting you, the student said. Adrix bowed in response. Thank you, he said. Adrix made his way through the castle towards the central tower before climbing the stairs to the top room. He knocked on the door before he took a seat on one of the chairs. He didn't have to wait long before the door opened and Master Vista beckoned him in. Adrix followed her into the office and took a seat in front of her desk as she sat down with her high-backed chair, a few papers on her desk. You've had an eventful trip, apprentice, she said. Adrix wasn't sure how to respond. She didn't actually ask him a question. Yes, I did. Vista raised an eyebrow and pulled out several pieces of parchment and laid them out. Several with orange writing and 2 with green that glowed slightly. Adrix swallowed hard at the sight of those green ones. I've told you before about overdoing it. Most people would collapse and probably die. You would suffer a worse fate and possibly doom us all, Vista said sternly. Adrix looked down at his feet, embarrassed. He knew it was coming, but it didn't make it any harder. He forced himself to look up, expecting to see a stern look. Instead, he saw kindness and compassion, which shook him. What's the other letter? Adrix asked. Oh, it was just a letter to say you had recovered and were leaving, Vista said slowly. Adrix knew better to pry, when his master was obviously hiding something. Normally, she would just outright say it. It wasn't for him to know, though. Adrix looked down and shuffled. The letters to bring his reports from the north to the top. Now, on to business, she said, looking at the report. What are your thoughts on the Northern Watch? Adrex sat up a little straighter before he started. We had a few encounters, even as the snows started to fall and made the mountain passes impossible to pass. The Northern Watch and Northern riders are well trained and led, though undersized for the area they must cover, Adrex said. Vista nodded. Your reports say that the forts are barely manned. Are these forts that oversee the mountain passes? Yes, Master. They would need 3 times the men to constantly man them, though they are not needed during the snowy season as you can't get through the pass. Certainly not enough to form an invasion, and the riders still patrol the area, Adrex responded. Is there anything else you can think of? Vista asked. Well, I learnt quickly that the combat training we went through is unsuitable for anything other than large battles with big armies. While some of the skills carry over, any mage stationed there needs to learn to fight in small skirmishes, Adrex said. Vista looked up at him, her eyes studying him. Are you saying that I did not train you well? She asked, her face blank and unreadable. Adrex swallowed hard before answering. No, not that. A small smile tugged at the lips of Vista. Relax, Adrex, you are correct. Your training was focused more on larger combat. Adrex felt the tips of his ears get red from embarrassment, and he looked down at his desk. Master, I was hoping you could teach me some more combat techniques, he asked. Under normal circumstances, you would be doing your own study to attain those skills that would eventually let you attain the title of Meister, Vista said slowly, choosing her words carefully. That being said, these are not normal times, and if you do intend to go back north, you will need to upskill faster than you can on your own. So yes, I will oversee your training, Vista said. Adrex looked up, a beaming smile on his face. Thank you, Master, he said. Get some rest and we will start in 2 days' time, Vista announced. Adrex sat cross-legged in the center of a large training hall that was empty except for Vista, who was sitting across from him in the same cross-legged style. Both of them had their eyes closed and were meditating, bringing their magic and themselves under control. Vista let out a deep breath, followed by a few seconds later by Adrex, before both slowly opened their eyes. As you have observed, combat on the Northern Watch or while travelling will usually be a smaller affair than what you have been trained for. While you can use some of those combat skills you have learnt, they are not as effective as other methods, Vista said. She stood up and Adrex followed her lead, turning to face the 4 small targets set up against the wall to his right. Depending on the targets, you could get away with an attack on a large area. Much like your normal attacks, though, you will most likely need to target a single target instead. She held her hand up, and a small spell formed in her palm before a concentrated bolt of lightning flew at the center right target. Compressing the spell is a good way to improve accuracy, and a few added push spells will increase speed. This is a simple upgrade to help in a pinch. It is also good for the start of your training. Compressing the spell isn't too hard, Master, Adrex said. No, it's not, but your accuracy from the act of compressing the spell will be off, and you will need to learn to control it. This is also your starting point for the final step, Vista explained. She then took aim, and 4 spells formed in front of her before beams of pure magical energy shot forth, piercing the targets. She composed herself after the demonstration and then said, There are several steps before this attack, and it is risky as it is draining, but it is effective for targeting single enemies like in small-scale skirmishes and battles, Vista explained. Adrex nodded and raised his hand, creating a lightning spell, adding more push spells to it and then focusing on making it smaller. He aimed his hand at the target set out in front of him. Take a breath, steady yourself, and lower your arm slightly as you will naturally aim high, Vista instructed. Adrex did so, standing with a slightly wider stance. He lowered his arm fractionally, took a breath, and then cast a lightning spell. The bolt shot out and slammed into the wall high and wide to the left. Adrix looked at his hand, then at the wall. It will eventually become natural to aim like this, but for now, you will need to practice. Once you can accurately aim, we can move on to rapidly casting, Vista said. But for now, just practice aiming and condensing. Adrix nodded and cast his next spell. This one he overcorrected and it pulled right and still a little high. Vista nodded. As her apprentice started the task, she turned and left him to it. She said she would help, but she no longer needed to hold his hand as much. 16 years old, a graduated magus, and had now done a patrol up north and faced combat too. He had grown up since the ward when he was scared after the black flame appeared. She smiled as she left. He had done well, was doing well, and would become a great Meister one day. It had taken 3 weeks, a week less than Vista had expected, but now Adrix stood in the center of one of the training rooms. He was turning left and right, firing off bolts of lightning and fire and ice shards at targets set around him. Some of them were large, some small, all set at different distances. He had been instructed to never shoot the same target twice in a row. So now he twisted and turned, making small marks on each target. Vista stood on an observation balcony with 2 other Meisters, both much older, who had survived the 5 Kingdom Wars and the Demonic Crusades. All 3 of them were watching Adrix perform his routines. "He's very impressive, and to last this long, he must have a great pool of magic," one said. "I want to start teaching him about pure energy," Vista said. "Understandable, he seems like natural," the other said. "So what is your concern?" "He is the magus, with the demon spirit possessing him," Vista explained. "I haven't found any recording of it. The healers don't know any way to remove the spirit, and I am concerned that the training might push him too far. If we lose him, then he could do a lot of damage." "While I understand your concerns, Grand Meister, I have faith in your abilities and the boy," the first Meister said. "Thank you, Meister. Most others are concerned," Vista said. "We understand their fear. It is not unwarranted. However, he is talented, as are you, and we cannot risk such a weapon as this boy not being fully ready to fight should the need arise," the second Meister said. "If you want our recommendation, teach him about magical weapons. It is less strain on the user, tighter control is needed to maintain, and they are effective in combat. Once he has mastered not just the creation but swordplay, then you can decide if he is ready for the pure attack." "Thank you, Meisters," Vista said, bowing in respect to the 2 older Meisters before calling out to Adrix. "Enough!" Adrix stopped mid-turn. Eyes were already on his next target, and he had the spell ready to cast. He released the spell and relaxed his posture. "Take a break, Adrix. Then I shall introduce you to the next phase of your training," Vista said. Adrix flopped to the floor, leaning back, and even from the balcony Vista could see him breathing hard. He had really been pushing himself. While her apprentice caught his breath, Vista made her way down from the balcony and into the training hall. She walked through the various targets, marveling at some of the tight angles that Adrix had hit, before she came to a stop in front of him. He stood up, waiting for whatever came next. "Your control is exceptional, and your accuracy has become very impressive, especially over just 3 weeks of practice. You have done very well," Vista said. Adrix let out a tired smile and a little nod of thanks, but aside from that, he stood still. "I have spoken to several of the Meisters because I too have concerns about teaching you one of the most powerful magical attacks I know," Vista started. Adrix went to cut in, but she raised her hand to stall him. "You know why I have these concerns, and while I trust you fully, I must also assess the risks. Instead of teaching you that now, I will teach you to create magical weapons," she said. Vista put her hands together before pulling apart, creating a staff from pure magic as she did so. She gave the staff a twirl, then set it down next to her. "Your next step would be to create a weapon from magic, and learn how to fight with it. Vista instructed Adrix. The first thing we will get you creating is a simple baton. First, you must visualize the tool or weapon you wish to create. Think of it in your mind's eye and know how the magic will be shaped. Vista explained. She looked at Adrix, who stood there, eyes closed in thought, his hands pressed together. Once you think you have that, you need to draw your magic out like you have done for spell creation and writing, Vista said. Adrix's brow furrowed slightly, pulled his hands apart with an orange glow forming between them. A small stick of orange light was starting to form before it exploded out in a wave of orange dust. Unlike a spell which you have built up over layers or writing which are small bits of magic with a template to base it off, you are working with only your imagination and raw magic. You will need to control the flow perfectly to form anything, and then you will need to learn how to control it and use it. For most Meisters, this is a multi-year learning experience, Vista said. Adrix took a seat on the floor before looking up. Well then, I had best get started then, he said. In chapter 17. Weapon training. Adrix spent the next few weeks practicing the creation of the baton. He would spend each morning trying to create it and then each afternoon recovering in the library, studying how this form of magic was discovered and adapted. The technique had started long before the formation of the schools when mages were used as weapons in the Five Kingdom Wars. Mages would use their physical weapons and coat it in magic, much like nowadays with their messages writing it initially, then using magic to form it. When the magic schools were formed after the Demon Crusades, the Knights of the Battle School and the Battle Mages both studied this form of magic, the Knights eventually using the swords to direct the magic, and the Battle Mages to create pure magic weapons. It took Adrix 3 months to find all the recordings and tomes to piece together the lineage of this growth, and even then, he had to guess at several steps as nothing was recorded in certain times, or those recordings were lost during the fighting. However, he eventually had his timeline to follow and work through himself instead of just blindly practicing as he had been. One morning, about 3 months after he had started down this path of training, he sat in the middle of one of the small training rooms, legs crossed and holding a small wooden baton in front of him, his eyes closed and focused as he coated the baton in magic, focusing on how it held together, how it initially formed itself. He held the magic for a long time, testing how it moved when he swung it and moved it through the air. Adrix then let the magic go and set the baton down. All he had to do was replicate that without the baton for support this time. He closed his eyes and put his hands together as if praying. He felt the magic that flowed through him like a river of power that he could direct and control. He focused on the way the magic felt before when it was formed and pushed the magic to his hands and held it there, slowly letting more and more out as he pulled his hands apart, forming and shaping it with his mind, holding it together, applying the first lesson he was taught all those years ago, control. It was all about control. Adrix opened his eyes and slowly wrapped his hand around the baton that he had formed. He could feel the power of the magic contained within it, held together with the control he had exerted over it. He stood slowly, afraid that any sudden movement might suddenly cause it to explode. He swung it once, twice, a third time. It was holding. It worked. He heard the door creak as it opened, and Vista walked in. Adrix turned to her, to face her smiling, showing off the weapon he had created. Vista didn't express anything. She had just crafted a staff with ease and stood facing Adrix. You have completed the first step only. You still have much to learn. We will see how your weapon holds up to combat, she said before spinning the staff and attacking Adrix with a wide swing. Adrix instinctively moved the baton to catch the attack, holding the baton at both ends. He felt the impact not just in his arms, but through the item. It was like it was a part of him, an extension of being. It didn't cause him pain, but it felt odd. He barely had a moment to process this new feeling as Vista attacked again with a second attack directed at his open flank. Again, Adrix caught the attack, feeling the pressure exerted on the weapon. He fed a bit more magic to keep it from breaking. It wasn't over though, as Vista attacked with a downward strike at Adrix's head. He held the baton up to catch it, but the strike quickly shattered the baton. The magic, no longer contained, exploded outwards, sending Adrix crashing to the floor and Vista blown to the other side of the small room. Adrix stood up and released the magic staff, and it vanished like a spell before letting out a massive smile. She crossed the floor quickly and helped Adrix to his feet. "Congratulations are in order. You did such an amazing job. I can't believe it." Adrix looked stunned, not just at what happened, but the total tonal shift he had just experienced. He felt his head wondering if he was hit too hard. "What just happened?" "A test," Vista responded. "One that you excelled at, and did better than myself when I started." "What test?" Adrix asked, still confused. He definitely hit his head too hard. Vista never tested him like that first. Usually she announced it first. Vista looked at him, touching his head. "Are you okay?" she asked. "I must have hit my head too hard. I don't remember you saying you would test me," Adrix said quietly. "Oh, I didn't tell you. I couldn't," Vista started. "I had to see how your creation would hold up under an attack without you being prepared for it. That unfortunately means a bit of surprise for the trainee," Vista explained. "I only survived one attack when I got to this stage before my creation shattered." Vista led Adrix to the wall, where he used it to slowly lower himself to the ground. Vista knelt in front of him. "Are you feeling okay?" Vista asked. "I'll be fine, just recovering," Adrix replied. "Tell me, what did you experience during the test?" Vista asked. I felt the force of the attack within the magic," Adrix replied. "It reacted and became weaker at the source of impact, so I had to add more to stabilize it," Adrix said. "It felt weird because I could also feel the physicality of the attack in my arms." Vista nodded, a small smile on her face. "That is the hardest part of this type of magic. You must constantly use more to, as you put it, stabilize the weapon created. It is about fine control, and some only ever manage to get the basics of creation," Vista said. Adrix lay his head against the wall as he realized the massive task that he had taken. Not only would he need to continue to master the control required to use the weapons, but he realized, "I don't know how to fight with a weapon," he explained. "I was waiting for you to realize that part," Vista said. "You will miss the next assignment to the Northern Watch because you will be learning swordcraft." "Are you going to teach me?" Adrix asked. "No," Vista responded quickly. "I don't know enough to pass on. Certainly not to any level beneficial to you. With the snowy season now past, you will begin training with the soldiers of our garrison here. This will include combat and fitness training in the morning, before you will start creating more weapons until you find one that suits your style, followed by more combat training in the afternoon," Vista announced. Adrix looked at her slightly concerned. When do I start?" he asked quietly. "Tomorrow, so I would get plenty of rest. I'll see you tomorrow afternoon," Vista said. He had some idea of what morning training would mean, since he had done this tour on the Northern Watch, but even with that knowledge, it didn't help prepare Adrix for standing in formation in the courtyard of the castle with the other trainees with the dark sky still overhead. Most of the trainees had already had a few weeks of training since the end of the snowy season, so Adrix was at a slight fitness disadvantage from them. The trainer, an experienced guard that Adrix had seen around the place for years, marched out in front of the formation. "Just a short run today in honor of our new recruit, Magus Adrix," he said straight-faced. "You will head out along the path to the bottom of the surrounding hill. From there you will run around the inner ring before returning along the path." Adrix looked slightly shocked, but hid it quietly. Short run, he thought. You should kill that little runt, he heard Athrodon say. It was hard to disagree with the demon in this instance, but Adrix squashed the demon down. Well, don't just stand there, run, the trainer said. The trainees and Adrix took off at once, running out of the courtyard and along the dirt path that wound its way along the flat field outside the battle school castle towards the hill that formed a barrier around the school. Adrix started breathing heavily as he started to fall behind some of the others, especially those who had a few weeks more training than the others. By the time he had reached the hill, he was already out of breath and panting heavily. His arms and his legs felt like they were on fire and were sluggish to respond and move. It was only determination and stubbornness that had kept him going, but he was dropping away from the rest of the trainees. He needed a way to keep his energy levels up, to make things easier for him right now. So he turned to magic. Closing his eyes as he ran, he focused his power into his legs, adding more energy and strength. It had an instant effect on him. It felt like weight had been lifted off of him and he could move freely. He wasn't catching up with the others, but at least now he was not falling behind, and it didn't take up too much of his magic to sustain this. It also helped him to focus on his breathing and control instead of focusing on the run and the others. It took him much longer than the others, even with the help of his magical crutch, but eventually he made it back into the courtyard where the others were slowly walking around or catching their breath. The trainer walked over to Adrix. You won't be able to do that forever, and being fit will serve you well in battle too, he said. Adrix looked up at him, having bent over, resting his hands on his knees as he tried to catch his breath. He looked up and saw the trainer's eyes glowing a dull white. How? Adrix managed to stammer out of his huge pants. I developed too late, but Meister Vista gave me a few pointers, he responded. Adrix gulped as he tried to speak, failed, and just bent over, trying to breathe properly. The trainer smiled as he faced the rest of the trainees. All right, form up, he ordered. Adrix slowly got back into formation they started in before the run. He forced himself to stand upright and look forward as the trainer stood in front of them again. All right, that was a good warm-up, I'd say. Now, 50 jumping stars, he said. Count them off. Adrix let out a small groan as the trainees started to perform star jumps together, counting each one. They did, as the sun started to creep over the horizon, lighting up the sky in a brilliant orange. He felt his arms and legs feel heavy, and he knelt to the ground when they reached the 50 required star jumps. He had never done so many in his life, though he didn't need to use magic to complete it at least. The trainer dropped to the ground in a sitting position, and the others slowly got down. Adrix just collapsed where he was crouching, already dreading what he knew was going to be said next. All right, next is sit-ups. Another 50 count, the trainer said. Adrix closed his eyes and started to count off the sit-ups. He could feel Athrodon's glee as he pushed through. I'm glad you didn't kill him. This is fun, the demon sneered. I'll let you out. You try it, Adrix walked back, causing Athrodon to laugh louder, causing Adrix to miss a sit-up. The trainer counted 50, and Adrix collapsed onto his back. He couldn't think. Everything hurt. He sprawled out on the ground, panting heavily, sweat dripping off of him, and he just stared up at the sky as it started to change colour, as the sun finally rose fully over the horizon, bathing the school in the warm light. That's all for this morning. Go get something to eat. Adrix, I will see you after for combat drills. The rest of you have classes, the trainer said. Adrix closed his eyes, took a breath, then forced himself to roll over and push himself up onto his hands and knees. Before slowly standing up, his muscles screamed at him, and he felt sick from the exertion. He finally managed to take a few steps to rest against a wall, and once steady, he made his way inside to the battle school to get a meal. After his meal and as much rest as he could get, Adrix made his way into the yard where he saw the trainer with 2 swords and a wooden training stump. It was a wide wooden pole about the height of a person with thick leather tied to it. Adrix walked up to the trainer, who nodded. I'll be honest, I didn't expect you to come back, and you look too exhausted to carry on, he said. I need this training so that I can progress, Adrix replied. Whatever it takes, I'll do it. The trainer smiled and nodded, then a small introduction. I am Holden. I am the sword master of the Magic Battle School Guardsmen, Holden said, bowing slightly. Adrix bowed before Holden tossed a wooden sword at him. Adrix clumsily caught it before holding the handle tightly and looking ahead at the training stump. Try swinging at it, Holden said. Adrix took a step forward and swung slightly overhead at the target. The sword connected and jarred Adrix's arm. He was forced to let go, and the training sword bounced away from the target to land on the ground. He looked between the target and the sword before going to pick up the sword and return. Not what you were expecting, was it? Holden asked. Not really, Adrix responded. If you attacked a person like that and actually made contact, you would cut into them, but your sword would probably get stuck. I'm not sure about magic, though, Holden said. Adrix thought back to the test from Meister Vista and him having to put more magic into holding the object. That might kill him quickly. It would not be effective, Adrix admitted. That is why you are here, though. First, we will go over your stance and grip before we even start swinging at targets. We also need to work out your preferred weapon, be it a sword, spear, staff, or other, Holden said, explaining the training going forward, before he added, Stand ready. Adrix took a stance facing Holden, holding the sword in one hand, feet wide apart, and one hand slightly forward, facing Holden. Holden approached Adrix, walking to his left before tapping the inside of Adrix's left foot with his. It slid slightly, but Adrix collapsed to his knees. Stand, Magus. Narrow your stance, Holden said blankly as he continued to walk around him. Adrix stood back up, took his stance, and made sure to keep his feet closer together. Holden gently pushed his right shoulder from the back, and Adrix almost fell flat on his face. You are too stiff. Bend your knees and relax, Holden instructed. Adrix again took his position and bent his knees, before his right leg was swept out and he ended on his knee again. Feet, Holden said sternly. Adrix sighed loudly as he stood back up, feet closer together and his knees bent slightly. Good, that's better. Quick learner too, Holden said. Holden came to a stop in front of Adrix and looked him up and down. Relax your grip on the sword. That's what caused you to release it when you struck it last time, Holden said. Adrix made sure that he was no longer holding the sword grip as tight, and then looked at Holden. Good. Your stance will naturally adjust, but this is a good start. Look at your feet. Remember to relax and not tighten your grip or your body, or lock your knees, Holden said approvingly. Now we will start to practice some very basic strikes, he said. To Chapter 18. Invitation Home. Left strike, right strike, overhead, left strike, stab. Holden called out the cadence as he walked behind them, observing. He reached the end of the row of 7 fighters and called out, Halt! The fighters, Adrix included, stopped and stood still facing the training stops. Vadok, you are dropping your guard when you strike. Adrix, you are falling behind the cadence again. Keep up. Basley, you're doing great, Holden said. Adrix had finally caught up to the class and had been drilling with them for the past 2 weeks. 2 sessions a day, plus the cardio, and it was starting to show. He had trialed several weapons in his first few weeks of solo practice, including staff, spear, halberd, and several types of swords. In his downtime, he had been practicing the creation of weapons. He stood tall when the call to halt was made and let his sword dip slightly. He knew he shouldn't, but he was getting tired, and the session was ending soon, so he let his standards drop slightly until Holden called out for attention. The trainees and Adrix stood straight upright, sword resting ever so slightly on their shoulder. Adrix guessed one of the Meisters had stopped by to pay a visit, as they sometimes would. His suspicions were confirmed when Holden said, "Grand Meister, we are honoured by your visit." Adrix closed his eyes. He hoped Master Vista had not seen him slacking off. He winced slightly when he said, "I'm here for Adrix." "Adrix, fall in," Holden called out. Adrix stepped out of the tech line and faced Vista and Holden. "Adrix, you're done here for today," Vista said, a serious tone to her voice. Adrix bowed slightly and, returning to his training sword to the rack, quickly walked over to the Grand Meister. "Yes, Master," he said. "Follow me quickly," she said, before walking off quickly, her robes billowing out behind her as he walked into the castle and up to the first training floor. She walked into a small room, closed door, and applied several spells to prevent anyone from entering. Then she turned to face Adrix, who stood there waiting for what was coming next. He guessed this was another test to see how his creation skills were progressing. "Create your weapon," Vista ordered urgently. Adrix nodded, clapped his hands together, and as he pulled them apart, a glowing orange sword appeared between his hands, which he grabbed once formed. He gave it a few test swings before facing Vista, waiting for her to attack. It never came. She nodded to herself before simply saying, "Good, good." Adrix stood there for a few moments before asking, "What's going on?" Vista looked up at Adrix, almost like she was seeing him for the first time. "Oh, right, sorry," she said before saying, "We appear to have lost contact with the Northern Watch. It's been a few days with no messages received." "You might think this is a war?" Adrix asked. "It's unknown now, but I am leading a group of Knights Meister to the Watch to see what's going on," Vista said. "I'm guessing I'm not going with you on this one," Adrix said. Vista smiled sweetly. "I would have taken you, but you have another engagement," she said, handing over an envelope. Adrix took it. It was addressed to him, with a nice neat writing on it. He carefully opened it and pulled out the letter inside. "Dear Adrix, you are hereby invited by request of His Royal Highness King Coleman and Her Royal Highness Princess Nora Coleman to attend the wedding of the King's second son, His Royal Highness Prince Peter and Lady Violetta." Adrix looked at the letter, then up to Vista. "How do you know?" he asked. "I was given a similar request as expected for a royal wedding," she said. "You want me to go to this rather than the Northern Watch with you?" "Simply put, yes. You are still young. You should be able to enjoy life instead of the constant studying or warfare that you've lived through," Vista said. "Master, I didn't exactly leave Nora under the best of circumstances. I'm not sure if returning for this would be best." Vista smiled and stepped closer to Adrix, putting her hand on his shoulder to reassure him. "I heard about that too. Her master told me about that one," Vista explained. "It might have hurt at the time, but I believe she understood why you chose what you chose." "She is a very smart lady, after all, and clearly likes you," Vista said softly. "There is also the fact that the Magi and the Magi from the kingdom are routinely invited to attend large functions, so you can probably expect to see a couple of your ward mates too, if that changes your mind," Vista added. "I'm not sure," Master Adrix said. "Think it over, but in your position I would go. As I said, you should enjoy life too." Vista turned, dropped the seals, and walked for the door. "Oh, and before I go, your fighting form needs improvement," she said, smiling. Adrix dropped his head in disappointment and frustration. Adrix watched Vista and the Mage Knights leave, and a few days later he left too. He was still unsure if going was the right decision or not, but after speaking to Holden and Meister Allard, he had been convinced to go. Both had similar things to Vista, and including the need to take a rest and to have fun. Holden even noted that Adrix had been pushing himself too hard recently. With 3 of his respected masters all saying the same thing, he set off for the Western Kingdom, following the same path that he had travelled with Master Vista when he had first been selected. This time, however, it was not a slow trek. He was well travelled now, unlike his trek here. He thought back to those days, aching from riding after just one day, so excited to learn, scared of the future. Things had turned out well for him. By the end of the first day, when he was setting up his little camp, he was even looking forward to returning to Castle Blackhill. He wanted to see the old ward, the staff that worked there, maybe even see the city beyond the walls, something he had never really experienced. He was even slightly looking forward to seeing Nora, certainly looking forward to seeing any of his ward mates, especially Livia. He fell asleep to the thoughts of all the adventures he had, and that stupid river that he had tried to jump. It was late on day 2 of his ride that he came across the edges of the Western Kingdom, riding down the edge of the river that was still used to ferry stone to the Central Kingdom. He came across farms. He couldn't see the castle itself yet, but he knew its black rocks races would come into view soon. He picked up the pace, slightly urging his steed on. He bent low over its neck and raced towards Castle Blackhill, eager now to see his old home and glad he came. It didn't take long before the castle started to loom into view, a black mark against the sky starting to darken and turn orange as the sun had started to set behind the mountain ranges in the west. He pushed the steed on, more galloping now through the estates of the lords and ladies. He galloped all the way up to the main gate, where he sword on the reins to bring the horse to a halt before the guardsman standing there. He patted the horse's neck as he dismounted and apologized to it. "Stranger, what is your purpose for entering the castle?" the guard asked. Adrex handed over his invitation to the wedding before saying, "I've returned home." The guard looked from the note to the magus standing before him in slightly tattered robes and hood. "Adrex, weren't you the ward who kept trying to jump the river years ago?" the guards asked, smiling. "You remember?" he asked. "You've gained quite a bit of reputation thanks to the Crown Princess telling tales of you, the current wards calling it the Adrex leap." Adrex laughed at that before asking, "May I enter, or do I have to stay in the city?" "You have a room in the castle. One of the servants will take you, and the stable boys will look after your horse for you. Enjoy your stay," the guard said before escorting Adrex inside. Once inside the courtyard, 2 stable boys rushed forward and took the horse's reins from Adrex before leading his horse away to the stables. Adrex grabbed his travel bag before a male servant stepped forward. "May I take your bag, sir?" he asked. Adrex looked at the servant, a young man in typical servant clothes of a thin blue shirt and brown pants. In colder months, when the snows started to fall, they would be given thicker clothes and robes, but that was not needed now. Adrex shook his head. "That won't be necessary, though if you can lead me to my room, please," he asked politely. The servant nodded and gestured for Adrex to follow him towards the castle. Adrex, thinking back to his time as a ward, he was on the same social level as the servants, except he was not meant to be seen. Now he was being invited by the princess, was being called sir, and as the servant led him through the castle, not sleeping in the lower floors. His life had changed dramatically, and it wasn't until he came home that he had realized it. That thought caught him off guard, and he tripped slightly before catching himself before the servant noticed. He still thought of the castle as home, and that thought confused him. He collected himself as the servant opened a door and stood outside it, gesturing inside. Adrex walked into a large suite complete with a washroom, bed, and several chairs and tables. "Your suite, Master Sorcerer," the servant said. Adrex placed his bags down inside the door and looked around, standing just beyond the threshold of the room. It was larger than his room at the Battle School, and much more ornate and stylish too. Adrex turned to the servant. "It's too much," he said. "The princess was insistent that this room was for you as her guest," the servant responded. Adrex shook his head slightly, disbelief from what was being requested. "Is the princess free?" he asked. "Sorry, sir, I don't know, but I could try to find out," the servant responded. "No, it's fine. Please inform her that I have arrived, though," Adrex said. "I will make sure that it is passed on," the servant said. "Please be advised that breakfast can be brought to your room, and the smaller hall is being used for meals, should you wish to join the others. You have been given full access to the castle and grounds except for the main hall and banquet hall. And of course, you have full access to the castle grounds and can come and go as you please," the servant said, addressing the common questions. "Is there anything else, sir?" "Thank you, that is all for now," Adrix said, bowing slightly. The servant returned the bow and slowly closed the door. Adrix immediately unpacked his gear and stored it before he used the washroom to clean himself up from days of riding before taking a seat on one of the chairs that faced the window. He looked out the window. As the sun disappeared fully, the sky became blacker, and the lights of the castle and the lands surrounding it sprung to life. The night had a calming effect, with it being a calm night and not a cloud in the sky, and the moon, which was almost full, starting to illuminate the land in a cool blue light. He was home, and he was glad he came. Chapter 19, Returning to Blackhill. His first few days at Castle Blackhill, he spent it exploring the rest of the city and wandering the castle halls. While he had spent years at the castle, he had rarely left the castle grounds except for small incursions nearby for classes. It was a chance for him to get out and explore and see what he was missing. His first day, he followed the road through to where the lords and ladies held their lands. Observing the large houses with fenced-in lands, armed guards would walk the perimeter of the larger lands. As he got further away from the castle, the lands and mansions got smaller, turning into simple houses with more shops, popping up bakeries, smithies, and others of the working classes that supplied the city. Most of the places were made from the blackstone from the quarry, usually raw, so that it would not heat up too much in the sun. However, it was mixed with other materials that clearly had to be imported, that gave the city a black and white contrast with white paved tiled roads. He also noted how clean everything was. Everyone was either working, eating, or walking around, and everyone was dressed well, if sometimes simply. The lands to the east and west, split by the river, were heavily contrasted. The houses he rode past on his way here were made from wood, with thatched roofs, and those were the better places. After 2 days of exploring through, he had seen all he cared to see, including venturing into the slums, but after that he returned to his training. He managed to join the castle guard for their morning run and other physical exercise. Even after a few days off, he was feeling it. All these soldiers were better trained than the battle school defenders. The sun was rising high in the sky, with Adrix slightly off from the center of the castle square, training with a sword, when 2 riders appeared wearing blue robes. Adrix looked up with sweat dripping off his brow when he heard the hoof beats on the bridge. He sheathed his sword, grabbed a rag from nearby, and walked towards the 2 new arrivals as he wiped himself down. The 2 riders dismounted in front of the guardsmen while servants approached. Guests for the wedding had been arriving for the past few days, leading up to the wedding that was still a few nights away, and it was expected that a few more magi and magae would arrive. You couldn't invite one school without inviting others. These 2 made perfect sense too, as they removed their hoods. "Genel, Livia, welcome," Adrix beamed when he saw them. Both looked to him, slight frowns of confusion giving way to joy on their faces. "Adrix, what are you doing?" Genel asked, handing his horse reins to a stable boy and walking over to Adrix. Livia a half-step behind him. "I got bored, so I'm continuing my training," Adrix said, matter-of-factly. "Wedding or not, I can't get sloppy." "Oh, and what have you been working on in the last few years? You think you can finally beat either of us in combat?" Genel asked. Adrix smiled and pressed his hands together, pulling them apart slowly, revealing parts of a sword, before letting go of the magic. Genel stared wide-eyed, and Livia had raised her hands to her mouth. "We can discuss this all later," Adrix said. "I need to finish my training for today, and you've got some stuff to drop off in your rooms," he said. "Right, of course. We'll catch up soon," Genel said. "See you soon, Adrix," Livia said. Adrex tried to say bye again, but the words got stuck and he just stammered and waved meekly. He turned to hide his embarrassment and went back over to where he was training. Practicing the drills that he was taught at the battle school guard, the thud of the sword hitting the leather-bound target as he changed his swings and thrusts with the sword. He kept going for another 30 minutes or so, stopping once the sun was directly overhead. He returned his equipment and thanked the men trained with before, making his way to the castle. He looked up as he got close to the keep. He saw a couple of servants looking out the windows, and briefly, very briefly, he thought of Nora. He shook his head, clearing his thoughts, which elicited a low laugh from Athrodon. Adrex ignored the demon and made his way through the castle to his room on the upper floors. He had to consciously remind himself not to head towards the ward's rooms. It just felt natural being here and going that way. He passed a few people in the hallways, usually the servants of the upper noblemen or the lower nobles, and he politely bowed as he walked past, possibly upsetting a few as he did not stop and get out of the way, and he didn't have his robes to inform others of his position. Once Adrex reached his room, he walked inside, threw his training gear off, and made his way to the washroom. The tub had already been filled with water, and when Adrex tested the temperature, he found it was still hot. It had only just been drawn. He looked around before seeing the note laying on the counter. "I saw you returning and requested a bath be drawn for you. Nora." Well, that confirmed that he had seen the princess. He was surprised she hadn't tried to see him yet. Then again, from what he remembered from Vista's training, court life could be demanding at times. And when your brother was getting married, it must be harder still. Adrex set the note down and slowly lowered himself into the bath, enjoying the warmth of the water, and he laid back in the tub. He used the heat to relax his muscles while he cleaned himself before getting out and dressing in his mage robes. He walked to the window to see a few more people arriving, state guests from the other kingdoms, specifically the guests from the southern islands. There were a few more people arriving via carriages, who Adrex guessed were the lords and ladies from other lands. However, one stood out. A procession of several highly decorated carriages, guards carrying the emblem of the High King, and two Magi riding near the main carriage. Looks like the High King himself had arrived. Adrex walked down through the castle, stepping out into the courtyard just as the procession fully made it inside and the guards dismounted. Servants started to disembark and open up doors for the nobles, while the two Magi stayed mounted near the back. Adrex watched the two of them, and a dark wave of anger and fear emanate from Athrodon. Adrex closed his eyes and focused on the demon. "What was that?" he asked. "Something about that mage makes me feel uneasy. He's like me," Athrodon said honestly. "For once we are in agreement," Adrex said, withdrawing from the demon. Adrex watched quietly as the representatives of the four kingdoms got out of their carriages and servants from Blackhill and the lords and ladies got everyone sorted. Only when most had departed for their rooms did the two Magi dismount their steeds. Adrex took this opportunity to walk through the dwindling crowd and meet the two Magi. Thrall and Tin both handled reins to stable boys and made their way towards the castle and Adrex. Adrex politely bowed before them as they stopped. "She sent her runt?" Thrall asked in his sneering voice. "Master Thrall, I'm glad you could make it. Same with you, Tin," Adrex said with a strained politeness. Tin stood just behind Thrall and looked down at his feet. Thrall, now using his staff as a walking stick, was hunched over slightly. His grey beard hung a little longer and appeared thinner and wiry. His eyes, however, were still sharp and piercing as he looked directly at Adrex. "Where's your master, boy? She should be greeting me." The Grandmeister is currently at the Northern Watch, and you should address her as such, Adrix replied. Interesting, Thrall said as he stepped past Adrix with Tin following close behind. Again, a wave of darkness washed over Adrix, emanating from Athrodon. Adrix turned and watched the two Magi slowly walk away, Tin slowly shuffling behind Thrall, the man's head bent low even under his hood. Adrix finally caught up with Livia and Genel. The sun was setting when he made his way down to the smaller banquet hall where the two young defense mages were sitting. Adrix sat down across from them and removed his hood. All three looked at each other with massive smiles beaming. How have you been? Adrix asked before he had even started to get food. Busy, Genel said. With more mages being assigned to the Northern Watch, we are needing to be trained up, so that if we are sent there, we can do our jobs. They've been drilling us hard, Livia said. It had been paying off, but everyone seems to be focused on the Northern Watch, and that means other options are being closed to us. Such as? Adrix asked. He knew that the defensive mages often did other jobs. Battle mages were only suited for combat, so unless they joined a guard unit for a noble type or joined the Northern Watch, they tended to stay at the battle school. Defensive mages often get the chance to join personal guards, Livia said. The chance to defend the kings and queens and nobles, she said dreamily. Adrix thought back to the meeting with the High King. He decided not to burst Livia's dream about what the nobles were actually like. What about you, Genel? What's the training been like? Just working on improving and strengthening our techniques, doing so for several hours each day, plus our teachers going over new and stronger shields, he said, before going quiet. It feels like something's bad's about to happen. The masters don't want to say anything out loud, but I catch them whispering to each other, plus the older ones look scared. Adrix took a sip of water from the goblet. He had then leaned forward. The others leaned closer too. Master Vista went north with the force and told me to enjoy myself here. I am certain that there is something going on, and I think they are scared that the demons are going to break out from the north, Adrix said. Funny, our top Magi and Magi also went north with a small force, Livia said quietly. I think they must be preparing for war, Adrix said. So much for a happy reunion, Genel said. Adrix and the others went back to their meals with just sporadic talk between them, laughing at old memories of the castle and how each of them had to stop themselves from going to the dorm rooms. Genel talked about some of his new shield techniques he had been practicing while Livia told them about her travels to the southern islands, a trip her master went on early in her training to test some mages who had gone there as a defense force. Unfortunately, she hadn't been able to do much as she was only there for 3 days. Still, Adrix thought it was good to be able to spend time with his old friends. Even though it was with the new problems, it was nice to be able to talk about new and old experiences. He kept glancing up at Livia occasionally, catching her looking at him. Looking at him too. Both would quickly look down at their plates when this happened. Genel eventually stood up and smiled at the two of them. You two are too obvious, really, he said. What? Livia squeaked, going red. Adrix had to laugh slightly. He had never seen her so flustered. Genel just slowly shook his head. Come on, you two have always been close, he said before walking away. Livia watched Genel leave, then look at Adrix, going bright red, then looking down at her lap. Adrix was using his fork to chase some food round the plate, not sure what to say. He liked her, always had, and he always tried to get some time with her when the schools met up. Just seeing her always made him feel better too. He looked up at Livia again. She was beautiful. She always had been, though, tall and graceful. He reached over the table and gently grabbed her hand. She didn't flinch or anything. In fact, she squeezed his hand in return. He stroked the back of her hand with his thumb and looked from her hand to her face. She was still blushing slightly, but there was a growing smile there too. Again, Adrix thought about how beautiful she was, and how much he had not noticed before. Damn, he was foolish. He stood up, let go of her hand, and walked around the table. "Come on, let's take a walk outside," he said quickly. Livia stood too, and the two of them walked out of the hall hand in hand. They started towards the entrance when they bumped into Nora. She was in a simple dress, hair down, almost like she was trying to look less noble. She stood still with a look of surprise on her face. Adrex tried to say something, but before he could, she turned around and ran away. "Nora," he said to her departing form. Livia put her free hand on Adrex's shoulder and slowly led him out of the castle into the courtyard. It was bathed in the light from the moon that tomorrow would be full. Adrex took the lead again and took Livia through the courtyard to the side gate and just beyond it to a small rock that jutted out from the grass. Beyond that was a ditch and a river flowing through it. The two sat down on the rock, each wrapping arm around the other and holding the other tight, the legs dangling off the rock as they stared out towards the rest of the city. Chapter 20. The Royal Wedding. The sun was already high in the sky when Adrex woke up, probably because he and Livia had spent several hours last night just walking around and enjoying each other's company. Because of this, though, he had missed his morning training session, but he could make up for that later. Today he wanted to meet with Tin if possible and to see what was happening in the Central Kingdom. He had questions since his travels through the village on the outskirts, and he had figured that Tin might be able to help, but only if Thrall was not around. Something about that mage being near Tin made the younger mage shrink in confidence and posture. Adrex washed and dressed in some casual clothing and started roaming the hallways of the castle. He enjoyed the freedom he had here now, but it made him want to see the old ward, so his wanderings slowly took him further and further down, past the servants' floors to the castle wards. The wards would have specific instructions to not be seen or get underfoot of the guests, so would likely be restrained to the floor only, except for certain times to do chores. He walked down the main corridor and heard a squeak of surprise just in front of him, coming from one of the main ward common rooms. Naturally, there were several areas for the different age group wards, and the king usually had 2 to 3 groups at a time. Adrex looked into the room and saw 3 children who looked to be around aged 8. 2 girls and a boy, with one of the girls and the boy standing just a little further back and one of the girls standing slightly defiantly closer. "Are you lost?" she asked Adrex. No, just looking around," he said. "This area is for wards only. You should be here," the girl said. "Oh, I'm well aware," Adrex said, smiling politely. "I used to live here years ago too." The girl didn't look like she understood, so Adrex said, "I'm a former ward myself." The other girl took a few steps toward Adrex, but not beyond the other girl. "You shouldn't be here, though. We might get in trouble." "I'll go, but if anyone asks, just say Adrex was here," Adrex said as he walked away. He could hear the slight gasp as they realized the name. After his trip to the ward floor, he made his way back up, wandering around, trying to bump into Tin or Nora. Eventually, he did find the mage from the Central Kingdom. He was standing in one of the corridors looking out the window at the castle, courtyard, and walls. "Tin, how's it going?" Adrex asked. "Oh, it's you," Tin said quietly without answering Adrex's actual question. "I thought you were someone else." "I haven't seen your Master Thrall around. Relax," Adrex said. "Oh, okay," Tin said. Adrex shook his head slightly before pushing on. "I was travelling through the Central Kingdom a few months ago and stopped in an outskirt village. They were terrified of mages. Apparently there was a mage taking all the children. Have you heard about this incident or others like it?" Adrex asked. Oh, yeah. Thrall mentioned something about it. He was looking into it. Most of the leads he had dried up, though," Tin said softly, though speaking quickly and looking around nervously. "We never found any of the kids either," he added. "Sounds like a rogue mage on the loose. Did he report it to anyone?" Adrex asked, concerned. "Just to the High King. I think, Tin said, smiling slightly. You can guess how that went. Adrix rolled his eyes, and Tin laughed at that. Speaking of, I didn't see the High King in that gathering yesterday, Adrix said. The spiteful ruler is not coming. He sent a couple of lords in his place, and Thrall and me, Tin said. I suppose we should be thankful that the mages are organising the defence of the Northern Watch, and not the High King then. The demons would already be inside the kingdoms, Adrix muttered. Yeah, we should be thankful, Tin whispered barely audibly. Adrix walked to the window and looked out. It's a stunning day out there. Tomorrow should be wonderful too, he said. It will be special, Tin said. Yeah, the wedding will be special, Adrix replied. Adrix woke up bright and early the next day. He looked out the window and saw that the sun had only just crested the mountains to the east, bathing the lands in warm light. Adrix immediately started getting ready, laying out his high-quality robes and requesting one of the servants to bring him water for a bath. Once he had things ready in his room, he made his way to the lower banquet hall for breakfast. He could feel the excitement buzzing in the castle from the servants rushing to get everything sorted to the guests that were starting to wake and get ready, talking excitedly. This continued in the banquet hall with an excited level of chatter, especially from some of the younger nobles. A couple of girls sat at one of the tables, and Adrix briefly heard them talking about marrying a prince or a lord's son. Adrix didn't understand the excitement of that. Then again, he was not a noble. He was an outside observer to this lifestyle and was respected due to his abilities and the status they gave him. Adrix decided to sit on the other side of the hall from the current occupants and enjoy his meal without the excited squealing that was coming from the younger girls. Once done with his meal, he quietly made his way out of the hall to go get ready, making his way up through the castle once more and seeing the rush of people starting to get ready, even if the wedding itself was not for another few hours. Adrix made sure once again that his clothing was ready and up to court standards as Vista had shown him. Then he sat down in the middle of his room and started to meditate. He looked inward to Athrodon in his mental prison. The demon looked at him, though he was not his usual happy self. He looked concerned, frightened even. What's up? Adrix asked, not expecting much. The plan starts today. Your world will end, Athrodon said, almost sounding sad. Isn't that what you wanted, though? I thought you would be happy, Adrix asked, confused by the tone. Well, when they capture you, we will both be killed. I failed to corrupt you, and you won't forgive me for that, Athrodon replied. Who won't? Adrix asked. The king is coming, Athrodon said in response. This sent shivers down Adrix's spine, but he replied, I think you're worried about nothing. Your king would need to breach the Northern Watch. Some of the most powerful Meisters are currently there, the ones who led our campaign against the demonic crusade. If one like you is here, then he will be put down, Adrix said, bluffing with false confidence. Athrodon moved closer to the cage, making it easier for Adrix to see him. Think about how strong you would be with my magic added to yours. If another is here, then you won't be a match for them, Athrodon said. Adrix pulled back from the demon and focused on the flow of magic, making sure both it and he were calm. But as much as he wanted to dispel the demon's words, they stayed with him. Athrodon was many things, evil and conniving not least of all. But thinking back, the demon had never lied. He had even told Adrix his full plan in the belief that it didn't matter what happened, he would take over. So hearing the demon say what was going to happen and was scared for himself was unnerving. Adrix opened his eyes. Meditation was not going to help him. He quickly wrote 2 messages, one for Master Vista and one for the battle school. The demon Athrodon has indicated that the demons will attack the wedding. The demon king is coming. Be ready just in case. Adrix. Then he cast his magic and sent the two messengers out the window before having a bath and changing into his good robes. He walked out of his room and down the corridor looking for a servant who could help. It seemed most were busy with the final preparations for the wedding, and he needed to speak to 4 people urgently. He couldn't just go floor to floor looking. It would take too long, and he didn't know where his former ward mates were staying. He could go to the main hall and wait, but he wanted to give these people advance warning, and he might not have a chance to talk to people. He tried not to rush too much, but he had to act fast, so he continued down to the ward levels. Hopefully these wards were just like he was back in the day, mischievous and knew every way around the castle to explore, but not get stuck underfoot. Adrix walked into one of the ward corridors and towards the common room. He turned round the corner, crossed the threshold, and looked up to see the 3 wards looking surprised. "I need your help," Adrix said, holding up his hands to stop any questions. "I need to send a message to 4 other mages in the castle, 2 blue mages and 2 green mages, one being the Princess Royal herself. Can you help?" he asked. The three wards, the 2 girls and the boy, looked at him dumbfounded. We were told not to leave," the girl who stood in front of the others the previous time said. "The Chamberlain told us to stay put, and if we did, we would be able to eat at the lower banquet hall during the wedding." Adrix let out a chuckle. "His style, but this is more important. And if he catches you, tell him you have a message from Adrix for these mages." Adrix said, "Can you do it?" The 3 looked at each other, sly grins forming on their little faces. "Good. Tell them to meet me outside the main hall." Once by the main hall, Adrix remained in the side halls as servants and other staff raced back and forth, working on the final details, with senior officials barking out orders. His mind wandered until he was tapped on the shoulder and spun, facing Livia and Genel, who had snuck up behind him. Both wore their dark blue defense mage cloaks, hoods pulled up, and under them serious faces. "I'm assuming the wards found you?" he asked quietly. "They did. What's going on?" Livia asked in a whisper. Adrix took a deep breath. His one secret he had from his ward mates that only a handful of people knew about was going to come out now. "Athrodon believes that the Demon King will invade today," he said. Both Genel and Livia looked confused and scared. Adrix took a second deep breath, then explained. "I have a demonic soul or power inside of me. That's why my piece of paper turned black on election day. He is currently sealed away, and I have regular visits from healers to make sure that I am me. But when I meditate, I can commune with him," Adrix explained, thankful that his friends had decided not to flee or attack him. "Just today, he told me that there was another like me that has fallen, and will use the events today to attack. He's scared, for himself mainly because he believes we will all die, himself included for failing," Adrix explained. He looked at Genel, then at Livia, who recoiled slightly from him. That hurt Adrix, even though he understood why. "The fact you are telling us this instead of attacking us at least tells me that you are not on their side," Genel said coolly. "And we will be on the lookout and prepared. Is there anything else?" "I have sent for 2 others, the Crown Princess and the assistant to the High King's Chamberlain. I don't trust the Chamberlain myself. I have also sent word north to the Grand Meister and to the Battle School. You might want to send messages to others who may need to prepare if this does happen," Adrix said. "We'll get on that right now, though if the Demon King is coming, won't the Northern Watch have been defeated?" Livia asked. "I hope not," Adrix mumbled, looking down. Livia raised her hand from inside her cloak and gave Adrix's arm a gentle squeeze. He looked up at her and smiled. He saw the slightest hint of uncertainty from her, but she didn't back away. Genel turned to leave, and Livia let go and walked away, just as another figure walked into the hallway they were in, a green cloak over simple robes but made from the finest material. "Adrex!" Nora said loudly, causing him to jump slightly and turn to face the crown princess. "Nora, my grace, how are you?" he said, slightly louder than the previous conversation as he bowed politely. He looked up to see Nora looking down the hall at the disappearing cloaks of Genel and Livia, a distant look on her face. Then she seemed to snap out of it and look at Adrex before smiling gently. "I'm fine, thank you. Thank you for coming," she said formally. Adrex grabbed her arm and led her further into the corridor away from the servants to make sure no one came snooping around. "Nora, we are all in danger. The Demon King is planning his invasion to start today," he said. Nora's face went from annoyed at having been dragged to disapproval of her first name to scared as Adrex finished speaking. She looked around to make sure there was no one nearby, then whispered, "Was it Athrodon?" she asked. Adrex nodded in reply. "What can we do?" she asked. "Follow your training and be ready to help if I am right. You might want to inform others, maybe the king, the guards, someone," Adrex said. "Someone like me?" A voice came down the corridor. Adrex looked past Nora to see Doran, Castle Blackhill's chamberlain, holding the arm of one of the wards. "What's going on here?" Doran asked. "Let the ward go. I requested their help," Adrex said. Doran did so, and the ward stood still, next to the chamberlain. "You did well, kid. Better get back before the wedding starts," Adrex told the ward, then turned slightly to face Doran. "And why would a mage be requesting the ward's help?" Doran asked as he approached Adrex and Nora. Adrex removed his hood and smiled slyly. "Because a mage knows who to rely on to get messages through the castle," Adrex replied. "Adrex, you have grown," Doran said, surprised. "No time, Doran. I was just telling Nora that an attack may be happening today. The Demon King is coming." Doran looked to see Nora, then back to Adrex, nodded and asked, "How?" "They have an inside man, apparently. I don't know who it is, but with all these new people in the castle, they could have snuck in that way," Adrex replied. "I'll inform the King's Guard. Nora, tell your father. We'll be ready if it happens," Doran said. "Welcome back, Adrex. Well done." This was surreal. An hour ago he was talking about an attack on the castle, the Demon King, and now he was sitting in the assembly for the wedding. He was near the middle on the right-hand side of the hall between a lower-class duke from the Western Kingdom and a marquess from the Central Kingdom. Just slightly behind him was Livia and Genel with a couple of the lower-ranking nobles from the Central Kingdom. All three were given good seats afforded to mages, especially when they were invited by the king, and represented the school's heads who were away. Just before they were all seated, when everyone was mingling, the three of them had been close to the center of attention. All three had forgotten that mages were a relatively rare sight outside the schools, and apart from their occasional interaction with the king or lord about military matters, the others would not see them, unless they were to serve a noble like Doran, becoming the king's chamberlain. The room itself seemed to have transformed since the last time Adrex had been here. The banners still hung from the roof, but had been changed to the prince's emblem and his bride's family's crest, a pink lily on a white background. A white carpet led up to the throne, flanked on either side by the seating which Adrex was now seated on. He looked around, as did the others, waiting for the wedding to start. He caught a glimpse of Thrall and Tin close to the front on the left-hand side. He had not been able to talk to Tin before they had been told to take their seats. A hush fell over the crowd as music started to play, and the king had walked into the room with his wife, both wearing clothes of white and black with black crowns sitting on their heads. Next came Nora. She was in her green cloak, hood covering her head and no crown. She was just a few steps behind her parents. Finally, the parents of the bride, the count and countess, wore simple, if elegant, black clothing and a simple suit for the count, and a black and white dress for the countess that turned a few heads as she passed. King Coleman took the step just below his throne, along with the Count. The Countess and the Queen took the next step, and Nora stood at the foot of the stairs, standing apart from the rest with the colour of her clothing. The music faded out before a new tune started up, and the prince stepped into the room, wearing similar clothing to his father. He confidently strode down the aisle, small crown on his brow, and a caplet fluttering behind him until he made it to the foot of the stairs next to his sister. Both bowed formally to each other. Then Nora grasped his hands and smiled at him, the prince returning it, his smile seeming to light up the hall. He turned back to the families, each member smiling, though in the king's instance trying to hide it and look stately. The prince bowed as he did, the music slowed, and the bride walked into the hall. All heads turned to face her. She wore a fancy black dress, as was traditional in the kingdom, with a black train. In her hands she held a small gemrock of green that seemed to glow from an internal source, and she stepped down the aisle in time with the music until she reached the prince, where she too bowed, before both of them then bent down on one knee. The bride put the gemstone down in front of both of them before the queen and countess stepped forward. The prince raised his left hand and his bride raised her right hand, and the queen and countess tied each hand with a white ribbon. Then the bride put her right hand on top of the prince's left, and both the queen and countess tied a single black ribbon binding their hands together before bowing to the couple. Since the start of the Coleman reign, we have strived for unity in this kingdom and for the peace amongst its inhabitants. We pass that hope on to you two to continue. Rise, Prince Coleman and Princess Sophia, the king said. The two stood slowly as those in attendance started to clap and cheer, and the music reached a crescendo, the notes getting louder and louder before suddenly cut off. The prince and princess looked up at the king and queen, confused, and a few people looked around wondering what was going on. Clearly, this was not the norm. Adrix looked for Olivia and Genel. He hoped he was wrong, but the two of them locked eyes with him, and he knew at that moment he was right. It was confirmed moments later, with a wet splash sound and a thump, and a head rolled down the aisle, staining it with blood, and the guests started to scream. Chapter 21. Invasion. Panic! Adrix was surrounded by panic as men and women screamed and tried to run, falling over themselves. Others and the seats, higher-ranking nobles tried to throw lesser nobles behind them as human shields. Not Adrix, Genel, Olivia though. The three mages stood almost as one, each reaching for the magic, their eyes glowing with it. Adrix summoned a push spell underneath him and launched himself out of the seat and caught himself with another as he landed in the aisle before standing and facing the doors. Two blue shields had appeared in front of each, holding the doors closed, though something was trying to break through. Adrix turned to Doran. "Get the guests out, they'll just get in the way." Adrix shouted above the screaming, though that had died down when the three mages jumped into action. Well, it has started to die down until both shields burst at the main door to the hall and three demons stepped through. Black bodies, white hair, glowing green eyes, and gaping maws filled with pointed teeth. Adrix held up a hand towards the lead demon. The symbols for the spell floated in front of him, forming the pattern as the creature charged forward in a suicidal frontal attack. The bolts of lightning burst from the spell and collided with all three demons. Their bodies fell sparking and smouldering. Adrix looked around. There were no other demons here. No one made a signal that he saw. No request to attack now. He could see Thrall slowly getting up and running away. Adrix looked again. The man looked scared. Was his plan failing and he was fleeing? Livia and Genel created a few more shields to hold the doors, giving Adrix more time to look around. Tin, where are you? We could use your help here to get the others out, Adrix called out. Oh, but why would I want to help these people out, these filthy humans? He heard Tin say from his right. Tin was walking down the side of the hall towards the doors. His usual bowed-over stance and nervousness was gone, and he strode powerfully down towards the shields on the side door. These are impressive, beautiful skills, he said as he approached them. Livia looked at Adrix just as Tin swiped his hand through the shield, and they shattered. Tin looked at his hand, inspecting it after his attack, as black lines started to curl their way up from the tips and a green light formed. The doors the shields were supporting burst inwards, and servants rushed in, brandishing large kitchen knives or small daggers and swords. They kept their distance, though, from Tin, who was now walking to the other set of shields. Adrix followed him with an outstretched hand until Tin was clear of the guests, and then let off 3 fireballs at the mage. Tin didn't even look up, as he deflected it with black shields, as he grew a foot taller and his cloak fell off, revealing the form underneath. Shorter hair than the previous 3 demons, going down to his neck, less of a maw, but his body was bigger with slightly overextended arms and legs. He swiped at the last set of shields, which burst before him. More servants burst into the room and took up a ready position, standing just behind Tin and filling up the back wall. Do you like it, Adrix? This power? You could have had it too, he said. No thanks. I chose to defend humanity over power, Adrix said. Shame, though it allowed me to deceive you so very well, Tin said. Using thrall to hide yourself, right? Who would suspect the scared little boy next to him? How did you convince thrall to go along with it? Adrix asked. Oh, I didn't tell him until just before the wedding. When your little ward found me, I told him what I will do to him for the years of abuse I had to suffer, Tin said. And the ward? Adrix asked. Dead. Exploded him all over the place, Tin said, smiling. Adrix raised his left hand, and a nice spike flew from his spell straight at Tin, who with little effort deflected it where it pierced a servant, who fell backwards, writhing in agony as their body turned black before they stopped and died. My little demon spawns, stolen from those villagers, much like what Thrall did to me and others. Adrix was about to cast another spell when the doors rushed behind the throne, burst open, and the king's guard rushed into the room, filing down the aisle until they stood with Adrix. Oh, I expected them to take longer, Tin said. Oh well, he added, snapping his fingers. The servants surrounding them started to all writhe and scream as their bodies changed. It's a bit painful for them, but the pain helps the spawn focus, Tin said before gesturing forwards. His demon spawns rushed forward, teeth and claws and knives and daggers baying for blood. Adrix cast a fire spell that created a wide arc of flame. The spawn just ran into it, several falling to the ground only for more to take their place. The king's guard formed a shield line in front of them, and Livia and Genel cast several shields on the king's guard as protection. The horde hit the shields and bounced back off the magic shields. The guards took a step forward into the gap with swords slashing through the air, black ichor streaming into the air as the king's guard cut down the first lines of the spawn before the horde pushed back, black-clawed hands and knives striking out, looking for any gaps in the shield wall that was slowly being forced back under the weight of those pushing forwards. Men from both screamed, but the line was holding up as best as it could. Adrix jumped onto one of the seats to his left and saw the demon surging at the right side of the wall. He sent several ice spikes flying into the demonic ranks and halted the push. He looked round and saw Tin, who had already had a spell ready. He cast it at Adrex. A ball of green flame flew at him. Adrex didn't have time to dodge or counter it. He ducked, closing his eyes, waiting for the heat and the impact. Neither happened. He looked up to see a blue shield glowing but cracked like shattered glass, wisps of green fire rising from it. He looked to his left and saw Livia give him a wink. Adrex stood up again and got off the chair. He would have to be more creative here to not make himself a target. He also had to make sure that the nobles got out. He looked towards the throne and saw the nobles had gathered back there and were starting to filter through the doors the guardsmen had come through, a couple of guards trying to keep things orderly. Adrex turned back to the fight. The guards were still being pushed back and gaps were forming. A scream rose from the line as the guards started to get pulled from out of the formation. Demons had grabbed his shield and were pulling. Adrex cast a spell above the man's head, and a fireball shot out into the crowd. He took a step back into line before his legs were pulled out from under him by multiple black-clawed hands. He fell on his back, and with a crash of steel on stone that was not quite drowned out by the sounds of battle and the screams of the horde. The guardsman was then dragged into the horde with a horrible scream escaping his mouth before his fellow guardsmen filled the gap he left. Adrex then heard another shriek. This time it came from a demon who had been thrown through the air over the wall of soldiers. He raised his hand to face the demon and shot an ice spike into the creature's in the gut and sent it flying backwards, high into the air. Adrex then closed his open hand, and the spell within the ice spike exploded, sending smaller ice shards raining down into the attackers, as well as ripping the demon in half. That spell took its toll, and he felt himself weaken from it. He needed to conserve his strength if they were to make it out of here alive, realizing that they were not fighting to win. They were fighting a retreat. He looked behind him and saw the last of the nobles retreat. He moved close to the guard line just as they started to gain a few steps forward, stepping over a pile of black bodies to do so. The nobles have left. We can't hold this position. We need to fall back, Adrex had to shout over the sounds of battle. Understood, Magi. You should leave and help the nobles. We can take care of this, one of the men said, pausing his speech briefly to ram his sword through a demon that got too close. Understood, Adrex said, simply before turning and running for the back door, signalling for Genel and Livia to follow him. It took less than a minute to reach the door. Adrex made sure Livia and Genel made it through the door before he turned back to watch the guardsmen starting to fall back in a straight line down the aisle. Satisfied they would not need his help, and not knowing how to, he ducked into the passageway. It was poorly lit, and worked its way down a single flight of stairs into an open room with weapons lining the wall, a place for the guardsmen to arm themselves before their duty. Adrex grabbed a sword from the wall, and they walked past them, then out of the door at the other end of the room and into a hallway. None of the nobles were here. They had fled quickly. Adrex, what's our plan? Genel asked, panting hard. We need to make sure that the royal family is safe. Tin can't hold the castle with so few, so we can rally the rest of the guards and retake the castle, Adrex said. That's not possible, Livia said from the window looking out. Adrex crossed the hall in 3 steps and looked out into the courtyard. His heart felt heavy as he witnessed green fire explode and guards cut down as demons swarmed in through the main gates. A larger demon with white long hair, a pair of horns that swept upwards, and 2 giant black wings walked in pointing at a spot, and 3 demons rushed to that location. A couple of men were dragged out, bows falling to the ground before each man was thrown to the ground. Adrex turned away from the window, looking at Genel and Livia. "Try to find the royal family, then we leave. Somehow," he said, leaning against the wall. Nora turned to face the demons when the first three entered. Not that she could do anything to help. Her training still took over, and she was ready to act when needed. She sought out Doran in the crowd and nodded to the Chamberlain, both realizing that Adrex was right. The screaming of the panicking nobles drowned out Tin and Adrex's conversation, but even without knowing what they were saying, she realized that they suspected the wrong person. Doran started to move nobles to the back of the hall as her father's guard poured in through the rear door. Nora looked up at her mother and father. "We need to leave," she said. "We'll be the targets of this attack." King Coleman nodded solemnly and started to usher the Queen and the bridal party in front of them. "You too, Princess," Doran said, making his way over to them. "I'll get the others out." "Thank you, Doran," Nora said, before she turned and ran after her father as they left through the doorway, now with two guardsmen standing either side. Nora caught up with them as they entered the guardsman's armory. "Where to?" Sophia's father... Whoops, this is the male. "Where to?" Sophia's father asked, an absolute look of terror on his face. "We'll make for the courtyard and assemble the men for a counterattack," the king said. Nora walked to the window and her face went pale when she looked out. No, we won't," she said. The others rushed over to her just in time to see a second horde of demons outside the castle, and the giant bat-winged demon standing out from the rest giving orders. The keep's doors had been shut, but they had not been able to raise the bridge. Now it was crawling with demonic soldiers. Green balls of fire were flying into the courtyard or impacting along the walls with men having already fallen. The magic holes burnt through them. "We must make for the bunker then," the Queen said. "What bunker?" said a new voice. It was high-pitched and laced with panic. The royals turned to see the first of the nobles had entered the hallway, and now they had another problem: getting them out of the castle, especially as the High Lords who represented the remaining kingdoms were amongst them. "There are bunkers and tunnels in the mines below that lead out of the castle. We must hurry and move quickly and quietly," the Queen said. "Follow me," she added, picking up the hem of her dress and walking at a very brisk walk to the right from the armory. Nora followed her mother closely as the Queen led the nobles down the castle, taking back routes and rarely used passages, the types one might use if they were to want to move about unseen during times of crisis, or just when one wanted to be alone, the same ones that a ward might use to sneak about. So it was no surprise when the group came across two little girls, no older than 10 years old, and despite their brave-looking faces, they were clearly scared. The Queen didn't hesitate, immediately waving the two over and grabbing both of their hands to take them with her. Down further past the ground floor into the servants' passengers, the Queen led them down a spiral staircase behind a heavy wood door into a stone brick passageway with no exits. Nobles pushed further in as the Queen walked down to the far end of the corridor. "You've trapped us! They'll kill us!" someone screamed from the crowd, which was starting to panic. The Queen, however, did not. She calmly reached for a statue that was at the end of the corridor. If one looked closely, they could see the faded details of the first King Coleman. It took a bit more force than the Queen expected, but she moved the statue to the side, revealing a rough-hewn staircase leading down into the mountain the castle was built upon. There is plenty of room down there to hide, and passages that lead out into the mining sectors of the city. "Help will come for us soon," the Queen said as she stood aside. The nobles slowly filed down the mountain, plenty of bowing and thank yous being offered as they passed the Queen, who stood still, head held high, holding the hands of the two wards she had found, both of whom looked terrified but were trying not to cry. Not that anyone could have blamed them if they had. Livia was the first to notice the markings as they ran through the castle looking for the nobles. Little blue scratches made with magic, like little arrows, leading them through the castle down the passageways that Adrix used to sneak through because the servants would not go these ways as it took too long, or there were only guest rooms. They encountered only one demon. It was small and looked to have gotten lost. Adrix didn't give it time to attack, distracting it with a couple of sparks from a weakened lightning spell, and then descending on it with the sword he had grabbed. He had trained for a few months now, but none of that training was in these attacks. It was wild and brutal, and he brought the sword down on an unknowing enemy. It screamed, a high-pitched wail, and the sword sunk deeply into the demon's body. Then the sound cut out as Adrix shoved the sword point first into its body again. The demons rolled on the floor, and Adrix pushed on, following the hints that had been scratched into the floors and walls. Livia and Genel glanced at each other briefly before they ran after him. The three of them continued through the castle down past the walled floors and into the underground passages until they came to a large, heavy wooden door that was slightly ajar. Adrix pulled it open, and once Livia and Genel had entered the stairwell, Adrix closed it behind him, making sure not to fully secure it. The staircase spiraled around in a half circle as it went down and came into a dark black stone brick corridor. There were alcoves down the side as a place to hide, and at the end of the corridor was a hole in a wall. The statue that was leaning against the wall and the royal family standing in front of the hole with Doran in front of them. Adrix felt like a weight had been lifted. They had made it out. They could gather the remaining forces. The mages would come and they could retake the castle. Adrix walked forward until he bumped up against an invisible barrier. He saw the spell that Doran had cast and took a step back. He bowed there before the king and the royal family. "Adrix, you're alive," Nora said, elated. "Nora, please." King Coleman snapped as he looked at Adrix and the other two mages. Nora shrunk back slightly as King Coleman glared at Adrix. "What are you doing? Shouldn't you be taking care of this?" he growled. "My liege, your guardsmen told us to protect you. The castle is lost, and one Magi won't change that. Not even the Grand Meister could stop an army alone," Adrix replied. "Doran?" the king asked. "He's right, and I've checked they're clean as far as I can tell," the chamberlain said. "We followed your markings," Genel added to the chamberlain, who let out a small smile. Doran dropped the shield in front of them and collapsed to one knee as he did so. "I'm glad. I was at my limit." Adrix helped the older Magi to his feet. "We should probably leave now. The Horde will be searching for you," he said. "We can't," the queen said. Adrix looked up, then behind them at the passage. "Then what's behind you?" he asked. "A false hope. The mine tunnels collapsed years ago. The miners formed new ones, but they never went under the castle again," King Coleman replied. "The nobles down there will be caught, along with us," he said, defeated. "I'm not giving up, my liege," Adrix said angrily, "even if I have to blast my way out." King Coleman turned to face Nora in that instant. "Okay, I believe you," he said as a smile crossed Nora's face. "Mage, I have a task for you. Get my daughter out of here and keep her safe at all costs," he said, staring at Adrix. Adrix bowed deeply. "As you wish," he said. He looked back at Livia and Genel, Livia looking slightly displeased, before he took Nora's hand. "Come on, we don't have long. They'll be here soon." He dragged Nora through the corridor to the stairs before letting go of her hand and charged up the stairs. He was glad he didn't secure the door as he pushed it open and let the other three out before closing it, and this time securing it behind him. "Livia, do you think you could add a few protections?" he asked. Livia walked backwards towards the door and with a wry smile, crouched down in front of the door. She rested her hand on it and her hand and eyes glowed blue before a shimmer appeared in front of the door, like a thin glass plane was in front of it. It won't hold long, but it has some kick to it, Livia said, standing and stepping back. Come on, I have an idea, Genel said, taking the lead this time. He cast 2 spells on his forearms as he took off down the hallways of the servants' tunnels, but instead of going up the stairs that had led them down here, he had stayed in the tunnels, running along them with a familiarity that could only come from years of doing this. It took Adrex and Livia a few seconds to realize. You're going for the kitchens, they exclaimed in unison. How do you know? Nora asked, shocked. We were all wards here. We snuck around, especially the kitchens looking for extra food, Genel said. Because of that, we all know that the kitchens lead directly outside, near the side gate and bridge. And last we saw the demons had a smaller presence there. Genel held up his hand as he reached a set of stairs and crept up them. The door at the top was slightly ajar and he peeked inside. It was empty. Either Tin had converted all the servants or had killed the ones who resisted, leaving the kitchen empty. Genel forced open the door and slipped inside, waving for the others to follow him. They quickly cut through the room and stood against the far wall as Genel slowly, ever so, opened the door that led outwards to the courtyard. Adrix got a peek and was both shocked and angered. Demons sprawled out, buildings burning in green fire. The main horde, however, was focused on the entrance to the keep and breaking down those doors. Genel looked at the 3 of them. It's a short run to the bridge, then we need to cross it and disappear into the village to lay low, he added. Don't attack or cast anything else, it is critical, he added. Adrix and the others nodded, before they all slid out through the door and ran for the side gate. Genel was right. It was a short run, but that was all he got right about halfway there. They heard a shriek, and several demons started to charge at them. Still, they made it to the gate first, and started to cross it, only to see their way blocked by more demons arriving. They couldn't turn back. Livia moved towards the castle and Genel to the side of the bridge. They got ready to fight. Then Adrex had an idea. Everyone, off the bridge, he yelled. You're crazy, Genel replied. You want to die here. Jump, Adrix said. Demons were already creating spells. Adrix didn't hesitate any further. He grabbed Livia and Nora's hands. Nora grabbed Genel's hand and pulled him as Adrix took a running leap into the river below, just as balls of green fire burned over their heads. Chapter 22. The Slums. The water was cold and faster flowing than Adrex had expected. He was being dragged along, hanging on to the others with a death grip, hoping to not lose them while also trying to stay under the water to not get attacked. The river turned as it passed the river, and Adrix was forced into the back. The stress forced him to let go of Livia and Nora, and he found himself being spun and tumbled by the bank and the current, his lungs bursting for air, and he didn't know which way was up. He focused on just holding breath and reaching for something to hold onto. Something brushed his hand, and he instinctively latched onto it, and he dragged himself towards it, righting himself, and swam up, breaching the water and gasping for air. He looked around wildly for the others, finding them clinging to the bank. He swam over and joined them as they looked at the castle from behind, with smoke rising from it. Come on, they'll search for us. We should swim down the river and get out further down, he said. The others looked at him glumly, but all gave little nods of their heads and dived into the water to swim further down. After 30 minutes or more, they dragged themselves onto the bank in the river in the slums, literally crawling in the muck on the banks of the river, clothes drenched and covered in mud and other foul-smelling stuff. The four of them, once free of the river bank, darted across the open space and into an alley between two thatched buildings. The ground was hardened clay where they stood and looked to be dirt further on. The buildings here were raised on wooden stilts, probably to protect from the river bursting its banks or from any heavy rain that would liquefy the ground. The four of them crouched in the alley to remain hidden while they discussed their plans. "So, what now?" Nora asked first in a quiet, barely audible voice. The others looked around before looking at Adrix. I don't know," he said. "We lost." It was Gennel who spoke next. "First, we need to find a place to rest and clean up. We also need to make sure we stay hidden," he said calmly. "Gennel's right," Livia said. "Falling back on our training, we must find a place to defend," she added. Adrix nodded, gesturing slightly to them to take the lead. Tin walked over the bodies covering the floor of the throne room. The previously white aisle from the wedding was stained red and black from the dead. He didn't care where he put his feet, though. Armor and flesh and bone just crunched underneath, occasionally spurting out blood or squelching underfoot. He stepped up the 3 stone stairs and sat himself down on the black throne while the surviving demons of the initial attack stood around the room or moved through the dead guardsmen, stabbing them to make sure they were dead. Their retreat went about as well as could be expected once Adrix and his friends left. Tin personally saw to the deaths of 5 of the guardsmen with several spells which broke the line. His horde did the rest, though at the cost of most of his force, proving that the guardsmen were highly trained. He leaned back in the chair, licking some gore from his claws when the door opened and the general walked in with his massive bat-like wings now folded down and looking like a cape. "Well timed, General. The castle is ours," Tin said, smiling happily. "Not quite. Not until the king gets here to squash the thought of resistance," the general said as he walked up to the bodies on the floor and stopped just short of them, looking down at the mess with a curious gaze. "You lost your forces?" he asked. Tin chuckled as he licked his index finger with his long tongue. "They played their part and died for the cause." The general, before starting down a new line of questioning. "And where are the nobles? We can't hope to hold this kingdom without them dead or captured. The king won't be too pleased you failed." The general growled with displeasure. "Oh, they captured themselves, the fools," Tin said gleefully. "They hoped to escape through the mining tunnels that collapsed years ago. There is no escape from down there. The king will have his prisoners, and the pits can open too," Tin added. "He'll want a display. You better give him the people for that," the general said. "I've sent some of my remaining demons down there to collect his prize," Tin said. "And despite your damage to the courtyard, I have started the construction for when the king gets here." "You have 3 days," the general said, informing Tin. "Oh, and what do we call you, Lord?" "My human pupae was called Tin, but I'm Taganoth." They learnt quickly not to move quickly. No one here moved quickly, looked up or stood out. Standing out makes you a target. A target means crime, and here a crime means death. The mugger lying in the alleyway before them with smoke rising from his chest pointing a not too fine a point on that. They got picked up quickly as they hurried through crowds, bumping people and getting noticed. The mugger dropped from one of the roofs into the alley in front of them, brandishing a rusty pitted knife, demanding coin or payment. Adrix took exception to the way he looked at Nora and Livia while licking his lips, and when the man lunged forward to attack, Adrix quickly killed him. Adrix picked up the man's knife and stowed it away before moving on, much slower this time. They moved through the slums looking at buildings that had been abandoned and were clearly in a state of disrepair. Most had people holed up inside, usually kids, though eventually they found a place. It was a 2-room, run-down wooden building, and a hole had opened up in the floor, revealing the mud underneath it, and most of the roof had been taken by others. The floorboards creaked and moaned as weight was put on them, and the building could not be secured. Adrex entered first, hand raised and ready, but called the others when he found it empty. "Genel, Livia, we need protection. Can you do that?" he asked. Both nodded, tired and stumbling as they were from the fight at Castle Blackhill and the subsequent fight from it. Adrex to set up a few traps spells outside in case anyone tried anything. The sun was now setting. The night was getting dark and cold. They had not eaten in hours, and everything else that happened, the 4 of them crawled into the corner of the second room, wrapped themselves in their filthy cloaks, and quickly passed out. Bang! The noise sounded like an explosion had gone off, and Adrex was immediately up, hand going to the knife he had taken from the mugger as he crept forward. That sounded like his trap going off, so he peeked round the frame of the door and saw the body. The street outside was narrow, barely a single carriage width wide, and the kid had been flung across and hit the building on the other side, forced back by the push spell of Adrex's trap. Adrex walked out, looking left, then right, then descended on the boy. He checked him for any sign of life, but the boy had either died from the impact of the spell or the impact of him hitting the wall on the other side of the road at force. Adrex checked the boy's pockets and found a few coins, which he took. He stood and started to walk back to the dwelling as other figures started to move in the night towards the child and Adrex, who gripped the knife even tighter. An older boy stepped forward out of the darkness and looked at Adrex while holding his hand up for the others to stop. "You're new here," he stated. "Just passing through," Adrex replied quietly. "Well, this is Board's territory, and you owe me for being in my territory," the boy said confidently. "You also owe me for the little piggy you killed," he sneered. "I have nothing to offer," Adrex replied. "You have clothing on you, and you have friends. We'll take one of them. Maybe I'll make one of them my little piggies too," the boy said, sounding excited. "You'll have to kill them," Athrodon whispered. "Even if I wanted to, I don't have the strength," Adrex thought. "Then use mine. Kill them. Survive," Athrodon said. "No," Adrex thought. "That won't happen," Adrex said as he turned to face the boy. He would have to make a demonstration, and as he had learned from the mugger, there was only one rule in slums here. He prepared a spell that would send this boy flying back. It was all he could manage. The boy, however, sent one of his minions, his piggies as he called them, to charge at Adrex. Adrex was caught off guard, and the piggy looked at him, hunger in his eyes, as he drew a knife as he charged. The boy went to slash at Adrex, but was stopped dead in his tracks as a blue translucent wall appeared before him. The boy looked confused as he had been stopped by thin air. He looked up at Adrex, then back at the boy leading them. The boy looked at the piggy with anger in his eyes. "Got them, or I got you," he hissed. "No, you won't," Livia said as she slowly stepped out of the dwelling, looking furious. The leader stared at Livia and licked his lips. "Oh, you'll be a perfect payment for your friends," he said. Adrex looked at the leader, anger raging through him at that comment. He pointed at the leader's feet and for a brief moment tapped into the power of Athrodon and crafted a trap spell just in front of the leader. "You'll have to go through me to get to her," Adrex said very quietly and scarily calmly. "Oh, you could barely stand against my piggy. Your lady had to protect her. You'll be easy," the leader said confidently. The other mages and the magi saw what was going to happen. Some possibly even saw the darkness in the magic. There was nothing they could do to stop it, as the leader of the child gang stepped forward onto the trap. It activated with a concussive blast and several spikes of flame that shot out. The leader's leg was turned into a bloody stump, and several of the boys next to him had their bodies pierced with flame before being tossed aside by the blast as it expanded. The leader collapsed to the ground about a meter in front of where he was standing, having been ragdolled through the air. He looked up with pain etched on his face, slowly changing to fear as he saw Adric's hand raised and a spell slowly crafted. He looked around wildly at the bodies of several of his guild, namely his pigs, lay on the ground, small flames still looking at the charred holes in their bodies. He moved his head to look past Adrix at the major's friends who looked terrified. Then the one he threatened to make one of his piggies started to run forward. Livia reached Adrix before he killed the guild leader and rested her hand on his forearm, before slightly applying pressure and lowering it. She looked at his face that held no kindness, just pure rage. Adrix looked at Livia, his anger starting to subside when he saw the concern in her eyes. She placed her other hand on his cheek and he closed his eyes, letting his anger at this kid go. He felt Athrodon retreat as well. Adrix opened his eyes, looking past Livia to the leader lying on the ground. Leave, never come back, and if anyone asks, tell them what I did, Adrix said, pausing between each order. This place is no longer yours. The underlying threat was perfectly clear. Adrix turned and slowly walked back inside the building as the night went silent, except for the voice in the back of his head. You should end him, from Athrodon. Adrix tried to shake it off, but he couldn't, and the demon made sense to him this time. Chapter 23. Birth of Evil. It was a late start to the day as Adrix and the others slowly woke after the events of last night. Nora dropped several loaves of bread at their feet, having snuck out before dawn. I'll pay the baker back, I swear, she said sheepishly. The others didn't care. They ripped into their meal, as meagre as it was. Most of them had overtaxed themselves from magic use, which was dangerous, thinking back to their first lessons and the warnings that overexerting oneself could lead them to passing out or even death. They would need more than just a loaf of bread to keep them going, but it was a start. Did you see anything outside? Adrix asked nervously. He hadn't slept well for the rest of the night. He kept having nightmares or flashbacks to what he did to those kids, including what he would have done if he had not stopped. The last thing he wanted to do was see a reminder of that and bring all those nightmares rushing back in. Nothing. After we went inside, they must have dragged away the bodies, Nora said. The dark look on all their faces alluding to the unspoken truth they had learned in the slums, or something else took their bodies. Still, we should be safe as we could be for a few days while we collect food and plan ahead, Livia said, shaking them out of their funk. Even if we have to beg or steal the food. After they had finished eating, they sat in a circle and started to plan their day, including where they could beg and ways to sneak and steal. After the plan, they set out to get what they could. Taganoth stepped into the hallway. Debris and body parts littered the floor, and several demons were carrying the bodies of their kind out, the ones that had died but had not been blown apart by the first few waves. Taganoth looked at the door at the end of the hallway, perfectly intact, with not a scratch on it, and frowned, before looking at the demon that summoned him. Explain what happened, he growled. We had our forces ready, but when the first demon reached for the door, a shockwave blew that demon and the others apart and did all this damage. We tried a few after, and the shield spell is just too strong to break. It rebounded several spells as well, the demon said. Taganoth looked at the spell, its faint blue edges glimmering, but otherwise it was very well hidden. It wouldn't require much force to break now that the initial shockwave had fired off. Taganoth growled as his hand wrapped in black fire, and he slashed at the shield, and the magic melted before him before the rest of the shield shattered in small shards before vanishing. Tagganoth gripped the heavy wooden door and sent a magical shockwave through it, splintering it and revealing the spiral staircase leading down. He closed his eyes, sniffed, and certain it was clear, he led his forces down into the final corridor. Before him stood a rough statue. In front of that, a rather old maguey, and the empty corridor. Tagganoth let out a snort and stepped forward. The mage set up a shield in front of the demon, but he was too weak to stop him, and Tagganoth stepped through it before grabbing Doran by the mage's throat and lifting him off the ground. The mage gasped briefly for air before Tagganoth crushed the man's throat and tossed him aside, before raising his hand towards the statue and creating the fireball spell, before casting it and destroying the statue, and wall behind it revealing the passage into the mines. "Find the nobles, take them alive. The king demands it," Tagganoth said as the demons rushed past him into the darkness of the cave, before he too stepped forth. The demon lord had a secondary task that he had to complete if he was to keep this castle and earn the praise of the king, and the mines below the castle would be the perfect place for it, given the pain and suffering that had to have taken down here. He could feel the ancient suffering of those that had toiled away and those who had fought and died for these mines, those that had been killed before the current age of the first King Coleman, and as he slowly stepped further in the suffering, just got worse. His grin grew bigger as he found the perfect location, an open cavern that had been hewn from the rock with stairs leading down to the bottom. There were offshoot tunnels along the stairwell and several at the bottom of the pit too. It was clearly just a path down to greater riches that had been mined away but would now serve Tagganoth and his master. As he reached the bottom, his elation grew larger, still as he found his test subjects, a lower noble family that had descended in panic. Tagganoth, using magic, blasted a couple of small holes in the rock and set fires burning in them to give him a little light to see by. Even though he could see rather well in the darkness, he was having trouble down here. The noble family was huddling together just inside one of the offshoots, watching as Tagganoth walked back and forth, setting up before he turned to face them. One of the children screamed and ran for the stairs. They didn't get far as Tagganoth reached out and grabbed the child's arm. The child screamed and struggled to break free, and the child's mother started screaming and crying. Tagganoth ignored her and dragged the boy to the center of the pit, and then used a spell to create chains on magic that wrapped around each wrist and ankle and embedded themselves in the wall, forcing the child to stand up, arms and legs splayed apart. Tagganoth then started to cast a spell, drawing the lines of magic on the floor and walls, creating intricate shapes in the magic that burnt a deep crimson red that seemed to almost bleed from the rock itself. Tagganoth walked around the boy as he created the spell, his eyes glowing the same red as the magic, no longer the emerald green that the demonic species usually appeared as. Once he was done, he stopped in front of the child. He took 2 steps towards him and used one of his claws to cut a deep gash into the child's chest, blood spilling freely onto the spell, which started to glow brighter and brighter as the child screamed, now in pain, as the magic started to channel into the child. The child's head slumped forward before the child screamed in apparent agony. It was blood-curdling and unnatural, and the magic tore out of the child like bolts of lightning passing over the walls, before collapsing in with the darkness clinging to the spell. The darkness made contact with the child, who started to writhe in agony as the darkness coated him. Then the screaming stopped. Tagganoth stood still as the child in front of him looked up, now taller, muscular, with white hair and green eyes. The demon had emerged, the child sacrificed as the base form. "Summon the cultists. I have found the first summoning pit. The king will give them scraps for them to start their fun," Tagganoth said, as the chains holding the demon vanished. "Where's my baby boy?" the mother screamed. The demon looked at the mother before smiling and saying in the child's voice, "I'm here, Mummy," before cackling in the demon's normal voice. Taginoth stood on the parapet of the outer wall, eyes closed and enjoying the sun on his face while he listened to the final parts of the construction in the castle square start to wrap up. Just in time, too, as he could feel his father's presence getting closer. He heard the staff tapping the ground and the footsteps of a smaller being approaching. "You've done well, Lord Taginoth," the small demon said, "but the greatest challenge will be controlling the populace. Father will take care of that with his demonstration tomorrow, and anyone who resists will be given to you, of course," Taginoth responded. He looked to his right at the diminutive demon, draped in lightweight black robes that clung to the top of the demon's head, obscuring the white hair. Horns grew in an upward curve from the forehead, much like the general's, marking the demon as a leader. They had skin that was black as any demon, however their eyes burnt with a constant crimson glow from the birthing magic that they used. This demon also had a marking on their foreheads, between their horns glowing like fire. "Many thanks, my lord," the cult leader said, bowing slightly. "I'm assuming this is all you wanted," Taginoth said. "That and a good viewing for tomorrow. It's not every day you get to see your king flex his power," the cultist replied. "That's up to father to decide," Taginoth said flatly, before his eyes opened wide in shock. "He's here." Adric sat bolt upright. He'd been sleeping in the dwelling while the others scavenged for supplies. His heart was racing, and he looked around the room as if he was expecting to see something. Genel must have heard something and came in to see what was going on. "Adrix, what's wrong? It looks like you had a nightmare," Genel said. "He's here! The Demon King is here!" Adrix said, panicky. He looked at Genel, who had turned a very sick shade of white at this news. "It's over." Taginoth, the general, and the cultist leader all made their way to the castle courtyard just as 4 figures rode over the bridge. Each wrapped in a dark cloak, obscuring the rider, but each gave off an aura that demanded respect. Each horse was an obsidian black, standing just a fraction taller than a normal horse, with emerald green eyes and white mane and tail. 3 of the figures stayed mounted, but the lead rider dismounted and drew his hood back, revealing the face of a man with jet black hair. The 3 demons looked at each other before the man said in a quiet voice, "I expect my subjects to kneel no matter what form I take." As if he had physically pushed them, all 3 demons were forced to their knees, heads bowed. "My general, you have done well overseeing the advanced forces. I hear your timing was perfect to sway the battle," the man said. As he spoke, the general was able to lift his head and eventually stand. "Thank you, my liege." The man ignored him and walked over to the cultist leader. "I believe you have already started rebuilding the forces we lost. You will have your work cut out for you soon. I expect you to meet my requirements." "As you wish, my liege. We will do whatever we must to serve," the cultist said, standing. Both the general and the cultist looked at Taginoth, still being forced down. Both looked like they wanted to run in case the king was furious. Still, they stood their ground as the king walked up to the lord. "As for you, Tin," the king said, using his human name, "you sacrificed many," the king paused. "But you took the castle, captured the nobles, and prepared well." "Rise, Lord Taginoth," the king said. The demon lord stood slowly, keeping his head bowed and not looking at the man in front of him in the eye. "Tomorrow we make our statement to these lands, and those who still oppose us will be swept aside, and then we move for the rest of the world." Chapter 24. Victory. Adrix took a bite of the fruit that Livia had managed to get. Well, he thought it was fruit. It didn't help to think about it, to just eat it. The group were divvying up the wins from the day while Adrix explained between mouthfuls what happened earlier. Once the shock had passed, they started to plan. They had to get at least the king and royal family out. Then they could escape to Central and explain what happened to the High King and the surviving nobles. We can sneak in via the river, Gennel, just like how we got out. It's too risky, though. It's energy sapping, and if you miss, there is no swing back. Plus, we would have to sneak past the castle to get in, Livia replied. Could we just cross the bridge under the cover of night? Nora asked. They see better at night. They'd see us crossing, Adrix replied. Instead, I think we should jump the river. Gennel shook his head, suppressing a laugh. Like when you were younger. Adrix shot him a look. Using magic to get us over, once inside, we can sneak through the castle and find the royal family and get them out. We won't have the same level of chaos we had last time to escape, Livia warned. Hopefully we won't need it, and we know this castle better than most, having lived in it for years, Adrix retorted. Get in and out quickly and give ourselves a chance. It's risky, but we have the advantage, Nora said quietly. If that's the case, everyone should get plenty of sleep now. We'll need to be fully rested just in case the worst has to happen, Livia said. The others nodded, finished their meal, and after setting up the protections for the night, they all slowly fell asleep, all except Adrix, who lay awake worrying. He kept going back to the dread he felt when the Demon King arrived. I did warn you. There is a reason I fear him too, especially since I failed, Athrodon said quietly. Do you think our plan will work? Adrix asked the demon. No. Your best option is to run now. Head back to the battle school and pray, Athrodon replied bluntly. Adrix looked at his friends before he forced himself to get some sleep. The group woke in the morning to the sound of excitement from the streets. They each grabbed their gear and rushed outside to see and hear people talking loudly in the streets. The king's inviting people to watch a demonstration at the castle. It's for us only, not the nobles. I heard there was a major change happening. They want us to go. Adrix and the others looked at each other concerned. We need to know what they're doing, Gennel said. Even if we fail, the information for the others is crucial, Livia said slowly. Adrix nodded in agreement. It was like the Northern Watch patrols. Information would often be the difference between success or failure, life or death. Let's just hide our mage gear, though, he whispered. It wasn't that hard to steal a bag from an unsuspecting store owner to stuff their cloaks into it. These were given to Nora to carry. As they joined the throngs of people making their way to the castle, as they travelled, they could hear multiple people exclaiming how great this was. Adrix and the others were carried by the jubilant crowd up to the castle and over the drawbridge into the courtyard. One side was a platform. Guardsmen stood along the walls, but aside from that, the place seemed empty. Adrix felt like he had walked into a trap, especially with the knowledge of who was here. The guards at the gates eventually stopped letting people in, and that's when King Coleman, the Queen, Prince, his new wife, and several high-profile nobles. However, they weren't the only ones. The demon general, several cultists, and Taganoth followed them out and took positions on the stage. The crowd started to scream and push back. Those close to the gates turned only to see demons blocking their paths. Adrix looked up to see the guards had shed their armor and demons now stood guard over them. Several had bows nocked and pointing into the crowd. Everybody remains calm, King Coleman bellowed. The crowd stopped its panic and looked at the king. You are all men and women of a great kingdom. I do expect you to behave like that, the king said in a booming voice. The crowd started to calm down, just as Taganoth struck the king, who fell to his knees. Before the demon lord retreated to his position and a man stepped up on stage, he wore white pants, no shirt revealing his broad chest, white fur cape that draped over his shoulders and his jet black hair. He stepped up next to the king and gestured for the man to stand. Well said, King Coleman, the newcomer said in a silky calm voice that seemed to carry over the crowd. Adrix looked to his left and saw Nora looking straight up at her father, fear written on her face. Adrix reached for her hand and squeezed it tightly. He reached behind him with his other hand and felt Genel grab his hand firmly while Livia moved next to him and placed her hand on the small of his back. They all looked up at the stage, waiting. "I hope that those who survive remember your bravery," the other man said. The crowd almost seemed to lean forward before the king's chest, oh God, exploded outwards. The newcomer's hand sticking through his chest, now covered in blood and as ichor. People screamed. Nora cried out, and Adrix immediately grabbed her and held her tight so she couldn't see. Adrix, however, continued to watch as his black little line started to creep over the man's arm and up his chest. His body started to turn obsidian black. The line started to crawl up the man's neck, slowly reaching his eyes, which started to turn green, before reaching his hair, which turned pure white. Then the lines burst from his head, forming a thorny crown. He pulled his hand out of the king's chest, and the body dropped to the ground. The queen looked forward towards the crowd, tears in her eyes, but she tried to hide it and look calm. The demon king walked around behind her, reached one clawed hand over her throat, and ripped it open. Her eyes opened wide, and she reached for her throat as blood pooled over her hands. She slowly sank to her knees as more people in the crowd started to wail. "We need to leave," Adrix hissed to the others quietly. Genel grabbed Adrix's shirt and slowly started to walk his way back through the crowd, trying not to draw attention as the crowd filled into the space where they used to be. Adrix continued to hold Nora tightly to him to shield her from the gruesome scene he was witnessing. He could feel her heavy sobs as she silently cried. Adrix quickly realized if they hadn't found her, she would have suffered the same fate. Genel had managed to lead them to the back half of the crowd while the executions continued. It did look like they had made it relatively unnoticed too. Once they were at the back, they could make a run for it. That was Adrix's thinking anyway, until the Demon King spoke next, his soft voice carrying over the crowd. "Everyone here will now join my legions." "Genel, we need to leave," Adrix said urgently. Genel turned, as did Adrix, who grabbed Genel's shirt as the bigger mage took off for the gate, as did everyone else. The gate started to come down to block the path out until it hit what looked like solid air. Livia, being the fastest to react, had created a shield under the gate to hold it open. Genel pushed people out of the way as he led the others under the gate and towards the bridge that was starting to be raised up, with demons standing on the other side. "Genel, my jump point," Adrix said. Genel sped up as he charged towards the rock outcrop that a younger Adrix had always used to jump the river. Adrix, still holding on to Nora, let go of Genel and cast a high-level push spell on the rock with his free hand. Derek had said it was an impossible leap, but they had to make it. Adrix heard people shouting. Orders barked out to catch them. It was too late. Genel hit Adrix's spell as he jumped and was launched across the river. Adrix was half a step behind him, and he and Nora were also flung into the air. Livia followed just behind them. Adrix looked down at the river below and the bank rising up to meet them. This landing would hurt. It should have hurt, were it not for Genel casting a spell just before landing to catch him, Adrix, Nora, and Livia. All three landed. Adrix was forced to let go of Nora to brace himself, but they had made it. He looked up and back at the castle, watching as the gate finally came down, crashing down, trapping the slummers inside. Adrix turned to run, only to see a black foot in front of his face. He looked up to see a demon staring down at him, the demon scowling and emitting a low growl. Adrix reached for his magic, but a sword appeared at his throat, and he let go of the magic. A shadow appeared overhead before a large object landed on the ground, and a large black-clawed foot appeared in Adrix's vision. He tried to turn his head, but the sword was pushed into his throat, not quite breaking the skin. "Four little meisters, Tagganoth would very much like to see you," the demon said in his deep guttural voice. "Take them to the throne room, then prepare for the march out," the demon barked at the others. Tagganoth stood at the base of the throne as Adrex and the others were brought in. The room still hadn't changed from the wedding except that the bodies had been removed. The white aisle was blood-stained. Chairs were left lying around, having been tossed or knocked over, and all the scorch marks from the spells cast remained. Adrex and the others were roughly thrown to the floor, wrapped in chains of magic to prevent them escaping. Though as Tagganoth turned to face the Magi and Mage, escape was the last thing on their minds. One of them looked to have shut down completely and was just staring blankly on the floor. The other three only had one thought on their mind: revenge. Tagganoth could see it in their eyes. Pure hatred burning deep. Good, he thought. To add to that negativity to this place would help build an army worthy of the king. "This could have been you, Adrex. You could have had this power too," Tagganoth said. Adrex just glowered at him, unmoving. Tagganoth shook his head sadly. "You'll be tossed in the pit soon enough. These summoners will draw the demon inside you out. I hear it's a painful experience. After that, you'll join Father on the front lines to take down the other kingdoms." Tagganoth looked at the mages before him. Nothing. They didn't react to anything. He shook his head, disappointed. "I honestly expected more from you considering our last meeting. Throw them in the cells and schedule their sacrifice for tomorrow." Chapter 25. Fallen. The two demons behind the mages picked each member up under the arms, keeping them chained up. First was Livia and Nora, who was staring blankly into space. Then Genel was picked up finally, and then they got to Adrex, who was hoisted up onto his feet. Adrex looked straight ahead at Tagganoth, feeling the anger building as he created the spells in his hands, then cast them. Two white flashes and the two demons behind him went flying into the back wall, just before the chains surrounding all four mages started to creak as they expanded before shattering. Livia creating a shield between their bodies and the chains, expanding it slowly. Tagganoth looked at the four of them and smiled. "And I thought you had given up," he said with glee. He raised one hand and a wave of black fire erupted towards Adrex. He created a spell to counter, but watched as the wave hit one of Livia's shields and wrapped around and over them instead. The black fire stopped. Livia's shield vanished in a shower of blue sparks, and Adrex cast his counterspell, a lance of fire that shot forth, straight at where Tagganoth used to be. The demon had charged forward under the cover he created, and Adrex's spell was too narrow. The demon easily stepped out of the way and jumped at Nora, who had not moved, and was standing there holding herself. Tagganoth grinned as his claws came down, only to meet Genel, who had stepped into, at the last second, arms raised with shields covering them. Genel surged forward, pushing the demon lord off balance, and then began to punch the demon using his shields as weapons. He caught Tagganoth with a right jab followed by a left haymaker and a right uppercut. Tagganoth took each blow and stepped back as Genel went for another left punch. Tagganoth caught it, pulling Genel forward and then tossing him away. Tagganoth took a step towards Nora, who finally seemed to realize where she was, and took a reactionary step backwards. Tagganoth brought his arm back to slash at Nora with his clawed hand. He stepped forward to strike, only to stand on a small trap Adrex had managed to cast. It emitted a bright flash, and Adrex used this moment to rush in and push Nora out of the way. Tagganoth swung blindly, and his blows were blocked each time. Adrex stood squarely facing the demon with an orange glowing sword that he had managed to cast, gripped firmly in his hands. Livia rushed behind him and collected Nora and pulled her out of Adrix's way as he swung high at Taginoth's head before pirouetting and slashing at the demon's exposed chest, forcing it back, before he followed up with several stabs and crosscuts that were either dodged or bounced off the demon's hardened skin, allowing Taginoth to leap backwards and regain his footing. The demon glowered at Adrix before he cast several fire spells at the Magi, who deflected two of them and let the other one pass him. Taginoth roared and started to attack, slashing, trying to break down the boy's defenses, but each block would slow him down. However, he was still forcing Adrix back. First it was a quick half step, then another, then it was a full step. Taginoth got his opening. He pushed with his left hand before slashing down with his right, adding a small bit of demon fire to his claws. Adrix raised his arm to protect him, but his sword was out of position. Taginoth would take his arm, then his life. His clawed hand was on target, then stopped and bounced back off solid air. Adrix looked up, surprised, but quickly launched a fireball with his free hand that caught Taginoth and sent the demon reeling back. He peered through the smoke and saw it, the shimmer of a magic shield. That stupid Magi had cast a shield on Adrix's arm. Taginoth cursed and lunged forward. He still had the mage on the back foot. He slashed and sliced, and even though the Magi counted the strikes getting through, he was still faster, stronger, and more powerful. He shoulder-charged Adrix, breaking his defense, crafted a spell and launched one at Livia and one at Genel, who was still struggling to get up. He heard the gasp as Livia saw the attack and set up both shields to protect her and Genel, leaving Adrix exposed and staggered. Taginoth kicked out and slashed Adrix's shoulder with his clawed feet. He felt the flesh tear and saw Adrix reel back, his sword breaking from his loss in concentration and his hand going to his shoulder as blood poured from the wound. Taginoth broke both spells, reached forward and picked the Magi up by his throat and tossed him back, only to have something large hit his head and clatter to the ground. The defensive Magi had thrown a damn chair at him. He turned only to bump into a shield wall as the Magi ran past. He turned to give chase and bumped into another wall. He slashed and felt the shield pop, but it was too late. The others had collected Adrix and had carried him out of the throne room. Taginoth raged as he stormed to the throne, summoning demons to him. The king might have taken a large number, but he had enough to search the castle for a wounded Magi. Livia ushered everyone down the corridors, down a flight of stairs and into a small room, immediately closing the door behind her and setting up several barriers just in case. Genel, get Adrix on the table now, she ordered the Magi. Genel gently placed Adrix on the wooden table and helped clear the space around it before pulling back the shirt that Adrix had on to reveal the wound. Shit, it's bad, he said. Apply pressure to it, Livia said. She turned to Nora, who was still staring straight ahead, completely zoned out. If Livia hadn't grabbed her arm when they left, she might have stayed put. Nora, wake up, Livia said loudly. Nora blinked slightly, but seemed to be looking right through Livia, like she wasn't there. Livia looked at Genel and Adrix, who was slowly bleeding out on the table, and the one person who could heal him was standing here, catatonic, because the events, not even an hour earlier, had broken the girl. Hell, they would have broken Livia too if she was in Nora's position. Her entire family was just executed in front of her. Livia pulled her close into a tight hug. I'm sorry, but we need you with us and functioning, Livia said. It's for Adrix, so forgive me. Nora blinked slowly as Livia let go of her and then slapped her hard. "Livia!" Gennell shouted. Livia ignored him. She placed her hands on Nora's shoulders and looked her in the face as Nora's eyes slowly focused again and she looked up at Livia before her hand went to her cheek. You slapped me," she said slowly. "You slapped me," she said again, this time aghast. "Sorry, it's for Adrex. He was hit while fighting Tin," Livia said. Nora looked past Livia at Adrex unconscious on the table, blood staining his shirt and covering Gennell's hands. "Forgiven. Get me some water and whatever clean fabric you can find," Nora said as her training kicked in. She could mourn later, after she saved Adrex's life. She walked over to Gennell and got him to stand over Adrex's head to apply pressure to the wound so that she was closer. Livia appeared next to her with a bowl of water. Nora didn't question where or how. That could wait. She raised her hand over the bowl and with her other hand slowly weaved the spell before she cast it, and it fell into the water before dispersing. "This will hurt him, but I need to clean the wound. And in this case, that means purifying it too," Nora said. "His own demon will be hurt as well." She dipped the rags in the water and then started to wipe the blood from around the wound and then gently wiping the wound itself. She could see that there were several deep cuts and blood was welling from these cuts. They were very deep. "I'm going to have to stitch the flesh together. It's magic intense, but it will get him fighting fit again," Nora said. "But you need to keep cleaning the wound so I can see what I am doing." Livia and Gennell nodded as Nora held both hands over the wound slightly raised and started to craft the spell. It was intricate, and multi-layered, each individual piece doing another job, all laying on top of each other to form a single spell. Nora stood there, wide-eyed. She had never seen something complicated in spell form. Once crafted, it started to glow a vibrant green. So did Adrex's wound as sections started to slowly repair themselves. "You need to keep cleaning so I can see. It's not just muscle I'm stitching back together, it's the entire nervous system and blood vessels. Thankfully, I don't have to do the bone," Nora said. She didn't tell the others that Adrex's own body was doing some of the work, and when Nora brought the magic to her eyes, she could focus her spell. She saw the black tendrils of demonic magic directing her magic to the most damaged places. It was as if the demon was helping them. Adrex lay back as Athrodon approached him. "So, did you enjoy that as much as I did?" the demon asked him. "Not particularly," Adrex groaned. "Relax, your friends are healing you. I'm helping where I can. The Crown Princess has already caught on." "Nora, is she?" Adrex asked, trying to sit up but falling back down. "Is she okay?" "She appears to be now. Don't know what happened, but she started helping after the others got you out." "Why can't I move, even here in my own mind?" Adrex asked. "Your body is using all its energy to heal you, with Nora's help. You're lucky you can do this. Taganoth doesn't know how close he came to killing you. If his kick was just a little further left, he'd have sliced your lung or even heart," Athrodon informed Adrex. "Are you here to gloat then?" Adrex asked. "Did you not hear? I'm helping you heal," the demon said earnestly. "Why would you do that?" Adrex asked. "I live here too. I don't want to die." Adrex rolled his head to look at the demon, the floating face sitting in the magic trap, though Adrex could see it was severely weakened. "Why not escape? You could probably take over now." "Your body is not strong enough as it currently is. I couldn't make it out before your friends or Taganoth ended me," Athrodon said. "Sounds like you're in as bad a place as I am," Adrex said glumly. "That could change, though, once you're healed up," Athrodon started to propose. "Your friends can't defeat Taganoth, and they become a liability in a fight that he will expose and use. You're also not strong enough to defeat him alone." "But you are, and if I surrender myself, you'll defeat him?" Adrex asked. "Not going to happen." not surrender. It's more of a cooperative effort to take down my brother, Atherdon replied. Adrix thought it over, and he kept coming back to the same thought. The only way to get his friends out was what Atherdon was proposing. Tagganoth had the magical strength to beat him and had the spell diversity to stop his attacks. We get my friends out, we stop Tagganoth, we escape? Adrix asked. Something like that, Atherdon replied. I need to tell the others when I'm able to, Adrix told the demon. That's coming soon. If you free me now, it will happen faster. I'll give you time to give your instructions to them, Atherdon said. Adrix sighed and released the spell surrounding the demon. The magic flowing back into his stream of energy as well as the demon's black magic, his face becoming misty to Adrix as the black magic joined his. Immediately, Adrix felt a surge of strength and his eyes shot open. He was lying on his back, looking up at the roof, Genel, Livia and Nora's heads floating above his before his vision cleared, and he could see them better. He looked down at his shoulder and could see it rapidly start to stitch the last pieces of flesh and skin back together, barely leaving any scarring. He smiled up at his friends as they looked down at him, tears welling in their eyes and staining their cheeks, worry etched on their faces and blood on their hands and arms. Adrix forced himself into a sitting position despite the protests before he swung his legs over the edge of the table. I need you to leave, he said softly, raising his hands to stall their protests. Adrix, what are you saying? Genel demanded in a concerned voice. I can't defeat Tagganoth, certainly not when he will use you as targets. I will not allow him or anyone to hurt the ones I love, not when I have the power to save them, Adrix said, paraphrasing what Livia had told the Grand Meister during her testing. While I'm fighting the demons, you need to get out. Ride for the battle school and warn them about what happened here. Adrix, we can all get out. We can sneak out like last time, Nora said pleadingly. We need to stop Tagganoth, though, before he builds a new army for the Demon King. We need to warn the others about the fall of King Coleman, Adrix said, softening his words when he mentioned Nora's father. I believe I can stop Tagganoth, but I also realize that there is great risk, and if it goes wrong, I need you to stop what comes next. Adrix pushed himself off the table to a standing position, smiled at his three friends as he walked past them to the door. He opened it briefly and checked the corridor, which was clear, so he signaled the others over to him. If this all works out, then I'll see you at the battle school. If not, find me, and if necessary, stop me, Adrix instructed them. Promise me that. Adrix, are you sure? Livia asked. I can't, Nora said in tears. Adrix looked sternly at Genel. Promise me, he said forcefully. Genel sighed deeply. I promise, he said. Good, now get them out. I really don't want you to see this, he urged them. But Adrix, please, Nora pleaded. Go, he said forcefully. He stepped out of the way and Genel grabbed the two girls and took off down the corridor. Adrix stepped back a few steps and closed his eyes. Okay, he thought. Let's do this. Atherdon strode towards him in his mind's eye and held out his hand. Adrix took it and he felt the demonic magic flow into his, fully interweaving with his own and becoming one. His eyes shot open and he looked down at his arms as inky black lines started to crawl up them, forming clawed hands. They traced their way up over his clothing, reaching his torso, where they started to merge with the ones from his legs. He was expecting it to hurt, but it felt good, like a wave of pleasure was washing over him. He waited until the feeling covered his entire body. I'll help you control this new power. You'll find that things have been enhanced, Atherdon said to him. Adrix took a few gentle steps before he opened the door and sprung into the corridor. His new eyes let him see magic without having to adjust his body magic like before, and he could hear and smell better. He could smell a couple of demons approaching, looking for him and his friends. He sniffed and knew where they were. He took off with strong, powerful strides. Nora, Livia, and Genel watched from the corner of the corridor as Adrex, now a demon, appeared in the corridor, sniffed a few times, and took off. Livia closed her eyes while Nora watched with tears streaming down her face, and Genel turned away and hit the wall in frustration. Adrex had spent so much time worrying and fighting it, and now to save them he had allowed this. Chapter 26. Rebirth. Adrex felt good. No, he felt great as he sprinted through the hallways of the castle. His heightened senses were giving him all sorts of information. He was nearing the demon squad and he smiled with his new mouth, feeling the oversized teeth there. He rounded the corner and saw the four of them, demons, eyes going wide in surprise and mouths starting to open as he approached, arms spread out wide, showing off his clawed hands. He leapt at the four, slicing the neck of one in blinding speed, his claws passing through as if the neck was not there. Adrex landed, pivoted, and slashed at another's chest. Again, his claws leaving large cuts, but Adrex barely felt anything. He looked at the other two demons stepping back from him as he stood there, breathing heavily, looking at his clawed hands. One demon made a run for it, and Adrex raised his hand, and a ball of orange fire hit it in the back. It fell to the ground, and smoke rising from the hole that had been burnt into it. "Mage fire," the other hissed, and it took a step forward, ready to attack. Adrex reached out with his left hand and grabbed its neck at blinding speed. "Sorry, I'm still getting used to this," Adrex said before the demon was engulfed in green fire. Adrex dropped the body and shook his hand before observing it and the bodies. It was so easy now, and he hadn't even got control of it properly. "You need to be careful. Taganoth has had more time like this, and as you know, he was holding back before," Athrodon said, "though he does not have the combat experience you have, giving you an advantage here." "He knows defensive magic, something I have not studied," Adrex replied to Athrodon's thoughts. "I can help you there, but your mind will need to be free from distractions," Athrodon said. "Then I guess it's time to meet our brother," Adrex said. The door of the great hall opened with a loud bang and crash as they opened with way too much force, before a black object went flying inside. Taganoth looked up from his chair as the black object rolled to a stop, revealing the head of a demon. "Oh, he's making a statement," Taganoth said, standing up and walking down the stairs from the throne. "At least my forces don't need to keep looking for you," he said before stopping suddenly. Adrex walked into the hall and smiled before bowing slightly. "Hello, brother," he said politely. You didn't," Taganoth said, surprised. "Athrodon?" "No," Adrex responded, "not fully." Taganoth went from confused to angry to furious. "You let him use your power, your body, when father hears about this," Taganoth said, trailing off. "What? Only way he hears is if you kill me," Adrex said calmly. "Very well. Father wasn't pleased with him either way." Taganoth charged forward, casting several fireballs of demon fire green. Adrex remained calm, like Athrodon advised, and his arms seemed to move on their own, the spells appearing without his thought, before the fireballs hit the shield and burst apart, sending waves of green fire flying. Adrex used this to rush to the side and swing round to intercept Taganoth's charge. He leaned forward, running faster before darting past and slashing like he did against the four demons. However, he aimed lower, aiming for the stomach of Taganoth. He landed and launched himself backwards, slashing again before bouncing away behind the other demon. Taganoth turned to face him, standing tall with no marks covering him. Adrix looked at his hands but didn't notice anything different. Did I hit him? He asked Athrodon. I'm guessing he shielded himself. You'll have to be better than that, Adrix. I can protect against basic attacks like that all day. Just starting, Adrix said before he cast a lightning bolt at Tagganoth, who blocked the attack and went to counter, except that Adrix had launched himself in closer and started to attack with his claws again. Tagganoth blocked each attack with small controlled shields, but he was still having to take steps back. Adrix slashed hard with his right hand, but the attack bounced off the shields created, and Adrix overextended. Tagganoth's hand clamped down on his wrist, pulling Adrix around in a half circle before throwing him at one of the hall's large pillars. Adrix tumbled through the air as the pillar got closer. Reaching out with one hand, he sunk his claws in and used his momentum to rotate around the pillar to face Tagganoth, leaving clean claw cuts. Adrix looked at the pillar, the cuts, and then down at Tagganoth, who was staring up at him with murderous intent. I don't think physical attacks like that will work at this moment, Athrodon said. I have an idea that might hurt him, Adrix responded. Yes, that might work, Athrodon said. Adrix looked over to the pillar across the hall and leapt towards it, the enhanced strength from Athrodon allowing him to make the jump with ease. He sunk his claws in to stop himself falling before leaping to another pillar. This time he used his claws to slide down slightly before a fireball exploded above him, destroying parts of the pillar. He looked up as the black stone rained down, then jumped to another, climbing this time to avoid a burst of lightning that Tagganoth cast towards him. He did this to 3 more pillars before he used his claws to slide down the final pillar and jumped towards the throne, vaulting over it and landing on the bottom step. Tagganoth had both hands raised and let Athrodon take control to cast a shield, just in time as a surging wave of green fire flowed towards Adrix before hitting the shield and splitting either side of him. Adrix observed the shield was pointed to deflect and withstand the force. Tagganoth let out a howl and the fire died away to reveal Tagganoth now within striking distance. He brought down both fists in a hammer blow, which Adrix dodged by leaping back up to the foot of the throne. Then came the 2-handed cross slash that Adrix again dodged by jumping on the throne. Tagganoth followed this up with a straight right-handed punch that Adrix dodged by backspringing and vaulting over the throne, which shattered into blackstone seconds later, as Tagganoth burst through the back of it, only to see Adrix grinning as the trap spells activated and 6 bolts of lightning came down from the pillars to strike Tagganoth, who was standing on the final mark that Adrix had left when he landed while dodging. Tagganoth screamed and Adrix cast a fireball of demon fire from close range that sent the demon reeling back. Adrix leapt after him to press the advantage, only to receive a chunk of blackstone to the face. Adrix landed heavily and tried to stand as a second chunk hit his shoulder, and he reeled backwards before Athrodon raised a shield to block the third. Tagganoth stood, face racked with pain and blood seeping from his wounds, holding a chunk of throne, which he hurled at Adrix's shield. It stopped, but the shield burst and the demon again charged. Adrix stood shakily before he got kicked through the remainder of the throne and rolled to a stop as Tagganoth leapt towards him. Adrix scrambled out of the way, blocking a flailing arm from Tagganoth that still sent him tumbling through the air, and he hit the base of one of the pillars. Lights flashed in his vision, and he struggled to stand before collapsing to one knee. Ouch, Adrix thought. I think he might have broken a rib or two, Athrodon replied. We need to finish this then. He probably can't take much more either. Watch out, Athrodon screamed. Adrix crouched under the double-fisted side strike aimed at his head, then dove to the side, rolling. He tried to stand and struggled as Tagganoth charged at him again in blind fury. Then it clicked for Adrix and Athrodon. They cast a fireball at the demon's head that slowed down his charge before summoning a sword of fire-green magic. They sidestepped the charge of Tagganoth's slicing as they did so. The demon howled in pain before turning to strike them down, only to find the point of the sword burying itself in his chest as he impaled himself in his charge. Both demons stood looking at the sword buried half deep before Tagganoth slumped to his knees. The sword vanished as Adrex released the magic and Tagganoth bowed his head before he collapsed sideways. Adrex took a few steps back before he too stumbled to one knee. He's dead, Adrex thought. He didn't notice, but Atherdon had grown slightly larger in his mind's eye. I can't imprison you like you did me, but I can still hold you back, the demon said. Chains wrapped around Adrex, allowing the demon to step into control. Now that I let you defeat my brother, I can escape farther too, Atherdon said. He will not be pleased. Atherdon, don't do this, Adrex yelled, but the demon ignored him. Atherdon stood shakily. His body was injured, but his magic was already healing the most serious injuries. He turned to walk towards the main doors just as Tagganoth's demons walked in. They took one look at the room with the destroyed throne, fires burning in places, and their lord's dead body, and charged. Atherdon bolted for the back door, casting a push spell at the door, which exploded into the staircase. Atherdon cast a couple of traps as he ran down the stairs, 2 or 3 at a time, before exiting into the former King's Guard's armory. He rushed through into the hallway and with no other thought, leapt out of the window. Chapter 27, Epilogue. The Demon King sat on his steed overlooking his forces, camped along the plains before him. His brow furrowed and he clutched at his chest. His vision swimming and the face of another filled his thoughts. He dismounted and walked to the tent that was being set up for him, his aides already inside, including his general. Tagganoth is dead, he said in a deep, gravelly voice, very much different from the one he used to entice the crowd earlier. How? His general replied, unsure how the king could know this. One of my other sons killed him, but not to take over. The child is running scared, the Demon King explained. This changes my plans. I can't rely on them to strike. Some are weak, and I need strength to hold what we take. The general swallowed hard. He knew the order. It would mean the king was sending out his most trusted elements once more. Summon my Death Knights. I want Castle Blackhill and its surrounding lands converted for war, the king said. And find the one that killed my trusted son and end him, he added, with venom. Okay, friends, that is the end of the book. Thank you so much for being here, especially if you were here from the very start. It's been, how many months has it been of us reading this book? It's quite the journey. Ever since April, wasn't it? Ever since April, right? Because that's when I debuted with this novel. Friends, again, I will remind you, if you know someone that is an author that is okay with me reading their book on stream from start to finish, please let me know. I would love to buy their book and support them, and also provide, this book reading content for you all. Yes, please, as many people as possible. I would love to read it. I'll just close my book now. Yes. But yeah, just make sure that it's appropriate for Twitch, obviously, to read on stream. But otherwise, yes. I hope you all had a good day.